Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going to the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumbs.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan.
Megan Fox.
Megan.
Megan.
Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy sh!
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But it's
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted when Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan.
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 Megan Fox.
Thank
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm up early just for you. And Cathi Bedy, Cathi Bedy has entered the courtroom. She is in the middle of her testimony, and she has changed her voice. She is now ASMR Cathi Bedy. She speaks like this, and she is very, very, very calm and very, very, very sweet. And yeah. I'm not buying it. Are you buying it? I'm not buying it because I've heard her voice on those recordings. And her deposition. Yeah, she got a whole new person and she's got new hair color, but she is wearing dark purple. Those of you who say that it's blue, you're not convincing me. It is indigo. It is dark purple, indigo. So she is wearing dark purple. For those of you who don't understand the significance of the dark purple, Maya Kowalski was saying that Cathi Bedy, wore dark purple all the time. And because of it, it gave Maya PTSD over that color. So now when she sees that color, she avoids people who wear it. My hair is crazy today, right? It looks good, but it feels weird. So I did this thing yesterday where instead of washing it, I just wet it all down and I redid my curls. And so it's holding really well and it looks good, but it kind of feels a little stiff. I don't know, but it's like big. I just got out of bed and I took it down and it's a little wild. We'll see if it calms down. But you guys seem to like it, so that's good. I like it too. It feels a little stiff because of the product, being wetted down and then reused. And, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. This is just the way I wake up. Sometimes the curls look good and sometimes they look crazy. All right, let's open up. Oh, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go back to the beginning of when she gets on the stand. We're going to watch that together. When we catch up to like breaks or whatever, we will go back and watch the arguments in the morning that were, for instance, evidentiary arguments and stuff like that. If you are just joining us, let me make sure that I give you the rules of this channel. Those of you who know it's coming. Here are the rules. I do not believe in yelling at my chat. I do not believe in scolding my chat. I believe that the chat makes the show. And if that means that you have jokes to tell, then by all means, please do it. We believe here on this channel that we need to respect the truth and respect free speech. And I expect you to be very respectful of free speech and exercise your free speech as much as possible. Now, the only thing I ask you not to do in the chat is to not use the words that would get us flagged by YouTube. Not that I don't care if you use those words, but YouTube does. So just be careful with the types of words, especially with this trial, because we are dealing with self-deletion. So no mention of grapes or self-deletion in the chat. That would help. But if you want to comment on these and no spamming. Thank you, Feminitel. No spamming, no porn bots, and please don't use the words that get us in trouble. But beside that, you're not going to hear anything from me. I'm not going to complain about about what's going on in the chat. Christina says, "How many ducks do we need?" That is yet to be determined. Yes, please be gentle and don't get Megan demonetized again. That would be bad because I am monetized now. You can send me a super chat, a Rumble rant. We are live on Rumble right now. Some of you on YouTube asked me the other day, what is Rumble? Well, Rumble is a free speech alternative to YouTube, and you can watch me over there as well. And you can send tips over there just like you can on YouTube. It's called a Rumble rant. And here we also accept Cash App and Venmo in case you don't want to send your money to the dirty, grubby little hands of Google. All right. Thomas Roach wants to know what spamming is. Somebody please explain it to him. I don't have time. All right. We got to get back over to... Oh, and those of you, if you're new here, sometimes my computer craps out on me and it takes me 3 minutes to reboot. So if that happens, if you see a screen that says please hold, the host is rebooting her computer, please don't go anywhere. We will be back. No worries. Okay, here we go. We're going to watch the beginning of Cathi Bedy's testimony, and anybody saying that this is dark blue and not purple is wrong. She's wearing dark purple. Clearly, she's wearing dark purple. All right, let's get back to the moment she gets up on the stand. She has changed her entire look. She now has like a blonde, reddish, strawberry blonde hair. She did have, I'll show you what her hair looked like before. It's very important that we get these details right, people. We have to know because what you look like on the stand is completely determined by the defense team. All right, here we go. Cathi Bedy is the one in the upper right corner there. So her hair was darker, so she's gone a little lighter. And if you remember her deposition testimony, she was, and by the way, she was also wearing dark purple. If you remember her deposition testimony, she was much harsher than she's presenting here. This is going to be hilarious. So let's watch, shall we? Where's this? Do we have sound? Sound would be good here. She's digging through a bag of stuff. She doesn't make a wall of binders. Oh, we're waiting for the jury to come in. She's smiling at the jury. I don't think the jury's going to buy this act. Do you? Yeah, it's definitely purple. I was in Recovery Addict Stream this morning and they were all like, it's blue, it's blue. What are you, blind? It's not blue. Am I frozen again? Is this happening already? All right, hold on. Let me just refresh StreamYard real quick. I'll be right back. And wait till you hear how she's talking. Unbelievable. She's basically whispering.
A licensed social worker?
I am.
And how long have you been a licensed social worker?
For 22 years.
And do
The
you know
sound
under
will
what
get
chapter
better.
You're licensed?
491.
Are you a medical provider?
No.
Are you a medical doctor?
No.
Are you a nurse?
No.
Do you provide medical care?
No.
Okay, all right. Ms. Bedy, the jury's heard about you. I heard your name.
Oh yeah, we've heard all about you.
Are you in fact the social worker that was assigned to my Kowalski while she was in the All Children's Hospital from October to January, October 16 to January 17?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were there other social workers that were also involved?
Yes.
But were you considered the primary social worker?
Yes.
By the way, Ms. Bedy, did you and I meet last night?
We did.
For how long?
About an hour and a half.
Let's get a little background. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Clearwater. I was born and raised in Clearwater.
Where did you go to school?
I started out in college at FSU and then returned to Tampa and went to USF and did my master's at USF.
And why did you leave FSU?
I was on a swim scholarship and I hurt my shoulder.
Did you say swimming?
Swim scholarship.
All right. And what was your bachelor's in from USF?
In psychology.
Can you take us forward with your employment from the time you got until you get your master's? So start with your your bachelor's in psychology, and take us forward.
I came out of college and went to work for Frito-Lay in their management training program. I worked for them for about 3 years and was recruited by Procter & Gamble to work in their beverage division. And from their beverage division, I went to work for Vicks, which P&G bought Vicks. And I worked for Vicks in account settings. So I would call on grocery stores and grocery chains in order to set up their ads and their product for cough and cold and suntan. And I did that for almost 11 years.
Did that involve a lot of traveling?
It did. I was on the go. I was in an airplane at least 3 or 4 days a week.
Why did you go back to school?
Passed away in 1993 and my dad in 94. And I had young children at home. It gave me an opportunity to go back to college. So I think it was in 97, I went back and I had to take some prerequisites to do a master's in social work. So I took some of the prerequisites and then started my master's in social work in 98.
And when did you graduate with your master's?
In 2000.
Okay. So you mentioned children. Do you have a family?
I do.
Can you tell us just generally?
Sure. I have a daughter. She's 37 and she's in Tampa. And then I have 2 stepsons. And I also have my sister. I had 2 brothers. There were 3 brothers, but 2 of them have since passed away. So I have an older brother and my younger sister and I, we're all very close and it's a very large extended family. I have a nephew who has 2 children and he's the stepfather to another child who she has a little baby. So we have a big extended family.
Do you have grandchildren?
I do. I have 2.
Let me ask you, so we're going to go through, we're going to finish your work history in a minute, but, and I'm going to take you through some of the things that have occurred during the time that my Kowalski was in the hospital. It's 3 months. We're not going to talk about everything. So I'll try to direct you to when and what I'm talking about. Just let me know if you're confused or if I've confused you with my question. Okay.
Sure.
All of this talk about family and grandchildren, and it's to humanize her and make her seem like she could never have possibly done anything to this little girl. Nothing. But of course we know better than that. And I think it's also interesting here that we just found out that she's also a wicked stepmother. That fits.
But you talked about your family, your grandkids, your extended family. Did you at any time ever tell Maya Kowalski that you wanted to be her mother?
No, absolutely not.
You sure about that?
That you wanted to be
Watch.
her mother?
No, absolutely not.
That was quite a face.
Ever tell Maya Kowalski that you wanted to be her mother?
No.
I should have used that for the card, for the thumbnail. Oh, that's funny. I'm going to take a screenshot because that's a good face. Look at her. She's like, I hope you believe me. I hope you believe me. No, no, I would never do that.
Absolutely not.
Let's talk about your social work history.
Mhm.
So after you got your master's, where did you go to work?
I went to work at Suncoast Center, and I had been working there during graduate school and also did an internship at Suncoast Center during graduate school. So when I finished in graduate school, we had to write a grant, and I wrote a grant to Family Continuity, which was one of the child DCF community-based care organizations. And I wrote a grant to Teen Services. It was working with teens that were aging out of foster care to help give them the skills that they needed in order to leave foster care at the age of 18.
What happened when you wrote? Did you get the grant?
Yeah, I wrote the grant for one person, and we ended up getting the whole program. So it was 4 therapists, 2 case managers, and myself as a manager.
Okay. And what was the point of that program?
It was to help kids that are getting ready to turn 18 to get the services that they would need in order to leave foster care, because at 18 you leave foster care.
Okay. What was your next role with respect to Suncoast Center?
So I also wrote another grant for diversion services in Pasco County, and that role was to keep kids out of foster care. And I had 2 therapists who were working for me there. Through that time, there was a shortage of people to work with therapeutic foster care kids, which are kids that have severe behavioral problems. So I took on a couple of those cases, and I worked with those kids and then became manager of that program. And so I managed the therapeutic foster care program, which probably had about 40 beds, along with teen services and diversion services.
So how long in total were you with Suncoast?
11 years.
What was your next place of employment?
So there was a position through Healthy Start, which works with moms that are drug abusing. And I worked with them through OBGYN, which was a group of 5 obstetricians and gynecologists and 3 nurse midwives.
And what was your role there?
So for every new pregnancy that came into the office, I did a small evaluation to see if there were resources that were needed.
Oh, I did want to say, I did hear that Greg Anderson gave an interview to Law and Crime or Court TV or one of them, and recently, and he said that the stress of the trial has brought back some lesions for Maya. So I don't think we're going to see much of her for the rest of this trial. She's probably in too much pain to be here, which is really unfortunate.
And for some people, they didn't need anything, and for some people, they needed quite a few things.
And how long did that position?
She's really changing her voice, you guys. This is like the equivalent of my night streams when I'm trying to be quiet and not wake up my kids. When I'm like, okay, everyone be quiet. Stop making me laugh. We're trying to keep it chill here. This is the equivalent of her doing that. She has brought the tone of her voice down. She's brought the level down, and she's trying to sound like a little weak and small grandmother. Just a little weak and small grandmother in pearls. And I'm not buying it.
So when I started there, it was a private practice. All Children's bought that private practice out, and I worked in the OBGYN for another 2 years. And then I went to work in the hospital in the pediatric intensive care unit 2 years later. So all together from OBGYN through when John Hopkins then bought out All Children's, I think it was almost 12 years.
Okay. So when did you start in the All Children's PICU?
Oh, that would have been.
Does it sound 2009?
Yeah,
right?
something like that.
And can you, the jury's heard PICU, but just go ahead and remind them, what does PICU stand for?
Sure. It's the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit.
So what was your role as a social worker in the PICU?
So for every new child that was admitted, I did an evaluation to see how the family was doing, how the child was doing, what resources were needed. Many times our families came from far away and they might need lodging, they might need food, they might need gas to get home.
Oh,
So I
this
would
is
provide
ridiculous.
those resources. I would also work
Wait
with
till you
case
hear where she's
management
going.
on discharge plans.
When you're the social worker at PICU, were you involved with DCF cases?
Oh, yes. When I worked for Suncoast Center with Therapeutic Foster Care Program, all of our kids had to be in foster care to be there. So I worked extensively with DCF and with the court system during those 11 years.
And then when you're at All Children's with PICU, did you also have, were there patients there that were in fact DCF
Yes,
patients?
yes.
If there's a shelter order in place with respect to a patient at All Children's, what's the protocol with respect to their name being included in the registry or on the door?
Sure.
39 and legal conclusion.
So if we get a shelter order, the very first thing we do is put it into the medical chart. We call downstairs and take that person off of the registry so that nobody can just visit who isn't cleared to visit.
Like they're in
We
prison.
also take their name off of the door to
We
their
hide
room.
them.
Okay. Can I see exhibit 2278036, please? It's in evidence. Ms. Bedy, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I
Yes,
do.
Samantha.
Okay. This dated November
It's like the casino ladies from The Simpsons trying to do
I can see
ASMR.
2016.
Mhm.
Okay. And this was right up to you regarding corrective action notice.
Correct.
Do you recall the circumstances around this?
I do.
Can you go ahead and tell us about that?
I was covering the PICU and the cardiovascular unit. And there was a family that was discharging out of the CV, the cardiovascular unit. And the case manager at the time had offered them or said that I would provide for them a $50 gift card for gas. They lived 5 miles away from the hospital and technically.
Okay, here we go. This is her story on why she became the cash me outside girl and went to her coworker and threatened a fight. We're supposed to believe that it was about a gas card.
You can't give them that amount of 5 miles away
back.
from the hospital, and technically you can't give them that amount of money for gas. I found out that it was for food and they really didn't need it for gas. And so I went to my supervisor and asked if we could provide something. I was told we couldn't. And I went back to talk to Pam, who is the case manager for the CV. And I lost my cool for a few minutes. And
Well, why were you so upset?
because I was going to have to go back to the family and tell them that we couldn't provide the help that had been given. You know, she said we would just give you this.
So we are supposed to believe that this woman went and challenged a coworker to a fight because they wouldn't give up a $50 gift card or whatever for a hungry family. Come on now. Come on. And didn't she say, we heard the testimony about what it was about, and she said, the witnesses said she was screaming, do you have something to say to me? Why are you sending me all these emails? If you have something to say to me, just come and say it. How would that even work out with this story? This is complete BS. Yes, the dress is dark purple with white polka dots. Yes, you're seeing that correctly.
And I felt bad that this family didn't have food. I was able to provide at least a list of resources of food banks, but it's very hard to go back to a family who is struggling.
Not your best moment?
Not my best moment.
Did you in fact apologize to the employee?
Immediately, I sent an email and I went down and told my supervisor exactly what I had done.
Let's talk about,
Cheesy wants to know, is Cash App US only? It won't let me sign up. Well, thanks for the super chat. I don't know. Maybe. I think I have heard from my overseas friends that they can't do Cash App. So sorry about that.
well, let's talk about, so you started there in 2009, and when did you leave All Children's?
I left All Children's, it was during COVID, so I think it was 2020.
When did you first get involved with Maya Kowalski?
So I believe that Maya came in on a Friday. I was not there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so I would have on Monday.
Does October 10th, 2016 sound familiar?
It does.
Okay. Can we put up 1001 2026, please? Make that larger. Okay. So do you
Lady
recognize this
representing
as
the
part
7th
of the
floor
hospital
coven?
chart regarding Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And it says social work signature. That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And this is on October 11th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to direct your attention to under actions taken or intervention completed. Is this a note that you would have put into the system?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And there's, it says social worker contacted by medical team. Parents have agreed to stay. Team's concerned mother will change her mind. I would like to address that for a minute.
Sure.
At some point, on October 13th, 2016, Maya became sheltered there by DCF, correct?
Correct.
All right. So this is before Maya is sheltered. This is October 11th.
Right.
Was your first interaction with the parents actually on October 10th?
Yes.
Okay. So between October 10th and October 13th, did the parents ever indicate to you that they wanted to leave and take Maya?
They didn't indicate that to me. They did to the medical team.
Did they ever tell you that they wanted to leave?
No.
At this point in time on October 11th, was it your understanding that the parents had agreed to stay?
Oh my
Yes.
gosh, you guys.
There's also some discussion in
Wait.
this note about,
This is a good moment to remind you why you need to be on Locals. meganfox.locals.com. If you are a member there, you can sign up with promo code Maya for a free month when you sign up monthly, and you'll get access to the live chat that we're doing and all the memes. And when I say all the memes, well, here's the newest one. You've heard of Our Lady of Downey and Bounce? Well, now we want to introduce you to the Pope of Parental Comfort, Cathi Bedy. She's wearing a rosary around her neck. Oh, you can only get this on Locals, folks. You can only get this on Locals. So please get over there because it's hilarious.
do you recall being involved in attempting to obtain a transfer to Nemours?
Yes.
And without going into all the details, do you recall ultimately what occurred with that attempt?
Yes. So we had a meeting. The attending for that week was Dr. Michelle Smith. We had a meeting with Mrs. Kowalski and Nemours, Dr. Santana through Nemours. And it looked like it was a go. I got all the case manager and I got all the paperwork together. And then when we actually were talking to her about the actual transfer, she said no, she wasn't going to go.
By she, you mean Mrs.
Mrs.
Kowalski
Kowalski.
would not agree? Okay. All right. Can I have 100?
I'm sorry, Archie. What was this exhibit number that's up right now?
Sure. I have to look now. 2026.
Thank you.
Sure. Can we put up 1001 2024?
Oh, Snivels. Her nose might give Rackets a run for his money if she keeps talking.
Sure, I'm sorry. 1001 2024. Is this another note by you, Ms. Beatty?
It is.
If we can make the actions taken. Well, thank you. At this point in time, you had spoken to Mrs. Kowalski.
Yes.
The auditor, right? and she indicated she was unhappy with the CPI investigation.
Yes.
And I don't want to get into that, but did she also report to you that she was happy with the care being provided to Maya?
Yes, according to my note, yes.
Okay. We can go to the next, I'm guessing it'd be 2023. Actually, I guess it'll be 2025, sorry. Is this the rest of your note? Yeah. And so there was also some conversation about educational services for the patient. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And you received a call from an attorney for Mrs. Kowalski?
I did.
Okay. And what was the end result of that conversation about school services?
So Mom felt that Maya was too sick at this point, even though the attorney had called me. Mom felt that she was too sick to start
Objection,
school.
hearsay.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So on October 13, 16, Maya is now sheltered. Can we have 1001 2023? Okay, is this your note?
Yes,
Ms.
it is.
Bedy?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
If we could have the actions taken or intervention completed. Thank you. So let me ask you this. With respect to your role when Maya was sheltered, who was tasked with having to tell Mr. Kowalski that he had to leave?
I was.
And who had to go in and tell Maya that her father had to leave and her mother could not visit?
So Dad and I both went back into the room to explain to Maya that he had to leave and that Mom couldn't visit.
And what was Maya's reaction that you recall?
She was very angry. She was hurt. She was sad. She was crying. But she was also yelling and screaming.
And what do you recall her yelling?
She was calling the medical team and us effing assholes.
Well, you are.
Did Mr. Kowalski comply with the information and the request that he had to leave?
He did.
Any issues at all with Mr. Kowalski?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you, Clay. Were you, throughout the 3 months that Maya Kowalski was in the hospital, the one that had to tell Maya bad news?
Yes. Typically, CPI or the DCF people would call me and ask me to go in and let Maya know what was going on with certain parts of the court proceedings.
Do you recall an instance where you had to tell Maya that she wasn't going to be able to go home for Christmas?
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell us about that, please.
Maya was really excited about Christmas, and there are a lot of things that go on at the hospital during Christmas. So I got a call or an email from the CPI, I don't remember which. And the CPI asked me to go in and let Maya know that she wasn't going to be able to go home for Christmas. It was a really hard conversation. I went in and explained that to Maya. Maya was so upset. She was crying. She was just devastated. And she was just sobbing. She asked if she could sit in my lap, and I said, sure. I hugged her. She cried for a good 10 minutes or so. And she was mad, and she was saying all kinds of things about wanting to talk to the judge. That was really it.
What was your intent in having Maya sit on your lap?
Just to provide comfort and support to her at that time.
Is that the only time that you had Maya sit on your lap?
Yes.
Did you ever take Maya down to the chapel by yourself?
No.
Did you ever put Maya on your lap down in the chapel?
No.
Let's talk about how it is that you stayed with Maya and was her social worker on the 7th floor. at that time, back in 2016, you were assigned to the PICU
Correct.
and the cardiac
In the cardiac ICU.
and the cardiac ICU. So how is it that you then followed Maya?
So the day that Maya was moving from the PICU to the 7th floor, my supervisor called me and asked me to stay on the case because I had good DCF experience with managing the shelter orders and things like that from my previous job, but also in the PICU.
Can we put up 2123-010? So this is an evidence. You see the email from Nina. Who's Nina at the bottom?
Nina was the social worker for the 7th floor.
Okay. And she's asking whether or not you're going to continue to follow Maya.
Correct.
And your response was you'll continue to follow.
Correct.
Was there, with respect to
What's with the
Nina,
ellipsis?
was there a reason?
Okay, I'm sorry, you guys, but I notice things like this because I am a writer, and so small details often stand out to me. So we have this email from Nina that says, "Dear Cathi, Avon said you were wanting to continue to follow this child. Please let me know if you plan to do this now that she is on my floor. Thanks, Nina." Now her response is, "I'll continue to follow ... Very strange. Don't you think that's strange? What's with the ... Ellipsis means to be continued or to add some suspense, to trail off. What does that even mean? What a strange response to a professional email. I'll continue to follow ... Very strange. Kelly, thanks for the super chat, said, "Yes, I fed the hungry, I comfort the less fortunate, and I have met Mother Teresa." But in the background, I'm a raving bitch. God, it's amazing. They keep on. Yeah, dun dun dun. Jillian, the ellipsis could mean dun dun dun. I'll continue to follow. Dun dun dun. I mean, what is that? Flux says, "I always add the ... as a means to follow up." I don't know if I know what you mean by that, Flux. I think, yeah, more to come. More to come. Jordan Patterson says, "I'm more bothered by the fact that a grown woman is using Comic Sans font." I agree. I think it's very strange when people change their email font to something like that. Like, stop doing that. That's very cringe. Look at the other email that came to her. It's all like, I don't know, what does that look like? New Times Roman, possibly, or something normal. And then Kathy responds. She responds in the Comic Sans. Rachel says, "Older people like that font ... My mom does." All right, I can't get lost in the comments now. We'll never catch up.
That was expressed to you as to why why your boss wanted you to follow Maya.
I certainly wasn't going to explain to Nina why I was being asked to follow the case.
Nina, sorry.
It's okay.
And what was the reason that
she didn't feel that Nina had the experience with DCF, and this was turning out to be a very intensive case.
Nina. They call her a woman who spells her name Nina is called Nina. Okay, I can't with these names in this case. Did you hear that? So a little bit of her mask just dropped where her coworkers are concerned. Let's back up and see if you catch what I heard in her voice.
It's okay.
And what was the reason that
she didn't feel that
Nina
certainly wasn't going to.
Here it is.
Your boss wanted you to follow Maya.
I certainly wasn't going to explain to Nina why I was being asked to follow the case.
Nina.
I'm not going to explain myself to Nina. I don't have to explain myself to Nina. I certainly wasn't going to explain myself to her. Oh yeah, superiority. Yeah, times 1,000.
Sorry.
It's okay.
And what was the reason that?
She didn't feel that Nina had the experience with DCF, and this was turning out to be a very intensive case.
All right, thank you. Throughout your throughout the time that Maya was there
I should have made
on the
myself an
7th
egg on
floor,
toast.
did she have
I'm hungry.
any religious articles in her room?
Yes.
Can you talk about that, please? Tell us what you observed.
Sure. So
Here we
she had a
go.
lot of prayer cards, and she had her rosary. Maya prayed every morning. Some mornings, if I went by the room, she would be doing her prayer cards, and I would knock on the door, and she would say, either I could come in or can I come back later?
What is your faith?
I'm Roman Catholic.
Are you practicing?
I am.
All right,
Would you-
there seems to be some confusion about that because I have been told by the chat that today in the Fox live chat during this testimony, a woman said, I know this woman and her husband. They were deeply involved in either pastoring or assistant pastoring in a non-denominational church. And the chat put that person in touch with Greg Anderson through his email on his website to give him that information. If that's true, that would make a fantastic rebuttal. And I knew she was going to say this, by the way. I knew that's why during her deposition, she wore that very large crucifix. Only Catholics wear a crucifix. Other types of Protestants wear the empty cross, but only Catholics wear a cross with Christ on it. And that's what she was wearing during her deposition. So I knew she was going to take this tactic. I knew it. But also, I think it's kind of dangerous of her to tell the jury how devout the child was. I'm thinking that this is a big mistake that's going to backfire. If you're telling them that this little 10-year-old was so devout that every morning when she would come by, that she was praying in her room, I think this is going to backfire because that's going to solidify in the jury's mind that her religion was very important to her. And what DCF did and what Cathi Bedy did by taking those items away and not fighting for Maya to have them is inexcusable.
But sometimes pray with Maya.
Yes.
Oh, yes, she prayed with Maya.
Maya was doing it.
She wanted it, but make this make sense. Make it square with what we already heard about her stopping, and it's in an email, stopping the mother from praying with her shuffling of the papers during when Beata was praying with her daughter. This one is making all kinds of noise, shuffling her papers, and the guardian ad litem is a witness. She heard it. She testified to it. Then she told Cathi afterwards that she has a right to pray because Cathi was complaining that Beata was praying as an excuse to make the phone call go longer. That's not a devout Catholic right there, complaining about prayers.
Rosary one day, and she was doing the rosary. I can't remember who it was for, but we sat and prayed the rosary together.
Would you, as the social worker that was assigned to Maya, also get involved in making sure people got escorted to her room?
That was part of the policy and procedure.
I'm going to speed it up a little bit because I want to get to cross.
Under state care had to be escorted. The visitors had to be escorted to the room and then escorted out of the room and back down to the first floor.
Okay. And who was it? Was it DCF that would be determining who was approved to visit and who was not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall in October 21st, first of all, would you sometimes get contacted when you weren't even working?
Yes.
For people to say, hey, somebody's here.
Yes.
To clear. Okay. Do you recall making arrangements for the teacher, Jackie Dieter, to get in on a Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you do that? Who would you then communicate with to make sure that they knew to make sure the teacher was escorted?
So either I would put it on my handoff report, which I would do at the end of each day. We did a handoff report, or if the social worker in the hospital would call me at home and ask, is this person allowed to come? But I think I put it in a handoff report.
Would you sometimes send emails?
Yes. Yes.
And they would be directed to the social worker that was
working. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, was it your understanding that at least
Jack's face is
in
like
October until November 10th, I think it was November 10th, that mom, Mrs. Kowalski, was not allowed any contact with Maya pursuant to the court orders?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Did there come a time when, during that time frame, when Mrs. Kowalski wasn't allowed any contact, where the phone was removed from Maya's room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall receiving an email about that?
Yes.
Were
Nancy.
you the one that removed the phone?
No, Nancy, then the social worker that was there on the weekends, removed the phone.
And what was the reason that she removed the phone?
Mrs. Kowalski had made lots of phone calls to Maya on, I guess it was a Saturday, because that was the day Nancy worked. And there wasn't supposed to be any contact. So the phone was removed.
Now, during this time frame, October 13th to November 10th, which I have the date right, I'm pretty sure it's November 10th, was Jack Kowalski entitled to have supervised visits?
Yes.
And who would be supervising those visits?
DCF.
Okay. And during that time, when the supervised visits, who was determining what Mr. Kowalski could and could not bring into the room?
DCF.
Do you recall an instance where Mr. Kowalski wanted to bring in communion and he was not allowed to do that by DCF?
Yes.
Do you recall that there was a time when a Dr. Duncan was coming to see Maya?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you made sure that you emailed and made sure people were aware that she was coming?
I did.
Okay. All right. Do you recall a time when Maya had written a letter that she wanted to send to the judge?
Yes.
And what did you do with that letter?
So any communications that Maya wanted to send to the judge, I would take it, scan it in, and email it to the case manager, the DCF case manager.
Now, once Mr. Kowalski was allowed unsupervised visit, were you involved at all in arranging for that?
So all I did for that is the court had asked Mr. Kowalski to notify us of when he wanted to come and visit and what times. So he would send me an email or I think an email, and then I would send the email along with those dates and times to whoever was working on the 7th floor.
It would be the bedside nurse that you would.
It could be the bedside nurse or the charge nurse.
All right, can we bring up 3217534? Okay, so can you make it a little larger, please? For my eyes, if nobody else. And so is this what you were referring to, that you would get an email from Mr. Kowalski telling you the dates and times that he wanted to visit?
Correct.
Okay. And then your response was that you're not in, but you'll make sure the 7th floor knows you're coming?
Right.
Okay. Can we bring up 3217568? Similar, is this an email that you would get? And below there are all the dates in November that Mr. Kowalski was going to come visit?
Correct.
And your response was to do what?
Objection leading to sustain.
What would be your response to this email? Or what was your response?
So I simply said, "Hi, Jack, all is well. Thanks for keeping me in the loop on the dates," and that I would forward those on.
Okay. Can we see
He only lets you know. Thanks for the
3217598?
super chat. She's disguising her voice, and it's ridiculous.
There's
No
another
black hair.
request, by Mr.
She must
Kowalski.
be the main character. Thanks, Unhung Hero.
Yes.
And did you understand December 1-14 mean 1 through 14th?
I'm not sure what I thought.
We're going to
I
go
think I thought 1 and 14.
How much
Okay.
longer does
All
this
right.
go on?
But anyway, these are the dates that Mr. Kowalski chose that he wanted to come in and visit.
Sure.
And you were not dictating what dates he could come in.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
3217716, please. Now, this is a request for a visit after 6 and then on Saturday.
Oh, he's upset.
Would those be arranged?
Objection leading.
So he's requesting a 1-hour supervised visit, and he's letting me know that his sister-in-law is available for those visits. So yes, I would have still let the 7th floor know that.
Okay. And 3217803. Again, additional dates that Mr. Kowalski was telling you that he was going to come visit, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Do you, are you aware that, well, let me just ask you this way. Are you aware that at one point a Detective Graham came and met with Mr. Kowalski?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with arranging that visit?
No.
Did you become aware, can we bring up 1001, 2017, please? And under plan near the bottom.
Should we just skip ahead to
So
the
this
cross?
is not your note. This is
We can always come back to this. We can always come back to this later. It's only a couple It's only a couple minutes up. I'm sorry. I can't wait. Let's see. Jury. Don't they go out for a few minutes? Oh wait, I do want to see what she says though about the pictures.
Kowalski about the dresses?
Yes.
And what did you advise him?
That we had gotten the dresses to her.
Including the special red dress for Christmas?
Yes.
Can we bring up 1001, 1989?
All right, she claims she gave the dresses back.
That's it.
All right, there's a sidebar. Hold on, we're gonna skip ahead to cross. I can always come back during lunch and we can go over her direct some more and see what else she lied about.
Lieutenant wanted us to pass on our condolences for the Gators and to remind you that the Seminoles are 8-0.
What?
It's just wrong on so many levels.
Please.
I do want to see what she says about the pictures
How
though.
did that picture session go with my,
Here we go.
It went really good. It went pretty quick.
any holding down?
No.
Any screaming?
None.
Why is it so soft? Wait. Back up to this one.
018, side by side. Do you recognize these pictures as being part of the one on the left in the white and the pink as being part of the set that you took before she went to court?
The white one was before she went to court.
And what about 2604018?
Is what she had on when she came back from court.
What was the purpose of taking pictures when she came back from court?
Again, we were documenting the skin issues, if there were any.
All right, let's bring up 2604004. Do you see that? Do you see Maya's hands? Do you see another hand in there?
I do.
Do you know whose hand that is?
I don't.
You don't know whose hand it
Maya
is?
came back, thank you. When Maya came back,
That's unbelievable. You took the
how
pictures.
did that picture session go with Maya?
It went really good. It went pretty quick.
Any holding
All
down?
right.
No.
Any screaming?
None.
Fine. I don't believe you. Moving on. Let's get to Greg.
Was that we should be able to break at 4 p.m. tomorrow. If right, get back to
Went pretty smoothly.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, here we
To
go.
A preacher.
Big church.
Wait.
And with respect to the Florida and Florida State, I will just have to say Florida's got FSU right where we want them.
Yes.
There we go. Now, all kidding aside, let's get back to serious stuff. Mr. Anderson.
You testified you were Roman Catholic. Isn't it true that in the 90s you were actually part of First Christian Church?
I was.
Oh, here we go.
That's not a Catholic church, is it?
No, at the time I was married to a preacher.
It was recently. All right. So on the photos then, according to your testimony, and tell me if I'm wrong here, everything went pretty smoothly. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And you were pretty positive at the time that you were doing the right thing. Would that be true?
I was doing what risk management asked us to do. Yes.
Because risk management told you to do it, right?
Yes.
I'll get in that moment. But really, though, you felt that the whole thing you did was very unfortunate. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, do you remember your deposition of January 30th, 2019?
Can you refresh my memory?
Sure.
I remember her saying it was unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm coming. I actually have it on video, but. Looking for my page number, sorry.
He's breathing hard.
Sorry, I have it right here. They're going to find the page number and I'll move right back. But so we're certain you felt that this was, sorry, page 232, line 8 to 235, line 4. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm sorry, did you say 232?
232 to 235.
232 to 235.
You wanted to read 4 pages. Objection, Your Honor, it's improper impeachment.
Well, she has to refresh her recollection. So right now, I think we're talking about refreshing recollection, not impeachment.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Read it and weep, sweetheart. You did say it was unfortunate.
Having now read that sworn testimony, would you like to correct or change the testimony you just gave the jury?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the way the question's phrased.
Having had your recollection refreshed, would you agree that you stated unfortunately as to the photo assessor?
So I think it's always an unfortunate thing when we have to do something like that.
And Maya did not want you to do it, did she?
She did not.
She was crying. Was she
She wasn't
not?
crying.
She was very upset.
She was upset.
And she kept telling you no.
She did not.
You sure she didn't say no? And
Oh,
where did you get
come
permission
on.
to do this?
I'm not sure.
Objection, Your Honor. Reproach.
Oh, come on now. Come on now. She's chugging something. For a second, I thought that was a bottle of wine. We might catch up to the live here. We're almost there.
Did you have, sorry, Judge, did you?
What did he say about the objection? Sustained.
Did you have, sorry, Judge, did you have any permission from her parents?
We didn't have permission from her parents. We had permission from DCF, who was actually at that point the guardian of the child.
Well, the parents still had rights to the medical care, did they not?
They had rights to medical care.
All right. So why were you doing this? Was this for medical care or was this for some other reason?
So Dr. Danielson wanted to make sure and document her skin, the condition of it, before she left the hospital and when she came back.
I thought you just said it wasn't for medical reasons.
It's not medical reasons.
Okay. Well, would you agree the parents still had their medical rights?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Would you agree that it's against the Johns Hopkins Bill of Patients' Rights to not obtain that consent to a procedure?
So once the child's placed in
Is that
DCF
yes or no?
custody,
And you need to answer the question that's actually asked.
so it depends.
It depends on what?
So once the child was placed in DCF custody, any permission that I needed to get, I got from DCF. That's how that works.
Well, the jury will read the orders, but the orders state that the parents can still have medical control. You understand that?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for legal conclusion.
Would it refresh your recollection? And have you seen the courts?
No, objection.
All right.
Duncan, Idaho, thanks for the super chat. She was drinking
You
potions.
admit that you put Maya on your lap, do you not?
I do.
And are you a member of the National Association of Social Workers?
I'm not a member of the National Association of Social Workers, no.
Were you at the time of your deposition in
I may have,
2019?
yes.
And you had to adhere to their code of ethics?
Yes.
And are you aware of what their code of ethics say as to physical contact with a child?
I don't know exactly
Would
what
it
they say.
refresh your
today.
recollection if I showed you?
Sure.
May I approach?
Do you have a
Yes, it's section 1. You can see that.
I see it.
The reason I have it going fast is because we're going to catch up here at real time very soon. So it'll slow down as soon as we catch up.
I've read it.
You're not supposed to put
Would
a
you
kid on
agree
your
that you as a
lap.
social worker should not engage in physical contact with and was Maya a client?
She was a patient.
Okay. Would you agree that you should not engage in physical contact with a patient when there's a possibility of psychological harm to them?
So Maya was very
Is it
upset.
Yes or so? Yes or no?
Well, it depends.
Oh,
Social workers who engage in appropriate physical contact are responsible for setting clear, appropriate, and culturally sensitive boundaries that govern such physical contact, correct?
Correct.
And you did not.
I feel I did.
You did not contact the parents,
No, I was asked by DCF to go in and
and a 10-year-old
Sorry, can you
cannot.
finish your answer, please?
I was asked by DCF to go in and tell her she wouldn't be able to go home for Christmas. She was extremely emotionally upset and crying.
That is not authorization to put a child on your lap, is it?
I don't need authorization to comfort and provide support for a little girl who just found out she's going to have to stay in the hospital through Christmas.
Didn't your code of ethics at that time say that you were supposed to establish some boundaries and get some authorization to do so?
There's nothing about authorization to do so. and providing boundaries. The boundary is that on an everyday practice, you're not doing things like that. The children often need comfort. And so we do comfort kids.
Even in circumstances where the child simply doesn't like you.
Well, that wasn't how I read the situation. Maya was often engaging with me, asked me to come in the room. She asked me to pray with her.
Then why would it be that witnesses here have said that her dislike for you was coming off in waves?
Objection.
When they saw-
Mistake.
In truth, Maya did not like you at all, did she?
I don't know that. When she was at the hospital, she often engaged with me. We laughed together. We played with Shopkins together. We read prayer cards together.
Oh, the Shopkins again.
Maya did not like you touching her, did she?
She never told me.
Yeah, wait. Didn't she just say that she called them effing assholes? Yeah. But she really liked her.
You know, you said you were pretty confident about all of these things, what you did and didn't do. But you haven't been quite confident of these in the past, such as all of the physical contact, right?
We caught up to the live.
Were you allowed to kiss Maya?
No, I didn't kiss Maya.
And didn't you kiss Maya?
No.
And haven't you said before you weren't sure whether you did or not?
Yes.
Oh.
And you weren't supposed to be hugging Maya, correct?
I don't know in what context that you're asking.
But you'd said before that it was, you were not sure. Is that true?
I would have to see that.
All right. And
say Shopkins one more time.
as to
Good
the
joke,
dresses,
Easy Bob.
were the dresses you gave, you said were red?
Paola took up whatever dresses were there, and I delivered the rest of whatever dresses were there.
The dress involved was blue and cream. Do you understand that?
I don't.
The evidence before testimony before this jury that the dress involved was blue and cream.
Objection, Lee.
What did you deliver a blue and cream dress
I don't
to
know.
her?
I don't know.
Was it ever in your office?
I don't know. They were in the social work office.
So if you told Jack Kowalski that you dropped off all of them and failed to drop off the cream and white dress, you would be misleading him, would you not?
Objection,
Overruled.
I dropped off all the dresses that we had, and Paola dropped off what dresses that she had.
As to supervision of FaceTime, you weren't required to do that, were you?
We were required to bring in the tablet.
But you weren't
not
required by
supervise.
the order to supervise it, were you?
Objection. Calls for legal.
No, it does not.
So we weren't required. Can I see my note?
Well, you want to see the 27th order,
Oh,
December
sure.
27th order?
Sure.
What date are you referring to?
December 27th. May I
I'm
approach
certain,
her?
Mr. Anderson, what it is that you are attempting to show her.
I'm showing her the order of December 10th. And as part of
The judge
the
is asking us to approach.
All right. About the Shopkins, it's like the only thing that this hospital staff and the social workers and DCF even know about her, that she liked Shopkins. Well, at a certain time, I guess it was back in the 2015-ish era, all little girls loved Shopkins. My little girls loved Shopkins. They have huge collections of them, probably still stuffed somewhere in a toy box, which are, if you don't know what a Shopkin is, they're just these tiny little, you know how little kids love little things. They're these tiny little characters. They're kind of squishy. And they would come in these little eggs. They're like little surprise eggs almost. And you could buy like little houses for them, and they would have little rooms, and each one of them were like there was like a shoe, things that you would buy in a store. purses, shoes, jewelry, and then they would put faces on them. They were silly. But I mean, it's just not even every little girl in 2015, 2016 loved Shopkins. And I keep finding it offensive that the only thing that they know about Maya is that she liked Shopkins. At the time my children liked Shopkins, there were also a lot of other things about them that they loved. Yeah, it's like the Polly Pockets. Yes. So when we had Polly Pockets, they had Shopkins. Very similar. They had like little things you could put them in, and yeah. So, but my daughters also had other things about them that they loved, and each one was different. And if someone just boiled all their entire personality down to, well, they just love those Shopkins, that's just offensive. You don't know the child then. You don't know anything about her. All you know is that she has a lot of these little Shopkins. And so then they just use, Miss Cruel did not like that. Whatever happened there, she walked away shaking her head. Did you see that? Did you see that? Here, we'll go back real quick so you can see it, and then I'll fast forward again. Watch Miss Cruel. Watch her face. Look at her.
Show it to Ms. Cross for.
Didn't you say that these different FaceTime calls must be supervised by a social worker?
I have a time frame, Judge.
Sure, as of January 6th, 2017.
I would have to see the documentation that you're.
Oh, here we go. Oops, I didn't mean to pause that. Sorry.
So these are the things that I understood that they had.
I have to ask a question.
Oh.
You want to put up the actual exhibit?
Yes. You can put it
What
up.
is she doing? She just.
3217-0851.
Miss Cruel, stop interrupting.
0851.
Oh, I hated those garbage pail kids, Rafe. I used to hate them. The kids in my class loved them so much, but I've always been I have an aversion to anything horror. And I liked Cabbage Patch dolls so much that I thought it was so offensive that someone came up with those garbage pail kids. I was not a fan of defacing the Cabbage Patch kids.
3217-0851B.
Oh, Joe Kelly, I remember when the Barbies got bent knees.
Yes.
That was exciting when you could have them sit down finally without their legs being totally straight.
No, that is not.
That's too fuzzy. I can't read that, Greg. Mr. Anderson, we can't read that.
Do you see the second part there? Maya has FaceTime visit with her mother at 11:05 tomorrow for 30 minutes. That must be supervised by social worker. Is that what it says?
Yes, it does.
And at that point, it did not have to be supervised by a social worker. Is that correct?
I don't know that.
Say again?
I don't know that.
Okay.
Didn't you just read the court order?
Told you what the order was?
I would have to see the order.
Oh, here we go.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not that.
I'll let the jury decide based on their knowledge. All right. If we could, I'd like to get to your corrective action notice, which is.
Oh, here we go. I think it's hilarious that Anderson just said, okay, fine, I'll let the jury decide based on their knowledge. I wonder if the judge is scolding him for this, for saying that, for kind of dragging them into it. But if you're not going to let her look at the order and answer correctly, the jury knows. They have a written instruction on what the orders said. I cannot believe my camera is doing this thing. All right, while we are on a sidebar here, I'm going to reboot my computer and hopefully it will stop doing this because I keep getting frozen. So I'll be right back. 3 minutes. Do not go anywhere. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Hang tight, everybody. Hang tight. And we're back. We're back. Hopefully this will get better, although it doesn't look better.
Where you mentioned any
I
of
don't know
that
what's
at the
going on.
time.
I don't know if it's StreamYard or
No, I
if it's
didn't
me or
mention any of
what.
that at the time.
Why can't I hear it?
And this
Can
was
you guys
apparently
hear
your
it?
third time, was it not?
Something's not right.
With,
Hold on.
having confrontations with people?
Something is not correct.
Not that I'm aware of.
Hold on.
Didn't you say that you had to be, didn't you
I
have
gotta
to
go
be
to settings. Hold on.
counseled on 2
I think
prior
my
occasions
microphone's just not
regarding
plugged in
professional behavior
properly.
among colleagues?
We'll
I
fix
don't
it.
know what you're
Don't worry.
talking about.
We'll take a look under previous counseling corrective action.
Don't worry.
Cathi has been counseled on 2 previous occasions
put-
regarding professional behavior among colleagues.
There we go.
I don't know what that's about.
You just can't remember that?
I don't remember that.
Now, after this, was there any change in your status with Maya Kowalski?
Let's
No.
go back to that sidebar. Thanks for hanging in there with me through my bad computer issues.
Occasions?
Eventually we'll figure it
It's
out.
hard for 50, or that I would give them.
All right, here's the sidebar, and we're back.
Can we bring up trial exhibit 2278-036? And this is the corrective action notice. All right. On direct examination, you spent a lot of time explaining that this was due to what, a disagreement over bringing food to someone?
Objection.
What was it?
Characterization.
What was your reasoning
So,
for the confrontation on direct examination?
so Pam had told this family that she would give them a gas card for or that I would give them a gas card for $50. We weren't allowed to just give out gas cards, and this family lived really close to the hospital. So there were rules around that.
Well, ma'am, let me simply ask you, do you see anywhere in Exhibit 2278-036, and I'll show you the second page, where any of that is actually in the corrective action notice?
Nope.
And can we scroll up and then show the second page? You handwrote a comment, did you not?
I did.
Taking a look at that, do you see anywhere where you mentioned any of that at the time?
No, I didn't mention any of that at the time.
And this was apparently your third time, was it not, with having confrontations with people?
Objection.
Not that I'm aware of.
Didn't you say that didn't you have to be counseled on 2 prior occasions regarding professional behavior among colleagues?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, take a look under previous counseling corrective action.
Lies.
Cathi has been counseled on 2 previous occasions regarding professional behavior among colleagues.
I don't know what that's about.
You just can't remember that?
I don't remember that.
Now, after this, was there any change in your status with Maya Kowalski?
No.
So risk management kept you on, right?
Yes.
You followed Maya Kowalski from floor to floor, did you not?
From the PICU to the 7th floor.
And you were the primary, if not only, social worker that dealt with her. True?
I was the primary. I wasn't the only social worker that dealt with her.
Didn't you ask to be on the team with Maya Kowalski?
I did not.
I'll get to it in a moment. So risk management assigned you to Maya, is that right?
It was my supervisor.
And isn't it true you were researching? I got to approach on this question.
Stop it with the white noise. Why are they so quick? They're not quick to turn that off. And boy, does that feels bad on the ears. Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
To follow Maya, did you not?
No, Edith Gunter asked me to stay on the case. She was my supervisor.
Can we bring up 2123-010? If you look down, it says I'll continue to follow. And then does it say there that one of your, who was Nina Bagby Bishop?
She was the 7th floor social worker.
All right. And did she tell you that she thought you were wanting to continue to follow this child?
She did.
And isn't it true you wanted to continue to follow this child?
No, I didn't, but I was asked to follow this child, but I wasn't going to tell Nina that this was something that had been discussed between Edith and I. That wasn't appropriate or professional at that point.
According to your corrective action, you were complaining that you had responsibilities on 2 different floors. Is that right?
Yes,
And that was putting you under a great deal of stress.
it was.
And you still asked to be on Maya's case, did you not?
I didn't ask to be on Maya's case. Edith Gunter asked me to continue with the case. She was my supervisor at the time.
And again, after this, you were still kept on Maya's case, were you not?
I was.
Maya did not want you around her, did she?
She did not portray that to us.
Risk management was deeply involved in all of this, is that right?
Objection, Brey.
In your supervision of Maya?
Objection.
Now that you clarified it, I'll overrule the objection.
So I don't know that deeply involved. There were certainly pieces of it that were directed by risk management, but I don't know that deeply involved is the right wording.
You remember giving your deposition on January 30th?
Yes, I do.
Remember
I'm going to have to come back to this too. Is it true that you had no training in CRPS at the time you were assigned?
That's true.
So you would not be able to notice any symptoms from the point of view of knowing what a CRPS symptom was?
Well, that wouldn't be my role.
Is that true?
That wouldn't be my role.
Okay. And you testified that Maya was yelling and used a bad word, I think, asshole or a-hole or something like that. What drugs was she on at that time?
I'm not aware of what drug she was on.
And why is it through the rest of this period of time, or the rest of the time in the hospital, after this period of time, there isn't a single reference to any of this behavior, yelling, cursing, anything like that?
So in your notes, we're putting down things that are necessary for the other team members to see and to know what to do. There certainly are times that people become very upset, very agitated. Parents might yell at us. Parents might be very demeaning. Kids might be very demeaning, but it's not stuff that we're going to put in the chart on a routine basis. It's just not, that's not the place for it.
Well, I'm simply asking you one question. Why is it that no other person in that hospital after this date ever said anything about Maya acting out with cursing and yelling language?
I can't speak to anybody else.
Right? And I believe you said that, did you have the chapel? Deposition, testimony.
Yes.
I'm not sure this is it. Let me see.
I don't believe her that she was swearing. I don't believe that. I think they made all of this up afterwards to try and make her sound like a possessed, out of control kid. They're trying to give themselves any excuse to behave the way they've behaved with Maya.
But in
And
fact,
I don't believe
the chapel
she
the
was
only
doing that.
place that did not have a video camera. True?
Patients' rooms didn't have a video camera. The chapel didn't have a video camera. That's true.
And didn't you testify previously that you were in the chapel with Maya when taking a call,
You'd have to refresh my memory. I don't know about that.
where it opened up, the phone opened up and you were on it in the chapel with Maya?
I don't recall that.
Let me show you pages 142 to 145 of your deposition. May I approach you?
All right, I'm trying to troubleshoot with StreamYard at the moment. They think I should clear my Chrome cache. I'm starting to think it's not my computer and that it's StreamYard. I don't know. But if I do that, I'm probably going to lose all my logins. God, I hate this. I'll try. But boy, I hate clearing out the cache and the data because then I lose everything. It's so frustrating. Yeah, Nick, good point. If she was dropping F-bombs, it should have come up during the dependency hearing. So far, we have not heard that in the dependency hearing that we were reading through the other night. Were you here for that? If you missed that on Friday night, me and Legal Vices and Chandler Remington, Flux, MG Law, and my friend Michael Volpe from Chicago, who's an investigative journalist, we did a dramatic reading of half of the December dependency hearing, and we're going to come back and do part 2 soon. It was really good. Make sure you go and watch that.
We went in the chapel. Maya did a court hearing from the chapel with her attorney at one point.
So you were in the chapel with Maya at one point.
I was with her attorney.
You took her to court in the
I thought you
chapel?
said on direct that you were never in the chapel, period.
I'm sorry. I was never in the chapel alone with Maya.
You, can we bring up 1001-2026?
All right, hold on. I cleared the cache. Let me just shut Chrome off for a second and I'll come right back. See if it worked. I'll be right back. Hold. All right. Well, it does look a little better. Let's see if we can see if I can open up YouTube now and get back to where we were. It seems to happen when I share. That's when it's the worst. Maya, day 26. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Trying to troubleshoot this, and it's just a pain in the ass. I can't deal with the camera freezing all day long. It's going to drive me absolutely insane.
That statement, did you?
Let's go back.
Oh, John, sizing Beata, were you not looking at -2026?
Here we go. This is where we left off. I need to boost the volume. There we go.
And here you were criticizing Beata, were you not? Look at the middle of the page.
No, I wasn't criticizing anyone.
All right. Did you not say that you had been following her for 2 years? Didn't follow Johns Hopkins recommendations over 2 years.
I did state that.
You never talked to Dr. Kreisman, did you?
I talked to Dr. Kreisman frequently.
You didn't talk to any of the outside physicians before making that statement, did you?
I talked to, for this statement, I probably followed up or looked at the chart and looked to see what was happening because we would do a chart review.
But nowhere in the chart does it say that, does it?
I can't tell you that. I wouldn't have put that unless that was something that was presented to me or something that I saw in the chart review.
In fact, you did not follow up with a single one of the doctors to find out what the reasons for, or even if she did resist this transfer, Johns Hopkins recommendations.
I'm not sure of your question.
If you were so close to Maya, why is it that so many people, including Maya, said, strike it? Maya strongly disliked you, did she not?
She didn't present that in the hospital.
I'm going to let the jury ask some questions for a moment.
It's actually Ms. Carl's time.
Oh, it's time for the jury.
Are you finished, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, no, it's redirect. It's redirect.
Nothing at this time.
Oh, no redirect.
So it will be the jury's time.
It's the jury's time. All right, we can skip ahead a little bit because we're a little bit behind. I'm sure the jury is going to have a lot of questions because this jury is the best jury, the greatest jury we've ever seen so far. They're really paying attention. And they want to know the truth, and they're taking a lot of notes. Yeah, I don't think clearing the cache helped at all. The thing is still lagging. My camera's still lagging. The camera's new. I don't know what the hell it could be. I'm tired of this. Welcome, Legal Vices Raid. Thank you for being here. Come on in. Hit the like button on your way in for the algorithm. How you guys doing over there on Rumble? I had to shut that down, so now I got to go open that up again.
Amongst yourselves, you do no investigation, receive no information, and we'll call you back in a few minutes. All rise. Jurors exited.
All right. You guys are still arguing about whether it's purple or blue, the dress, and I think it's purple. It's dark purple. It's dark purple. It's like an indigo, dark purple. It's definitely not blue. And I think that this is the color. All right, Bedy has to go outside. No, I haven't checked any drivers. I don't even know what drivers are, Snivels. What's a driver? I don't know what that is. Other than someone who takes me to Fox News when they ask me to come on. That's what I know what a driver is. Send the driver. I don't know what you're talking about. It can't be my computer. It's not that old. Oh, turn the mics back on. Damn it. It's all right. We'll hear about it soon. No, indigo is not a dark blue. It's a dark purple. And I think that that's the color that Bedy just loves and that Maya says she hates. It's that dark, dark purple, which is like a purpley blue. And camera freezing sounds like a driver issue. To fix, you could try looking for updates to the device software on both VidCard and cam. Could be a USB conflict. Huh. Okay. But it's not just the camera, though. StreamYard is freezing, too. Because when I go to put up your comments, because I have these little, I can show your comments on the screen. When it starts doing the thing that it's doing, it makes, I hit the thing to share the comment, and then it doesn't come up for like 30 seconds. And then when I go to take it down, again, it's like lagging, and I can't get it down. Sometimes the entire thing just freezes entirely, and that's when I have to shut off my computer and start again. The only time this happens is on StreamYard. It doesn't happen at any other time that I'm online. Well, I can be online for hours and hours, and my screen never freezes. It's like a streaming issue. And it's not Wi-Fi, because the Wi-Fi signal is strong. I'm plugged directly into a booster. It's not that. I just updated my computer. I did a Mac update. I think it's a StreamYard problem because it doesn't happen to me on any other site. This is it. And I'm paying way too much money for this to continue happening. I pay a lot for StreamYard service. I'm like on the highest package there is. So Alondra says, it looks navy blue to me, but I'm kind of blind. There's a difference between navy blue, which is what, what's his name is wearing. What's his name? The defense attorney. Why am I forgetting his name? Shapiro. That's navy blue. And the court reporter is wearing a plum purple. But what Cathi Bedy was wearing was a dark purple, like an indigo dark purple, purpley blue. Other people have been switching to Streamlabs. Really? I really am starting to think it's a StreamYard problem, you guys, because I never had this problem before. And it, like, I've had this camera for a little bit, and it wasn't happening when I first got the camera. It wasn't happening. Like, I don't think it's my camera. I think it is the service, and they are no good about helping me with it either. Every time I contact them, it's, well, can you switch your browser? I've switched to every browser there is. It happens on every single browser. At some point, it's not me. It's you, StreamYard. It's you. So you need to either fix it or troubleshoot it, But so far, they've been completely uninterested in helping me fix it, which is really shitty for the amount of money that I pay. While we're waiting, let's look up Streamlabs and find out how much that costs. Ugh, does that mean I have to use OBS, though? Because I really don't like OBS. Oh, God, I hate it. It says Streamlabs is free. That can't be. That can't be. Let's see. Is it really free? I may have to try this to see how it works. But does that mean I have to use OBS? Because that is beyond me. It's totally beyond me. I tried using OBS once and I gave up. I was like, holy shit, this is for people who were born way later than me. This is not for me. I need point and click. I cannot do OBS. OBS is like, oh Lord, it's bad. I thought Nick was using StreamYard. I don't know. I know he was using it for a while. I don't know if he's changed. I'll have to ask him. Yeah, no, Purple Pros. I know a lot of people thought when she said dark purple, she meant plum. That is not dark purple. And now that we've seen Cathi Bedy in 2 different outfits that are that color, because look, here she is in her deposition wearing the same color, which a bunch of you argued with me was blue, you said. You said it was blue. I said, no, it wasn't blue. See, it's indigo. She's in the middle here. That is dark purple. That's the same color she wore today, but with white polka dots all over it. Now that we've seen she's worn it two times, this is obviously the color that Maya was talking about. Snivels, so are you telling me that I have to use OBS if I switch to Streamlabs or Streamlab? Because I really don't think I'm capable of it. I would need like an intensive tutoring session to use OBS. Gimme Umax. I have a MacBook Pro. It's not a PC. It's a MacBook. And it's not that old. It really shouldn't be. My computer should not be having this problem. As usual, the defense hates these questions. I can already tell. Yeah. Oh, Squid Pro Quo says, I'm having a boomer moment. What is OBS? It is a software that allows you to do streaming. See, like StreamYard is like a one-stop shop. It's click and, it's just point and click. I do all my streaming from one place. OBS is like you got to set it up. You got to, I don't know. I don't even know how. I don't know how to do it. I've tried. I've looked at it. It is so confusing to me that I don't think I could do it. My MacBook is probably about a year old, maybe 2. I don't know exactly what year it is. Maybe I can tell by looking at my About This computer. Let's see. About This Mac. MacBook Pro. It doesn't give me a year. 1.4 gigahertz quad core Intel Core i5. Graphics, Intel Iris Plus graphics, whatever that means. 645, 1536 megabyte. Memory, 8 gigs. Yeah. Yeah, you can use OBS on Mac, but it's like the difference between using a computer the way we use them or using DOS. That's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of DOS, where you have to do all the things yourself. Oh, I think I tried Restream. That was not good. And here's the thing. If I have to dedicate the time to learn OBS, that means that it better work. I don't want to go through the hours and hours that it will take me to figure out how to use it and then just to come to find out it was my computer. So I don't even know what to do. I don't even know who to go to. I'm gonna call Apple again, I guess. Yeah, Snivels, I watched those videos that you say exist to set it up, and I am just not good at it. I just I didn't get it. It was bad. It was very bad. Let's learn together. Should I have a stream where I try to learn OBS? It's so bad. Yeah, there's all kinds of problems with OBS. Twisted Puppet says you can't easily add people to a stream with OBS. You have to use a different service. Yeah, it's like it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's very difficult. It shouldn't be. StreamYard is a great platform for its usability, but it's consistency is a problem. Now my camera seems to be okay right now. It's only lagging a tiny bit. It's not doing the thing that it was doing. So I don't know, maybe the cache clearing helped a little, but it is still stopping and starting. I don't know if you're noticing that, but it is. And I'm having a little bit better of a time showing your comments. They're coming up faster. So like, look, I'm going to click now and it goes away. And I'm going to click again and it pops up. And if I click it again, it goes away. All right. However, when it's happening badly and I click, it takes like 10 to 30 seconds for the comment to show up. And see, this is the thing about StreamYard that's great, and I really don't want to change to a different streaming service. I would rather just continue using this one because I understand how to use it. I know how to do all the different, and I think it's very usable, but I don't think it's consistent. I can't snipe Recovery Addict stream, you guys. I can't. That's rude. You really can't do that. It's not something that I would do. If you guys want to, listen to that, you're welcome to pop over there and listen while we're waiting for these questions to be asked. But I can't stream snipe him. That's just rude. I could do it to a friend, but I don't know him. So I can't. All right, let's see. I think I had some comments over here that I wanted to read. Oh, Nick, this was so funny. We're still investigating the building materials of her home. We think it might be gingerbread and candy. Oh, Lord. Oh, and I missed a super chat here. The Only Latina, thank you so much, says, love your channel. You keep it real. That's because you're a New Yorker like myself. Love all your jokes. Oh, thank you. And Chaos Coordinator, I didn't get to read this out loud, but Chaos Coordinator says, no worries, Megan. This jury will finish her. I believe that that's what we're witnessing right now, is that the jury is they're fighting over the jury questions, and I can't wait to hear what they want. Flux says, your internet mom, you can snipe anyone and it's okay because it's just mom checking in on you. That's funny. That's so funny. Oh, Joe's listening. She says she hasn't heard anything significant shut down yet. That's good. So it looks like the judge is letting in most of them. Let's see what Rumble has to say. Your first mistake was getting a Mac. Bubble bobble. That's what everyone always says, but I'm telling you, I had way worse luck with a PC. Stone Temple Dicklet says OBS frightens the boomer, and it scares me too, and I'm 27. I am not a boomer. I am Generation X. Thank you very much. I am a proud Generation Xer, although we are closer to boomers with our tech skills sometimes. It's like I went to a certain point with my tech, and then I couldn't advance any further than that. I want to say that was around 2010. Anything that's come out after 2010, I'm like, what? Explain it to me like I'm 5. Mm-hmm. Nick, are the preambles really spicy? Like, is it your testimony to this jury that you didn't know you shouldn't hug and kiss a child who isn't yours? Snivels says, for annoying mom about OBS. Thank you. Wheezy Bob, your mom is 81 with better tech skills than you. That's really rare. Really rare. I still have to talk my dad into how to read a text on his phone. He refuses to learn how to text. But then I can't send him pictures because he won't check his texts. I have tried so many times. I did have to teach him how to use email, but I still haven't taught him not to forward stupid jokes. He still does that. He forwards like a bazillion forwards from, old guy jokes. And I haven't been able to tell him that, like, Dad, we stopped doing that in the 90s. Like, we're not forwarding jokes anymore. That's why we have social media. We post the jokes on social media now. No one is opening those forwarded emails with the jokes. Nobody. All right, the jury's coming back in. Here we go. Getting exciting in here. All right. My dad's on Facebook, but he doesn't know how to use that either. So he doesn't use Messenger. He has an iPhone like I do, but he doesn't use text messages. He only knows how to use FaceTime. Thank God he knows how to do that. Oh yeah, you can only see his forehead though. Yeah, he never puts the camera on his face. It drives me absolutely crazy. Or he'll put his thumb over the camera. Oh, that's loud. Holy shit.
Okay, please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you haven't seen any media coverage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Members of the jury, I'm going to be able to ask most of the questions. I went over these questions outside the presence of Ms. Bedy. Ms. Bedy. I'll address this note later on. Okay. Ms. Bedy, do you recall for verbal let me start it again. Did you call DCF for verbal consent for these photos, or did you have a signed consent for these photos to be taken?
Verbal consent.
And will this be in the medical record for the jury to review?
I think it's in my note, but I'd have to go back and look at my note.
Well, no, it's not.
Did these photos ever become part of Maya's medical records?
No.
Who helped you with the second set of photos?
The bedside nurse.
Did you document in her chart the purpose of these photos or the date and time that you completed them?
I'm not sure if I documented them in my chart because these were something that was outside of what we would usually document.
Oh, you don't write it down when you strip little girls and take pictures of them. Yeah, I would imagine you wouldn't.
Why would the hospital take a child's first name off the door? Isn't there many children with the first same name?
So I don't know why they pulled all of the nameplates off there, but there are many children with the same first name, but I think usually it was the last name was involved too. And so we wanted to make sure that nobody else
That's not what
was
Maya said.
going to attempt to go in the room.
She said it was like Jennifer K, Tyler R.
If Maya is using profanity in the hospital, why is it not documented anywhere in her chart?
Good
So the
question.
best that I can tell you about that is a lot of times I had teenagers, I had young kids, I had kids from different backgrounds. A lot of times kids use profanity. Unless it was becoming an issue where it was very degradatory, you know, we just gave the kids grace. If it became degradatory or it became that it was very abusive, then we discussed it with the kids and it would have been documented in the
So
chart.
calling
We
you
would
a
discuss it
fucking
with the
asshole
parents.
doesn't rise to that
And
level?
it would have been documented in the chart. But it wasn't every day.
Quid
And
pro
this was
quo.
one time.
The
But
best I can tell you is
she
I'm
would
lying.
get mad at all of us and say things like, you know, she'd just say things, but you give the kid grace. It's a hard situation to be in. I don't want that to follow her forever.
Medical professionals are allowed to put things in quotes, are they not?
Yes.
When you placed Maya on your lap, was there someone in the room to witness this interaction?
There wasn't anyone in the room, but her door was open and nurses and family members and things like that would walk by during the time that this was going on. So we were always within a sight of people.
Who took the photos when Maya got back from court?
I took those photos.
Was there a second person involved with you taking her return photos?
Yes, the bedside nurse.
Is that person's name documented?
It would be documented because that person would have done a nursing assessment on her that day.
Prior to October 2016, how much experience did you have with Munchausen's?
That's a good question. So through Suncoast Center, we had a couple of kids that were actually they were in foster care because of Munchausen. I had, I think, 1 or 2 cases before Maya got there. And then afterwards, I had a couple of cases. So, you know, throughout the years, we don't, usually if you don't work in a pediatric intensive care unit or you're not working in child welfare, you may not see that many cases.
Wait, whoa, hold on. Of course you wouldn't see that many cases. It only affects children, right? So if you're not working with children, you would never have seen any. Furthermore, I'd like to know exactly how many, because it seems like this woman and everybody at Johns Hopkins has seen way more of Munchausen than is even statistically possible.
In reference to the code of ethics and you comforting the patient, boundaries, mental harm, you started to state, quote, depends, end quote.
Oh.
Is the jury to take this as the, quote, ethics, end quote, you were to abide to are, in your view, open to your personal interpretation?
So they're guidelines, and with guidelines, they're open to what the situation brings. And many times kids would come up to us for comfort. We might side hug them. We might hold their hand. There were many times that I would be with kids while their procedures were happening, and I would be using skills to help them relax during that time. And I might hold their hand.
Creepy.
I might rub their head. I might rub their feet, depending on where they were in the situation.
What?
But you weren't doing anything that was invasive. And it
I don't know,
certainly
like,
didn't happen every day.
If you touch my kids' feet, I don't think any of them would like it, especially when you're the lady who took them away from me.
During the time of Maya's stay, she testified about being in the hospital chapel. Today, you said that you were never in the All Children's Hospital chapel with Maya. Am I correct in what I heard you say?
So let me clarify. I was in the chapel with Maya and her attorney for a phone call that she did with the court, but Maya and I were never alone in the chapel.
If Maya was transported from her room to the chapel and then back to her room, would there not be, especially during this time, Maya was under a protective order, an entry in the logs of Maya's records of who transported Maya, the time to where, how long, if that, quote, transport staff, end quote, stayed in the time returning to the patient's assigned room, or is it normal not to document the patient's whereabouts?
So it's kind of, for the kids, always the bedside nurse knew where they are, where they were going. If they were going down to the activity center, or say that they were going down, they were there with a visit and with their parent, and they might be going downstairs. So, but the bedside nurse always knew where that child was.
While Maya and her attorney were in the room talking attorney-client protections, were you located anywhere in proximity, even anywhere in the hall to Maya's room, or were you behind the nurse's station counter?
I was behind the nurse's station. If you're talking about Mr. Zimmerman, I was behind the nurse's station.
In the series of before and after photos we have seen again today, I'd like to confirm, after you seeing them freshly today, in the befores, you do not recall the person that assisted you.
I know it was the bedside nurse, but I didn't know her name.
In the after photos, you do not recall the person that assisted you.
I don't. I know it was the bedside nurse, but I don't know her name.
In both sets of photos, do you recall the name of the patient you were photographing?
Yes, I do.
You testified much of what you did was at the direction of risk management of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. During that time, do you know who was on what risk management advisory board or team?
So risk management was a department, and it's whoever was there. I spoke frequently with Patty, but I also spoke with some of the other risk management people during that time too.
Ms. Croels, do you have any follow-up?
Just briefly. You were asked if you knew the name of the child you were
Legal
photographing. Who were you
vices.
photographing?
Maya Kowalski.
With respect to taking photographs, is this the first patient you've had where somebody's been sheltered by DCF?
No.
Is it unusual to take photographs of DCF sheltered children?
Objection. Chapter 39.
Yeah, overrule that one.
So we don't do it often, but sometimes if there's something that we need to document, we go ahead and do it and get it to the CPI or to the DCF people.
Thank you.
That documentation is in the emergency room, is it not?
Objection today.
Sustained.
The documentation of photographs with other children. Did you say that it happens with other children?
Yes, it can happen with other children.
Those are in instances where somebody has a cigarette burn on them, or a broken arm, or a cut, or something like that. True?
I can't tell you what the circumstances would be. There's many circumstances.
It's not for a situation like this where there are none of those.
That's not entirely true, no.
All right.
Not
Who
entirely
gave you
true.
the verbal consent?
Smarmy cow.
It would have been DCF, Charlotte Laporte.
Okay. Well, did you comply with all of DCF's policies of what you have to do before you take the photos?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, the paper ASMR. Oh, Anderson. Hey, Jeff, welcome to the program. How are you?
I got a few minutes.
Excellent. Excellent. What's
First
your
of
name?
all, degradement isn't a word, you idiot woman.
What did she say?
Derogatory. She's like
She said degradatory.
degradatory. That's what it is. That's not a word either. As far as I know, if it is, I apologize.
It's not. It's not. It's not a word.
Now I'm concerned. Now that I made such a public. She meant to say derogatory. Is what
She meant to say derogatory. Yeah. But it would again though. That was a lie because are you telling me fucking
yeah.
school?
Degradatory is apparently not a word.
She's trying to say fucking asshole is not degrading because it kind of is. So she contradicted herself. It's ridiculous. I don't believe that this kid ever swore at any of them. I think they swore at her. I think this is all cover your ass
Oh, yeah.
CYA bullshit.
And I mean, I like the jury. To me, again, I would never guess what's ultimately going to happen with the jury, but it sounds like they're saying these guys are doomed, and we want a list of other people we can doom too. With all these questions,
who else? Who else is responsible?
Exactly.
Who
Exactly.
else can we spank with a large stick? Who else?
And here's this woman saying we don't believe her, and we're not doing anything, but we love touching all parts of children's bodies and taking pictures of them.
Ew. And touching feet? Touch my
Did
kid's
you
feet.
comply
Try it.
with Johns Hopkins policies?
I'd have to look at them all the way to see if we complied with everything.
This is her answer to everything. Well, I'd have to look at it.
Yeah, we're going to.
You don't know the
Your
policies?
Honor, it's in evidence. Maybe publish it.
Oh, and she has perfected the Amber Heard like 180. If she does that again, I'm going to crawl through the screen. But she's like doing a full 180.
Yes.
I'm going to crawl through the monitor and just witch slap her.
It's bad. It's not good. I did see that, Joe. Yes. Anderson is suing JHACH again. He filed another lawsuit in 2021. It's 198 pages. I have it. At some point, we're going to read through it.
There of the paragraph where there is a 1, a 2, and a 3. Do you see those?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, first, do you agree this is a Johns Hopkins requirement?
I see that it's a Johns Hopkins policy.
All right.
And she's just said policies are sort of guidelines that don't really mean anything.
Right. They're just guidelines.
No. Policies are policies. Guidelines are guidelines.
Did you attempt to contact the parents? That's the question.
Yeah, you should know by this point
Did
what
you
you did.
attempt to contact the parents?
I did not.
Oh, boy.
But I did contact DCF.
Did you make any
Are they the
further
parents?
attempts, or at least document it in the records that you tried to get a hold of the parents?
I didn't attempt to call the parents.
They still
And
had
did you
rights.
comply with number 3? The actual contact with the parent's legal guardian, advising the parent's legal guardian of consent and treatment authorized by DCF.
I did contact DCF, who was the legal guardian at the time for the child. Yes.
No.
No,
There
the
was a
parents were
guardian ad
still
litem appointed,
legal
was there not?
guardians.
The guardian ad litem doesn't have consent.
Did you document anywhere
What?
in the file, if the jury was to look, that you tried to contact the GAL?
I wouldn't have contacted the GAL. The GAL is not
She's
the
the
guardian.
child's attorney.
And in the records, would you agree there is no analysis of these photos from a medical standpoint?
I don't know that.
Diane Kylie, I'm so angry
So
right
you
now.
knew
Help me,
going
dumpster
in that you
Jesus.
were- what reason was it then?
Dr. Danielson asked us to document her skin condition.
And you would do that no matter whether it was allowed or not?
Oh,
True?
yes. The answer is yes.
So we did this, or I did this because this was asked of us by Dr. Danielson and it had a good reason for it. If it was not a good reason.
You still
I
haven't told us
certainly
what the
would have
reason
been,
was.
Discussing it with the medical team.
Washed up
Dr.
Molly Ringwald
Danielson is not
wannabe
with
cow.
DCF, is she?
No, she's not.
Charlotte Laporte.
76 Candles, I believe, is the movie she stars in.
Authorization from Charlotte Laporte?
I did get authorization, talked with Charlotte Laporte that day.
You say you did. So if she testified in this courtroom that you did not, would she be incorrect?
I don't know. I was talking to her that day and they were doing their own pictures in Sarasota.
So, go ahead.
And I explained to her that we were doing the photos here at the hospital.
Again, I just need to know, is she says in court that you did not seek any permission from her, is she wrong?
I can't. I don't know what she said and what she didn't say.
The reason for the cracked door policy involving attorneys is to make sure that if the child falls, that you can yell, that the child can yell and you can hear them. True?
Correct.
Do you really think her attorney wouldn't help her if she did?
I can't speak to that.
Sweet
Well,
baby dumpster Jesus, this is
Would you
cringe.
agree with me there was a person in there?
I can agree with you. Yes.
A person who had ethical duties to her, in fact, as an attorney.
Well, those aren't the same as medical.
Okay. Well, if she were to have a fall, wouldn't there be somebody right there next to her to help?
It's more than a damn witch. It's a meal, John Gordon.
I can't speak to that. We left the door open. That was part of the policy when you had a risk for a fall. You left the door open.
I thought you said there was a lot of discretion in how to follow these.
There sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There can be some discretion, but this is a big one because if she fell and hit her head or fell and broke something.
If she fell and hit her head or fell and broke something, don't you think her lawyer would come out and let you know?
I can only speak to you that we left the door open.
You left the door open, not to protect Maya, but so you could hear what was going on in there, didn't you?
Hell yes.
Because you can't hear from the nurse's station. There are so many beeps and buzzers.
Oh, I bet if she would have started talking about mommy and stuff, that she would have been in there in a fucking heartbeat.
As to the Nurses Association rules of ethics, whether they are, what did you call them? Guidelines or not, you violated them, did you not?
Objection argumentative, misstates the guidelines he's referencing.
No, she did violate them. That's a crappy objection.
Same.
No, I
Regardless
disagree.
of how you designate them, you violated those guidelines, did you not?
Objection argumentative.
She did, though.
Overruled.
That's not argumentative. That's asking her a question.
A child who was extremely upset, who was extremely emotional, and who asked for comfort.
Without any
And why?
authorization from
Why
the
do you think she
parents.
was upset?
Why didn't you call the parents?
You made her upset.
I'm not sure in that moment that you would stop and call parents. I think you would attend to the child.
Why
which I
not call
did.
them? Why not call
Sorry, Your
them?
Honor, can
Sorry,
you not
she can finish.
interrupt? Can you not
Go ahead.
interrupt the witness?
Yeah, please let her finish the answer.
Yes, sir.
I think you would attend to the situation, attend to the child, and try to provide comfort for the child. I certainly would have not walked out on her to then make phone calls.
Well, for her to be so upset that you had to put her on your lap, this had to be going on for a considerable period of time, didn't it?
It happened pretty quickly because once I said to her that she wasn't going to be able to go home for Christmas, tears came. She was very upset.
My point being that she couldn't get that upset if it was quick, and if it was long, you could call the parents.
Exploding.
So it's reasonable to provide comfort to a child. And that's what I did.
You're the one who took her away.
She took her away. She told her, "You're not going home for Christmas, little girl. Now let me hug you and put you on my lap and make you feel better." The fuck is that?
And put Jesus in a dumpster
Maya had
at
on
Christmas
the
time.
The training bra or the other bra?
No
Correct.
Christmas dress for you.
You can remember that, but you have no memory of who helped you?
Dumpster is the new crash.
Overruled.
So that was a long time ago. And
Oh,
I
you can
don't
remember everything
who the
else, but you
nurses
can't
were
remember
every
that
day
person.
and who
Mhm.
helped.
Sure.
Smart.
But the point is, how could you remember all the things you described for the jury on direct examination and forget that?
So I know how that she had changed clothes to go to court, and I knew that she had, when she came back, she had on different clothes. But I don't remember the bedside nurse's names. I'm sorry.
So if we're correct,
Oh, with the shoulder
if the
shrugging.
jury
I'm
were to conclude, say,
sorry.
that this was brutal to do what was happening with these photos, you did it to her twice.
Overruled.
Yeah, can we have the camera on Anderson a little
I can't
bit?
tell you what the jury's going to find or not find. I certainly didn't do anything to try to be brutal. If anything, we tried very hard to be very professional with Maya. I left the room once we were done so that she could change and get ready to go. And once she was done with the nighttime pictures, she and the nurse, I left the room again for her to get changed for night.
And why?
You mean the picture of Sasquatch manhandling her, or wrestling her wasn't?
Yep.
I don't
Was
know that I understand that question.
I hate this
You know
one.
what a timestamp is?
No, me too.
Yeah.
It's in the bottom corner.
Oh, there's a
Photograph.
timestamp?
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Oh
I
shit,
used
there's
the
a
camera that they
timestamp.
told me.
If the jury were to go search for those photographs in the medical record, they would not find them, would they?
So,
Nor would they find any consent in the medical records that you called anyone on behalf of the parents. True.
It's not argumentative. Asked and answered.
That's
Yeah.
from the medical records.
And the answer is no. They won't find that.
And would you agree with me in the photo showing Maya's face that she did not look happy at all, did she?
Asked and answered.
What?
No, I did not.
I'm gonna overrule that one.
she did not look happy.
She was not happy.
In fact, she looks like she's crying.
Did you not stop and
Her
call
face is all red.
parents?
It's purple almost.
You said you got verbal consent. From whom did you get
Trying to
verbal
badger her.
consent?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
He wants her to break.
One in the chat for wig, 2 in the chat for natural hair. And 3 if it's natural hair, it should be a wig.
Three. Oh man.
Are you aware of the terms of the order on December 27th regarding your involvement in supervision?
Objection outside the scope of where we are today.
They don't want her to answer these questions.
I don't think there is this time. No.
Ms. Correll's anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, anything further from?
More questions from the jury.
Good. I like these jury questions.
Oh, me too. Me too.
'Cause, I mean, they're not supposed to talk about this thing to each other, but you can tell from the questions what the other jurors are thinking by the way they're asking the questions. And it also gives us an insight into what they're thinking about, what they think is important.
Right. Right. I'm having the worst problems with StreamYard today. I can't put any comments in the chat from StreamYard. It says an error occurred. Wait a moment and then try again. It's been doing this all day.
Weird. You need a new computer.
I don't think it's the computer. I think it's StreamYard. I really do. Because it doesn't happen anywhere else, just StreamYard. My computer doesn't freeze. It doesn't shut down unless I'm using StreamYard. This cannot possibly be. Anyway, doesn't matter. No one wants to hear about my tech problems. Snivel said she probably stole her hair from a child on her way in.
Made of real children's hair.
Yeah, the drink she's drinking is even purple. Like, what is with this woman in purple?
I was gonna say that.
It is. The chat thinks it's a potion of some kind.
It is.
Yeah, I think I missed a super chat. Let's see. Nick, dear 8-pound 6-ounce newborn infant Jesus, don't even know a word yet. Just a little infant, so cuddly but still omnipotent. We just thank you for all the children's lives that you let us destroy.
Oh no.
That would be the prayer that she prays when she goes into the chapel. Wait, Jeff, did you hear the part where she said they held a court hearing in the chapel? That she took Maya to the chapel to be in the court hearing?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's spiritual abuse. No wonder Maya didn't want to go back to church. This woman made her sit on a FaceTime court hearing call in the chapel. After saying she was never in the chapel with Maya, now all of a sudden, well, I was in the chapel, but that was for a court hearing. I was never alone with her. Her attorney was there too. You took a kid into the chapel where Jesus is literally right there in the tabernacle and had her court hearing there? What?
Weird. I'm sure there's other places in the hospital you can do that.
Yeah, they don't have a conference room that doesn't have significance for her faith. Elsie Merritt says, I bet when she orders meat at the store, she keeps trying to order eye of newt instead of eye of round. That's a good one. It's a really good one. Baxfire, thanks for the super chat, says, just tuned in. Has anyone pointed out that Bedy dressed up as Mrs. Beasley, the doll from Family Affair? I don't know that show. Uh-oh. I'm buffering, Jeff.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
It's all right. I guess it's either going to come back or it's not.
I thought she was going for like Aunt B from Andy Griffith or God forbid Barbara Bush.
Okay. What's with the pearls and the big knot? I mean, it's just a bizarre thing. Somebody said earlier in the chat, that's a lasso to catch all the kids with. So you just whip it off your neck and swing it around. You can hook their ankles and drag them.
I mean, I'm a virtually fashion void person. Like seriously, I everything I own is like 3 basic colors that all go together because I'm shit at mixing and matching colors and patterns and things. I know that brown and blue aren't supposed to go together, and you shouldn't wear stripes and solids. I mean stripes and multi-patterned things together, like a patterned shirt and a patterned tie. That's basically all I know. But I thought, is it me, or is it really a fashion faux pas to wear a shirt or a dress that is full of polka dots and wear a fake pearl necklace with pearls that are the exact size of the polka dots around on your clothing?
I think she did it on purpose to look like a dotty old woman.
She succeeded.
She wants the jury to think, oh, look at this out of touch old lady. She's a grandma. She's just a sweet.
Wish she was
grandma.
out of touch with children. Stop touching children.
Stop touching kids.
Be out of touch of children.
Oh man, this is terrible. Oh, while we're doing this, Locals is hilarious, by the way. If you are not over on Locals, you really need to be. Locals is the place. meganfox.locals.com. And if you're over there and you use promo code Maya, you can take part in the chat and share hilarious memes like this. The A-team on their approach to the 7th floor to generate the power from those children's tears. This is so good. I love it so much. Thank you, Locals. meganfox.locals.com. Definitely need to be over there because the chat is hilarious, you guys. You guys are cracking me up. There's another really good one that Nick Little Shop, is that your name, made of Monsters Inc. as well. It says, is that your monster? And she's holding up a picture of Cathi Bedy and it scares the monster. This is so fun. I love that they can put memes and stuff in the Locals. It's so good.
I like my coven of duck witches that I sent you over the weekend.
Oh my god, the duck coven. It's fantastic. It's fan-freaking-tastic. In fact, I meant to add it to StreamYard today. So I go to do it. I go to delete some of my screenshots and add yours. And it says, an error occurred. Please try again. If this continues, contact us. I've been contacting them all day, and it doesn't seem... No, it's not going okay. They just are saying, is the stream going through okay otherwise? No, it's not okay.
Did you rattle the wires?
I know. Other chats from today.
Did you jumpstart it?
It's ridiculous. They keep, well, did you change browsers? That's their answer for everything. We'll try using Firefox. No, I've done all of that. None of the other browsers work either. So frustrating. Okay, here we go. I guess the jury is gonna come back in and we're gonna get to hear the jury questions.
This is what something hinged looks like. Now they'll show you something that looks unhinged.
I'm hungry. I should have eaten breakfast. It was a mistake. I've made a mistake. I need eggs on toast. Here's some good news. My baby chickens, they've started laying eggs. I got my first couple of small eggs in the chicken coop the other day. They're like this big. And they're so cute when they first start laying them because they're like little baby eggs, and then they get bigger as time goes on. But that's
Now, if
exciting.
they just start laying toast, you're in business.
Please be seated, everybody.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's
The
go.
photo does not match the bedside nurse.
Whoa.
Photo. The hand in the.
Hold on.
Whoa, go back.
The
What are you doing
second,
there?
Hold
photo
on. What happened here? Please be seated. Okay.
In the second photo, the hand in the photo does not match the bedside nurse in the first photo. Whose hand is this?
I'm not sure.
The
what
jury's
photo
paying
that they're talking
attention.
about.
Did you document your conversation with DCF for consent?
Oh, wait.
My notes.
What?
Wait.
What?
Judge can't let him off with the I don't know what photo you're talking about. Okay, next question.
Yeah, but he did.
Oh, you can't do that. And she's just going to do this for everything. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I can't remember this. Judge, don't let her off with that. I know he can't do follow-up questions, but
Yeah, I know, but that's just going to piss off the jury, though.
Verbal consent with DCF and have another witness on the phone to witness your verbal consent.
I don't recall.
I'd have to look at my notes. I don't think I had anyone else with me.
Sorry, I shouldn't have done
Next question, will that be documented in the medical records for the jury to review?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Does the hospital use a log to log when children are off the floor to keep track of where the children are when they are off the unit and when they return?
Evasive answer.
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you testifying you do not know if you documented the photographs in the chart, but the bedside nurse would be documented?
So bedside nurses write a note for every day that they're there with the kids. So that name would be documented in the chart. Yes.
Is that where we should look for documentation in the chart?
Yes.
Do you know what Maya changed into to wear to court?
I don't.
The person seen holding Maya's hands in the quote before end quote photos has on all black clothing. Would that be the bedside nurse?
Yes, that would have been the bedside nurse.
Did someone
Dressed
else
like the Grim Reaper.
have to hold her down?
No, nobody held her down.
Would that be
Baloney.
documented?
I don't know that it would be documented because nobody needed to hold her down.
What role did Dr. Danielson have in Maya's care?
Dr. Danielson was the attending for the week, so that would be her part in the care.
What kind of device were the pictures taken on?
So this was a long time ago. I think it was on a digital camera.
What? No,
Will
it was
the
on her
original
phone.
File images, including encoded properties, be provided for inspection?
I don't know that.
Oh, look at the big buggy eyes. Like she's got a thyroid problem.
I
Come
thought
on.
it was on her phone. Where
Would
did
there
they get
be
the
an
photos
entry
from?
placed in writing or typed in the patient's log?
Look at this
similar to
wild-eyed,
when
like,
a patient is transported
bewilderment that should be
to
asked these questions.
physical, therapy or an X-ray.
The bug eyes of righteous indignation.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, Joe, I
That's
thought
fine.
she said it was her phone in the
Your answer
deposition.
to my question was about the chapel visit. Quote, the bedside nurse always knows where the patient is, end quote. That is a response. Would there be an entry placed in writing or typed in the patient's log, similar to when a patient is transported to physical therapy or an X-ray?
I don't know what the bedside nurse would log.
In reference to the before and after photos of Maya, you were testifying that those photos were taken with a hospital official camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And no personal cameras or photos were used. Is that correct?
Yes. No personal cameras were ever used for any of our kids.
Ms. Crowell, anything further based on the jurors' questions?
Yeah, I want to know about this
Mr.
camera.
Anderson, anything?
I want to know where the camera is. Where's the original files? Because I swear this is the first time I've heard anything about a digital camera.
You
I thought
testified a
she
lot
said she
about
used her phone.
consent, but you did not comply with the policy except through Charlotte Laporte, correct? Predicate.
Overruled.
No, I'm
All
not
right.
sure what you're asking.
Is Dr. Danielson on the risk committee?
I don't know that.
All right. Afterwards, did you document all of the things you testified to in the record?
Overruled.
I don't know what you're asking.
Would it refresh your recollection to see how you documented what you did with Maya in an email, a memo you sent around immediately after?
Sure.
You pull it up.
Yes.
It's in evidence. It's
We may have to go back and listen to Maya's testimony about the pictures.
100294, and the second page is 95.
Oh my God, this woman.
Yeah, Mama Ames, I feel like I heard it was a cell
It's
phone. We didn't just all make this up.
194, 195. There you go.
I mean, I guess it's possible that we all just assumed it was a cell phone,
Let's bring the
but
second one up.
Mandela effect.
Take a look at these now. And first tell me, was this your documentation of what you did after you did it?
Yes.
Is the date of this one?
oh Lord.
Yes, that's what reports usually are.
So let me get this straight. The hospital has a digital camera floating around that has a bunch of half-naked pictures of kids on it. Like, where's that memory card? What do they do with those files?
Where in here does it explain anything of what you said you did?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you don't say in here that you obtained consent from risk management, does it?
Or DCF?
I'm not
Okay,
sure I would
no.
obtain consent from mismanagement.
It's not what he asked.
Does it say that you got any consent from anyone?
I'd have to look at my emails from that day too.
Did you bring those emails?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
convenient.
Would you agree with me that if you had done all the things you said you did, it would appear in here more likely than anywhere?
I can't say that I would.
Well, then why did you do it?
Yeah, why'd you write a report?
I don't understand your question, Mr. Anderson. Let's.
I mean, it was argumentative, but I liked it.
Yes, sir. Then who took this information?
Ellie fans.
This is as to 1002-10.
The too long didn't read version. She's an out of control social worker who held a kid down, had her stripped, and took pictures of her in a hospital and called it medical care. How much should you hate her? A lot. Okay, a lot.
9-4. I'm just talking about the whole thing.
Why don't you be more specific with your questions?
All right. In this exhibit 1002-0194, in the middle, it says actions taken or intervention completed. Do you see that?
That wasn't my note.
I see. And so where would the person putting this down get this information?
Sustained.
If not you, who else could give this information? In the entire thing.
Shut up, Ms. Carell.
It says here that Maya reports she would like to pray. Do you see that?
The note that's up on mine is my note, and I don't see that.
It's in the middle right there.
God,
It
my neck is
says
starting
she
to
left
hurt.
the room
This
moaning,
woman is making my neck
bending
hurt.
at the hip, using her legs to move. See that?
I do see that.
That was not testified to in direct examination, was it?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Corrales, anything further?
Just briefly. So the record you just looked at, 0995, established that you took the pictures before she left. Uncle Scott was taking her, and you took the pictures when she came back.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, she knows all of the answers to the defense questions, but
further,
not a
Mr. Anderson?
single damn answer to any question the jury or
Right.
the other side, the complainant side
Nothing further, Your Honor.
asks.
Members of the jury, anything else?
Plaintiffs, that's the word I was looking for. Me, lawyer
They
guy.
have, they have
Just
more.
one more question coming.
They have more questions. The jury has more. You're not getting out of this easily, lady. Chaos coordinator. Passing old eggs to this jury so they can use it accordingly. It's funny.
Look at that express, that half upturned smirk on her face is really freaking annoying me.
Yeah, it's not good. The Only Latina says, "Hi, Jeff. Will you be covering the Courtney OnlyFans case?"
If it ever decides to go to trial, yeah.
All right, Beck's Fire.
Yeah.
For your amusement, search Mrs. Beasley doll. Okay, I'll
You
do
never
that.
had a Mrs. Beasley doll when you were a kid?
Well, I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, you
Should the
had to. My sister
documentation
had
of
one.
obtaining consent be part of a medical
It was from the
record for
70s. I
any
probably did.
procedure
You
done
had
on
to.
a patient?
It can be, and there, and
This doesn't
yes,
look
it
like
can be
anything I
part of the
remember.
medical record.
Huh.
And we would, if
You should have been taken away from your parents. They
when
were
we get
clearly
consent,
abusing
we
you by
would
not
have
giving a
put it in the
Mrs.
chart.
Beasley doll in the
And
70s.
it's a different form.
Wait,
and it
I
might
missed
be in
the
another
question.
part
What
of
was the question?
Sorry.
And we,
Me,
yes,
me shut up.
it can be, and
Any documentation of
All right, here we go.
Oh, shut up.
should the documentation of obtaining consent be part of a medical record for any procedure done on a patient?
it can be, and there, and yes, it can be part of the medical record.
Should it be?
And we would, if, when we get consent, we would have put it in the chart. But it's a different form, and it might be in another part of the chart.
Anything else? Anything else?
But you have no idea where that is, correct?
Oh, I know, it would be under consents. There's always a consents tab within the chart.
Anything further from the jury? Okay, members of the jury, I think this is probably a good time to break for lunch. Have them back to go at 1:40. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All right, I would like to know the answer to this question. Jury question, as they all begin to unscrew their bottle caps of water. Ms. Beedy, what happens when you get wet? Do you multiply like a mogwai or melt like a certain witch of the West?
I don't know.
All
We'd
right.
have to try that for it.
So the judge, so court is going to lunch, which I imagine will be at least an hour and a half. Oh wait, what are we doing?
Bigger question of
They're back.
how we seem to continue to slow down.
The judge is yelling
We
at
seem
the
to go
attorneys.
even slower when we try to speed up. So where are we on the defense finishing its case in chief?
Yeah, you're supposed to know that by now.
Trying to get through as many witnesses as we can. Obviously, the cross-examination.
I was going to say,
length
blame the
and
plaintiffs.
questions, I thought we would be through Ms. Beedy and a deposition this morning. So we're trying to get through everything. We do not believe that we will be finished. We're aiming for Wednesday midday at this point, Judge.
Oh,
We're
Lord.
stopping at 4 today. We're stopping at 4 tomorrow.
I'm literally developing an eye twitch over here. Oh my god.
When we get back from lunch, I'm gonna want a preview of who's coming the next 3 days, 2.5 days.
Sure.
And I'm also gonna need to know from the plaintiffs what you're looking for purposes of your rebuttal case, and then we need to talk about time.
Yes.
So I need to know all of that when we come back from lunch. Let's come back at 1:15 and we'll have that conversation. Is there anything else we need to address before we leave today? 4 o'clock today for jury instructions.
Nothing for the defense, sure.
Anything from the plaintiffs?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, see y'all at 1:15.
All right. All right. Now they're going into recess, and we can take the screen. Hair Island is looking thinner.
I
Says
was
the
going to
chat.
say it. I was going to ask you about that. I was actually going to mention that when I first got on. Is it actually finally falling out, or is he tearing it out?
This case could do it. If any case could do it, this one could do it. This poor judge is so long suffering with the defense team and their inability to answer his questions straight. I mean, look at what just happened there. Like, when are you going to wrap this up? Well, cross-examination is just taking so long and we just don't know. And we're looking at Wednesday afternoon now. They were supposed to be finished by tomorrow, Jeff. How do you think the judge feels about that?
It's only an extra day, so.
Yeah, well, he's been telling them from the beginning, like, we have to speed this up. Like, we've been doing this for 5 years. We are not going to fight over every single little thing that we've already litigated. Yeah. And yet they don't listen. They keep on doing it. They keep doing it. All right. So remind me, Jeff, tomorrow, are we doing depth sidebars in the morning?
On Wednesday.
Oh, we're doing it Wednesday. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me put an alarm in my phone right now so that I do not forget to wake up and do sidebars with you. Oh, Lord. That was embarrassing. I didn't mean to miss that last week. I was snoring away, though. Snoring away.
Sometimes you got to do that.
I know. All right. So earlier I did cut out of the direct examination of Bedy because I wanted to get to the cross. Should we go back and watch some of the direct? Do you feel like doing that, Jeff?
I feel like you should do it so I can listen to it while I go to sleep.
While you go to sleep?
With my phone placed a safe distance from my pillow.
So you're not doing any sleep modding. Chaos coordinator, you should be safe.
Should be. Yeah, we're getting on 1:30 here. So
all
been
right.
a rough day.
All right. Well, what's coming up for you? Where are you going to be in the next couple days?
Tomorrow doing some Halloween readings on Halloween. Wednesday doing our thing. Thursday, O.J. Simpson. Friday, what did I say I was going to do Friday? Friday is Steve Gosney book launch. Friday morning U.S. time.
Cool.
Friday evening U.S. time, I will be on Talk with Sally's channel, co-hosting her birthday bash.
Fun. Good times. I am going to be, what am I doing? I don't even know. I'm just trying to get through this week. I have to go back to work at the restaurant because people are on vacation. So they called me back in because it's been really slow season. And of course, if I am working when this verdict comes in, I will die. I will die. Like, I have a feeling it's going to happen. And I haven't been on the schedule for 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden I'm on the schedule again. So it's like, no, nuts. This is going to happen right when there's I know, right? If that happens, folks, no, I'm going to still carry it. I'm going to watch it and, try and do it when I can, because this is day 26, Jeff. I've missed 1 day. That's it. 1 day out of 26 days of this coverage.
Sounds about time for a few interruptions from work.
Yeah.
It's about that time.
Exactly. All right. Well, I'll let you go and get some sleep. Love you, Jeff.
Alrighty. I'll be listening, and love you too, Megan. Can't wait to hear this again with the phone placed a safe distance away from myself.
Yeah, and make sure you let me know when you can do part 2 of the dependency hearing, because that's so much fun. So you got to let me know.
It's a rough week. Oh,
Well, if
consider
it
some
doesn't
more,
work
bless you.
this week, we can do it next week. We've got time.
I shall keep you posted.
All right, keep me posted. See you later.
Have a festive day. I'll be
All right.
Bye, chat. See ya. Let me out of here.
Kowalski to notify.
Let me out of here. He's so funny. All right, let's
Send
see.
me an
We're gonna
email
go
or,
back.
I think
We're gonna go back and watch the rest of the direct.
email, and then I would send the email along.
I don't really remember where we
with
were.
those dates and times to whoever.
So we'll
was
just
working
start
on the
here.
7th
I'll be
floor.
right back. I got to
It
take a
would be the
bathroom
bedside
break
nurse that you
and
would
get some
It
food.
could be the bedside nurse or the charge nurse.
All right, can we show, can we bring up 3217534? Okay, so can you make it a little larger, please? For my eyes, if nobody else. And so is this what you were referring to, that you would get an email from Mr. Kowalski telling you the dates and times that he wanted to visit?
Correct.
Okay. And then your response was that you're not in, but you'll make sure the 7th floor knows you're coming?
Right.
Okay. Can we bring up 3217568? Similar, is this an email that you would get, and below there are all the dates in November that Mr. Kowalski was going to come visit?
Correct.
And your response was to do what?
Objection leading to sustain.
What would be your response to this email? Or what was your response?
So I simply said, "Hi, Jack, all is well. Thanks for keeping me in the loop on the dates," and that I would forward those on.
Okay. Can we see 3217598? Is this another request by Mr. Kowalski?
Yes.
And did you understand December 1-14 mean 1 through 14th?
I'm not sure what I thought. I thought 1 and 14.
Okay. All right. But anyway, these are the dates that Mr. Kowalski chose that he wanted to come in and visit.
Sure.
And you were not dictating what dates he could come in?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
3217716, please. Now, this is a request for a visit after 6 and then on Saturday. Would those be arranged?
Objection leading.
That one a little.
So he's requesting a 1-hour supervised visit, and he's letting me know that his sister-in-law is available for those visits. So yes, I would have still let the 7th floor know that.
Okay. And 3217803. Again, additional dates that Mr. Kowalski was telling you that he was going to come visit, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Clint. Do you, are you aware that, well, let me just ask you this way. Are you aware that at one point a Detective Graham came and met with Mr. Kowalski?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with arranging that visit?
No.
Did you become aware, can we bring up 1001-2017, please? And under plan near the bottom. Okay. So this is not your note. This is Say her name, please.
Koala.
Poala. Thank you.
Koala.
Paula Padrone's note, correct?
Yes.
So were you involved at all with the incident where 2 women came in that were not previously approved?
No.
Okay, from the church. All right. Let me ask you a question. What is medical foster care?
So medical foster care is any child that might have medical needs, and that can be from medication to a vent or to having to administer medications for diabetes, or so they have significant medical needs. And instead of going to a regular foster care home where there might be 4 other children, they would go to a medical foster care home, and that medical foster care parent would take them to doctor's appointments, coordinate with the parents, all of the medical kinds of things that were going on for the child.
So was Maya Kowalski a situation where if she was in an outpatient program that she would need to be, while she's being sheltered, that she would need to be in a medical foster home?
Yes.
Objection leading.
So, okay. What would be, with respect to Maya Kowalski and her situation, what would be her requirements if she was in an outpatient program while still being sheltered by DCF?
Sure. Maya would have had to have gone to a medical foster care home because she was in a wheelchair. She couldn't have gone to a regular foster care home because she would have needed more help.
This is chapter 39, way beyond scope.
That question is allowed.
Yeah, I'll move on, Chuck. At some point, can we bring up 1001, 2007, please? Were you familiar who Mike Kelly was with respect to Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of who Mike Kelly was?
He was the children's attorney in the beginning.
Is this your note? Let me find you. Yes, this is your note, correct?
Yes.
So looking at the bottom of that, did Maya tell you something with respect to what her attorney advised her?
Yes, she said that her,
Objection in chapter 39.
On that one.
Sure.
Have the attorney-
Can you go ahead and put that down? Ms. Bedy, do you recall that around December 6th of 2016 that there was a new attorney Mark Zimmerman?
I do.
Do you recall when he arrived arranging for him to meet with Maya in the PICU conference room?
I do.
When Mr. Zimmerman on occasion would come in, at that point in time to meet with Maya, was Maya at a high risk fall status?
Yes, she was.
And what was the requirement with respect to whether or not Maya's door had to remain open?
So if wherever she was, the door would have to remain open and someone would have to keep eyes on her in case she fell again.
Did you ever lurk outside the door trying to listen in on the phone call with Mr. Zimmerman and Maya?
No. The way that our units are set up, there would be a nursing station outside of Maya's room. And so I would sit there and do notes because you had to escort that person to bedside and then escort that person from bedside downstairs.
Fried eggs on English muffins.
When the phone calls
with roasted red peppers, olive oil,
Beata Kowalski
and a little
started to
sriracha.
be allowed in November, were you supervising those calls?
No.
Who was supervising those calls?
DCF.
I want to play an audio for you. And the question at the end is going to be whether or not that's you on the call.
Okay.
3217. You know what? Hold on. That's not right. Here it is, 2608. And there should be 4 segments. Let's just start with A.
Okay, I'm recording this phone call so everybody knows. Okay, hi mommy. Hi honey, how are you, sweetie pie? I'm hurting, I miss you. I miss you so much too. I miss you so much every day. Every single day. You know how happy it makes me feel to hear your voice. Same here. I miss you so much, and I am so happy that I'm finally able to hear your voice too. Yeah. So, yes. What did you say, sweetie? I hope I can see you soon. I would love to see you soon. I would love to see you soon. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as he makes the decision, then I'll be able to see you. Okay? Yeah.
We're not about the case, okay? Maya, honey, we're going to talk about what you've been doing, if you need any Shopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but we can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
All right, thank you. That was the first call that Maya was able to have with her mom.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, first of all, is that your voice on the call?
No, that's the DCF case manager, Charlotte Laporte.
Okay. Can we bring up 3217A 0569? And can we go to, I think, the 4th page, so maybe 72057, 0569. 0569. I probably said it wrong. And can we go to 0572? Okay, so do you see that this is an email from Ms. Laporte to Beata Kowalski?
Yes.
Okay. And dated November 16, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. And it indicates that yesterday when you're on the phone, I had to redirect. Do you see that?
I do.
And were you copied on this string of emails?
I was.
Any question in your mind that that was Ms. Laporte on that phone call?
No.
Any question in your mind it wasn't you?
No.
Explain to the jury why you were involved at all in that phone call.
So we had to have a phone that could do three-way calling because DCF would call in to a phone. We would put Maya on, then DCF would call into Mom, is my understanding of how it worked. So and also DCF wanted Maya on speakerphone. So our phones actually had that function, whereas the bedside nurses and the regular room phones didn't have that function.
So was it your work phone?
Yes, my work cell phone.
So on this particular day, Ms. Laporte would contact with you, and then there would be contact made with Beata Kowalski.
Correct.
And you would then give the phone to Maya?
Correct.
And where would you be?
So sometimes the way the rooms were set up, there was a computer station with a chair in the room, and I would do my notes while the call was going on. The reason I did that was.
Well, let me ask you, why were you so close to the phone or in the room or nearby?
Sure. So I covered the pediatric intensive care unit and the cardiac care intensive unit. So that was a total of 48 beds. So if my phone went off, then I would have had to have gone to whatever was happening at that time. There were also times that I covered the emergency room too. So we were a little bit understaffed and there was a lot going on.
Were you the only social worker that was involved in helping to arrange these calls?
No.
Who else would have been involved?
Whoever was on the weekend would have been involved. I think Paula was involved.
What about Nancy Venn?
Yes, Nancy Venn was the Saturday social worker.
Prior to December, let me get the date. Did you supervise 2016? Did you supervise any calls between Maya and Beata?
Prior to what date?
December 16, 2016.
No.
When can we go ahead and play 2608B, please?
How you doing? How is CP and LP going for you? Not good.
Okay, Beata, we can't discuss any of those type of matters, okay?
Okay.
Again, this is the same phone call from November 15th, 2016 with Ms. Laporte on the call, but she redirected at the time. Did you, on the couple occasions that you supervised the call, have to redirect?
There were a couple.
And what was the intent behind redirecting Ms. Kowalski?
Can I see my note?
Yes. 1 second. That's not it. Can we bring up 1001-1981? And at the bottom under plan. And is this a note by you?
It is.
On January 5th, 2017?
It is.
And were you supervising FaceTime call with Mom?
I was.
And during that call, did you have to redirect her?
I did.
And why did you redirect her?
Mom started speaking in Polish, and that was part of the rules, is that Mom couldn't speak in Polish to Maya.
Okay, thank you. So what was the intent? Were you intending to try to disturb the call or cause harm?
Oh, no. I just wanted Mom to speak in English so that we were following all the rules that were set up.
Were there times when you would receive cards or letters from Beata Kowalski for Maya?
They would come through the case manager, yes.
Yeah. Well, how would you get them? That was my question.
So the case manager she would review everything and then she would email it to me and then I would print it out and take it to Maya's room.
Do you recall a birthday card?
Yes.
So how did you receive the birthday card from Beata Kowalski to give to Maya?
So it was scanned into an email from Charlotte Laporte.
So did you receive the original card?
No.
And what did you do when you received the scanned in card?
I printed it and took it up to Maya's room.
Did you in fact advise Jack Kowalski that you had done that you had given him the card?
I did. I sent an email.
All right. Were there times when you would receive letters or pictures that originated from Beata Kowalski, made it to Charlotte, and then to you, where there was a delay in you receiving them?
Yes.
And when you got them, what would you do with them?
As soon as I got them, because I knew that they were important to her, I would go ahead and print them and take them to her.
Can we bring up 30? Let me make sure. Too many papers. I lost my note. Okay. Can we bring up 3217-784, please? So I want to talk about some dresses, Christmas dresses.
Sure.
Okay. So did you receive an email from Mr. Kowalski? It's up in front of you. The bottom half, please. On December 22nd, asking.
If you're just joining us, we are going back and watching the direct. We already did watch the jury questions and the cross of Cathi Bedy. Court is on lunch right now, and so we're going back to the stuff we skipped. And we're just rewatching that while they're at lunch. Duncan, Idaho, this is a great one. Thanks for the super chat. Says, Miss Bedy, did you ever do whatever? I don't know. I'd have to look at the document. Okay, well, here's the document. Where in here does it say you did the thing? Oh, well, I don't know. I'd have to look at my emails too. That's exactly what the entire cross was like. And I'm sorry, but I think the jury sees right through it. I am having problems with StreamYard today. I don't seem to be able to comment on YouTube. So bear with me.
About dresses that he had dropped off for Christmas.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he indicate to you specifically that Maya had requested for him to bring her red dress for Christmas?
Yes, it does.
All right. And go ahead and do the top half, please. And does this refresh me? What do you recall about these dresses and what happened to him and your involvement?
So once I got the email from him, I went
straight into the
find
dumpster.
dresses. And they were actually in the social work office. And then I took them to Maya.
Okay. Did you take them or did Paula take them?
I think Paula took them.
But in any event, were they dropped off when you were not working?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
And then
hold on. We got to go back. Ms. Corral just corrected her witness on the stand. That's not allowed, and Anderson missed it. He should have objected. She answered that she took the dresses. Then Ms. Corral said, well, are you sure that that Paola didn't take them? Oh, yes, I think Paola took them.
And then I took them to Maya.
I took them to Maya.
Okay. Did you take them or did Paula take them?
I think Paola took them.
Ooh, 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 ooh. She just corrected her witness. You see, they don't know who took the dresses, or they do know what happened to the dresses, but the dresses never got to Maya.
But in any event, were they dropped off when you were not working?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you communicate with Mr. Kowalski about the dresses?
Yes,
And what did you advise him?
that we had gotten the dresses to her.
Including the special red dress for Christmas?
Yes.
Can we bring up 1001, 1989? Do you see this note on December 23rd, 2016?
I do.
And to your knowledge, is that talking about those same dresses?
Yes.
And who is Paula Padron again?
She was one of the other social workers.
Can we bring up, please, 34032?
I should have got.
And this is a
coffee while I was
picture
going
of
here.
December
My
24th,
coffee's empty.
2016. Would that be one of the dresses that was dropped off?
Yes.
And can we see 34033?
Where's the
This is
Christmas
taken December
dress?
25th, 2016. Is that another of the dresses that was dropped off?
Yes.
The red dress.
Where's the Christmas dress?
Do you recall any dress that was a special Hilfiger dress with blue and white?
No, I don't.
Were all the dresses that were dropped off by Mr. Kowalski at this time delivered to Maya?
Yes.
Were you, without getting into the details of them, throughout the 3 months that Maya was sheltered at All Children's Hospital, involved in multiple attempts to try to get Maya transferred to another facility?
Chapter 39.
That's the.
All right. Skipping ahead. And then when we're finished with this, we're going to go back and watch the opening arguments, whatever they were doing in the for evidentiary. I'm sure they were
Miss Bedy,
fighting in the morning.
Did you ever tell her, tell Maya that her mother was in a mental institution?
No.
Did you
Liar.
ever tell her she was never going to go home to her mother?
No.
Liar.
Did you tell Maya it was all in her head?
No.
Liar.
Did you ever tell Maya that she couldn't play with other children?
No, in fact, I
Liar.
would see Maya playing down. We had an area of the
I don't
hospital
believe anything she
on the
says.
second floor that was the kids' child life playroom, and I would see Maya down there often.
So she
I
made
walked
it up.
across, back and forth.
She made it
between
all up?
the
Is
two
that what you're
buildings,
saying?
and I would see Maya down there playing with the other kids.
The defense they are going with really is that Maya Kowalski is a born psychopathic. What's the word for compulsive liar? That's really what they're going with. That all of these people are telling the truth, and Maya is telling lies.
Did Maya like chocolate cake?
She did.
And where would she get
And
the
you
chocolate?
kept it from her,
So the
didn't
chocolate
you?
cake from the hospital, we would bring it from the cafeteria.
You threw it in the
Did you
dumpster.
ever tell Maya that you were going to bake her a chocolate cake if she did well in physical therapy?
Absolutely not.
Shame. When you would be in the room when phone calls were being supervised by DCF and they were using your phone and you were in there,
Hang on 1 second, guys. I have to refresh this screen. I'll be right back. Hold on. Oh my God, you will not believe what just happened. So I go and I do the whole thing. I reboot the whole stupid thing. And I come into StreamYard and I can't add myself to the screen. So I'm like, what the hell is happening here? It was because they made me clear the cache that I wasn't logged in. And it took me like 5 minutes to figure that out. Oh my God, I can't with this. I cannot figure this out. I am having real difficulties. It's like Cathi Bedy's witch vibes are just coming through my computer today. And of course, I lost my place where we were. We're going to find it though, because that was very interesting. Yeah, Cathi Bedy got me. All right, I don't know where we were. Let's see if we can find out. Oh, and now my settings are wrong. I have to fix my volume. Output. There we go. Input is correct. All right. What were they talking about? We were past the dresses. Oh yeah, we were a little bit before here.
By DCF, and they were using your phone, and you were in there. And this is a picture of December 24th.
Okay, we were right
blue
past
and
here.
white.
No, I don't.
Were all the dresses that were dropped off by Mr. Kowalski at this time delivered to Maya?
Yes.
Were you, without getting into the details of them, throughout the 3 months that Maya was sheltered at All Children's Hospital, involved in multiple attempts to try to get Maya transferred to another facility?
Chapter 39.
That's the.
All right. Skipping ahead.
Miss Bedy, did you ever tell Maya that her mother was in a mental institution?
No.
Did you ever tell her she was never
I
going
don't
to go home
believe
to her
you.
mother?
No.
Lies.
Did you tell Maya it was all in her head?
No.
Lies.
Did you ever tell Maya that she couldn't play with other children?
No, in fact, I would see Maya playing down. We had an area of the hospital on the second floor that was the kids' child life playroom, and I would see Maya down there often. I walked back and forth between the two buildings, and I would see Maya down there playing with the other kids.
Did Maya like chocolate cake?
She did.
And where would she get the chocolate cake?
So the chocolate cake from the hospital, we would bring it from the cafeteria.
Did you ever tell Maya that you were going to bake her a chocolate cake if she did well in physical therapy?
Absolutely not.
When you would be in the room when phone calls were being supervised by DCF and they were using your phone and you were in there, would you make faces or roll your eyes or make comments?
No, never.
Never.
Did you
I
ever
would
tell
never
Maya that
do
you were
that.
worried that she wouldn't have a computer because you were
Sure.
worried she would visit a porn site?
No.
Oh my God. She's
With respect
lying.
to Mr. Kowalski, were all your interactions with him
She's just
cordial?
lying.
Yes.
Did you ever suggest to Mr. Kowalski that he should divorce his wife?
No, I never suggested that.
Liar.
Did there do you recall on January 6, 2016, taking pictures of Maya Kowalski?
I do.
Tell us, and we're going to look at the pictures and go through it in detail, but generally speaking, why were you taking pictures of Maya?
So the attending for that week was Dr. Danielson, and Dr. Danielson wanted to go ahead and document the condition of her skin before she left the hospital and then when she got back to the hospital.
Was she being actually discharged that day and then being readmitted?
Yes.
And do you recall why she was leaving that day?
She was going to see Dr. Hannah, and then she was going to court. And
And do you recall which family member was picking Maya up?
Yes, her uncle, Scott, and his wife, Wendy.
So let's talk about that. Did you have any assistance in taking the pictures in the morning?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
It was the bedside nurse.
If I said Miss Alcide, would that ring a bell at all?
I just know it was the bedside nurse.
Prior to, did you and the bedside nurse go in the room together?
We did.
Before you and, I'm just going to ask you to assume it was Nurse Alcide. Before you and Nurse Alcide went into the room, did you first go into the room and have a private conversation with Maya?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you go into the room prior to you and Nurse Alcide going in the room to talk to Maya about the photographs?
Objection leading. The same question.
She can answer that question.
No, I talked to the bedside nurse and explained to her what Dr. Danielson wanted to have happen, and then we went in together and talked with Maya.
Was risk management aware that these photos were being taken?
Yes.
Can we bring up 2123 833? This is dated January 5, 2017. Is this emails regarding the photos?
Yes.
Okay. It indicates that Ms. Condon suggested 2 persons would be in the room while this was done.
Correct.
So is this talking about the photos that were being done before Maya Kowalski left?
Yes, and when she came back.
Okay. Well, let's bring up exhibit. Paper challenged. 3217, 850, and 851B. Okay, so do you recall about what time the photos were taken in the morning before she went?
So they were taken around 10.
10 in the morning?
Yes.
Before she left for
Right.
Okay, so these emails dated, the first one, 850, is dated January 6, 2017 at 6:17 in the evening.
Correct.
Okay, and then 3217051B is at 7:36 p.m. the same date.
Yes.
What is it you're communicating to Ms. Condon with respect to the photographs when she got back?
That the pictures are done and that I'm locking the camera in my office over the weekend.
Do you use the same camera to take the before pictures and the after pictures?
Yes.
Let's talk about the actual pictures taking session themselves. Let's bring up, if we can, please. Uh, 2604 007. Do you recognize that as one of the pictures that you took?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that Maya?
Yes, that's Maya.
And it appears that she does not have her shirt on.
Correct.
What is she wearing?
She's wearing her sports bra.
And what was she wearing on the bottom?
Shorts.
did you have anything, who removed the shirt?
The bedside nurse.
Have you ever removed any clothing off of Maya Kowalski?
No.
Whose responsibility would it be to assist if Maya needed some assistance in either getting in or getting out of clothes?
That would have been the bedside nurse.
Gosh darn it, you guys. My computer is freezing again. I don't know if I'm going to make it through today. I tried turning off the hardware acceleration, and that's when it started doing that. So I tried that, but now I'm getting the spinny wheel, and I'm sure that my face is frozen. I can't tell because I'm not on the StreamYard view at the moment, so I can't tell. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to reset again. Probably going to have to. All right, I'm back. Getting really tired of this. I think we reached the end of her. We did. We pretty much reached the end. So we're going to back up to the beginning and watch whatever arguments happened this morning while court is on lunch. And when they come back at 1:45, I believe they're coming back at 1:45, we will rejoin. So I'm going to go back to the very beginning of this morning's arguments in front of the judge.
The purview of another judge.
Will we be
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney, Samantha Lawrence on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Ethan Shapiro, Howard Hunter, Pat Crowles, David Hughes, joined by Dr. Amin for the defense.
Oh, I thought he said
And follow up from
1:45. Well,
conversation
whatever.
we
We're
had last
monitoring it.
week,
I'll be back.
during
We'll be back
deliberations,
when they
you
come.
probably will not be allowed to be sitting in the courtroom during deliberations. You will probably have to be outside the courtroom.
That's for
Outside,
everyone.
yeah.
Will we be able to evacuate exhibits during that time, or is that same?
I think it's going to depend on the availability of courtroom E, which is under the purview of another judge, and I don't know her schedule. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Judge, if we could come to some agreement so that we know, I mean, the jury could be out a long time, a little time, and they'll have questions, but would it be all right if counsel did not hang around right here, at least after the first hour or so, that where you get questions? The question is, I think everybody's about 15 minutes from here, but what's your view?
Here's my view. I always ask the attorneys to give the clerk their cell phone numbers in case there's a question or whatnot.
Right.
I'm not going to say you have to stay in the courthouse, but please, if it's a question, I don't want to have to wait an hour to get everybody together.
We will not.
I know. I'm just saying. I know around lunchtime it might be a little bit different, but for generally speaking, if you're somewhat close, I would appreciate that.
We'll cancel the fishing trip.
Miss Corrales, I think you were trying to stand up.
I didn't know if you had something else you wanted to address. I just have some exhibits I need for my first one.
Let's go through as many as we can get.
Okay, great. Well, if I could direct us to specific ones I need for this morning. So if we go to page 3 of the one that was forwarded to the court and counsel this morning. Can you bring it up 3217-534?
You said 3217?
Yes, it's on page 3. So this is there's 5 similar to this, Judge, and I'll give the exhibit numbers as we go through them. But essentially, they're Jack Kowalski's emails to Cathi, giving her the times or the dates that he wants to visit, and her response. The admissions by the plaintiff and plan of intent by Ms. Bedy.
Clarence?
No objection.
Okay.
So glad I can just sit here.
Sorry?
I'll receive into evidence 3217-534. 534.
All right, 3217-568.
All the ladies in the chat are starting to crush on Judge Carroll, and it's cracking me up. It's because he's got such a good personality. It's certainly not that hair island. He needs to get rid of that, and then he'd be a handsome.
We'll redact
man.
that cell phone, Judge.
But
Sorry.
that just makes him look silly.
Can we take that down, Judge? I apologize.
Probably too late for the
my apologies.
internet.
Can you redact that, please?
Mr. Kowalski probably need to get a new cell phone now.
Already, yeah.
Okay. Any objection to that, with exception of the cell phone number?
You can put it back up.
No, I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Do you need to see it again, Mr. Anderson?
I guess if it's possible to redact it, but if it's a pain to redact.
No, it's not. He can do it. Yeah. Can you put it back up then? 3217-568. No, was there no objection?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
3217. Can you look at 598 before you give it to everybody and make sure?
Wait a second. So this 568, there's no objection to?
We put it back up to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
We are. 3217.
I don't think we have an objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Court receives into evidence 3217-568 as redacted. And again, let's make sure we get the clerk the redacted version.
598.
This is Kate Griff. I want to put a hair tie on Hair Island and make it a little ponytail. I wonder if Judge Carroll is going to dress up for Halloween.
No objection.
What
Court
will his
receives
costume
evidence
be?
3217-598. Madam Clerk, did we get on Friday those that we redacted? Did you get the redacted versions? Or are we still waiting on any documents from Friday? Or last week, I should say. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Thank you. What's next, Ms. Cross?
3217-716.
No objection.
Court receives into evidence 3217-716.
3217-803.
No objection.
Court receives into evidence 3217-803.
Okay, 3217-784. It's an email from Mr. Kowalski at the bottom to Cathi inquiring about the dresses that he had dropped off. Cathy's response. And his response to that.
No objection.
There. Is there anything with respect, I see Ms. Salisbury's email, is there?
What do we need?
You want to redact that?
No, I'm just asking the plaintiffs. I don't know if it's necessary.
I love the captions. I'm just asking the planets.
True. I didn't notice it was from Debbie Salisbury.
No, it
it's
was one of the recipients of the email, not from her.
Would you like us to redact the attorney?
I actually don't. Well, yes, redact the attorney, please. Thank you, Judge.
So as redacted, the court will receive into evidence Exhibit 3217-784.
Okay. 3217, 850, and 851.
All right, I am keeping an eye on the court. They're not
So
back
the court
yet.
may recall that plaintiff put in emails regarding photographs that were taken prior to my going to court on January 6th. This is in the same stream of emails, but they didn't put these in, so we think for completion they need to put in, and they're addressing the photos that were taken when she got back from court.
God, I'm looking at the chat on Law and Crime, and it is so
No
toxic.
objection.
Who are these people, and did JHACH pay them? How are they
Court
seeing
receives
this
into
trial
evidence
so differently than we are?
-850 and 851A.
Nobody is standing up for the family in that chat. It's all JHACH.
Oh, yeah, we removed, there is. Would you like to see it without the redaction? Sure.
This is like watching Amber Heard supporters flood chats.
Okay.
It's really gross. What are they saying? They're saying things like Maya doesn't deserve $200 million. It was Beata's fault and Jack's fault that they ruined her life. It's just bad. It just seems like they have, like JHACH has just sent trolls into that chat to just shill for them, because I can't believe that that's what people really think about this. We are watching live, Brittany. Right now they're on they're on lunch, so I'm going back to this morning's arguments just to see if we missed anything.
An issue with the redactions. We'd
They're
like
coming
some of
back
what's been
right now.
redacted to be
Here we go.
returned.
Here we go. Hold on. We're gonna go live now because they're back from lunch. Well, I heard a please be seated, everyone.
Let's talk
Here we
about
go.
schedules. So who's gonna?
We are now live.
So for the remainder of today, we have Dr. Sharon Levy by Zoom. After that, we have a nurse Thatcher. My suspicion is that will take us to the end of the day, which today is 4 o'clock. If not, we do have a 35-minute deposition of O'Leary Johnson we can play. Tomorrow, we plan on calling our expert, Dr. Alexander. We plan on calling Dr. Dolan, who's an intensive care physician, and likely a nurse cook. And in terms of just completing live witnesses on Wednesday, we would likely call Nurse Ballwig, Nurse Arenas.
Who was it?
Sorry, Ballwig, Ballwig.
Ballwig?
A little off. Nurse Arenas.
Miss Baldwig?
Potentially, although we're on the fence, and I'll talk to you about this, Your Honor, we have one remaining expert, Dr. Cohen. In terms of depositions, we have the deposition of Dr. Wyndham, the deposition of Dr. Padron, that's relatively short.
Social worker.
Sorry, social worker Padron. We have designated, but we'll talk about this, Dr. Kilgore. We have some short publications of depositions of Jack Kowalski, Maya Kowalski, and potentially Scott Kowalski. My guess is if you looked at all of those combined with O'Leary Johnson, we're probably looking at 3 to 4 hours total of remaining depositions that we feel like we need to get in front of the jury. So if we were to add up that with live witnesses and pushing the depositions where we have time, assuming, of course, that the cross-examination is succinct, then we should be in a position to rest by Wednesday.
I lost track. Are all of these that you just listed live witnesses?
Yeah, I'll run it down again for you, Mr. Anderson. So today,
I got Levy, Thatcher, on and on, down to O'Leary, but these are all going to be live.
No, O'Leary's not live. O'Leary has a medical condition. We'd be playing her.
All right. Anybody else by depot?
Yeah, so the live witnesses Wednesday, we have 2 nurses and potentially Dr. Cohen, and by depot was O'Leary, Wyndham, Padron, maybe Kilgore, although we might sacrifice one of these to get done on Wednesday if we're actually getting done on Wednesday.
What a name.
And then some shorter clips of Jack, Maya, and Scott Kowalski.
All right.
Are there any further deposition designation objections I need to rule on?
Well, the only ones that, and Mr. Hunter reminded me potentially Danielson as well. In terms of ruling on them, we have rulings on Padron, do we not?
No, I sent, can I speak to that, Judge?
Defense counsel's
I
wearing a
emailed
dark purple
over
jacket again. She's an
yesterday.
eggplant. The one,
I
the
don't
dark-haired
remember when,
one
to
with
be
the
honest.
bad
It was not
faces.
today. It was either yesterday or the day before. A very, it's probably 8 minutes of Padron's dep because it had previously been designated and ruled on, but we just literally cut it down and to ask counsel.
All right, I gotta go get
for
coffee.
plaintiff,
I
are
can't
you
sit here
going to
without
have
coffee.
any
I'll be back. Wait, what the hell?
thing that you want to
I didn't do that.
counter,
Weird.
given
Okay.
this is our designation, and they haven't had time to respond to that. I don't believe, though, you've already ruled on objections when there was much more designations. I don't anticipate there's going to be any actual objections, assuming we'll both pay attention to the previous rulings. But that I can speak to that one.
To complete your inquiry, Your Honor, I would anticipate designating that we consider more admissions by party opponents for Mr. Kowalski and Maya Kowalski, something that in the range of 15 minutes each. I don't know that we can get those to you this evening if you need to see what they are. I mean, I think we just have the right to play them.
I don't need to see them unless there's an objection.
If there's no objection in the transfer, then we can just go ahead and publish. Would that be your? Or do you want us to shoot to the other side?
You need to give them the designations.
Okay.
And if there's a specific objection, Mike, one of these cameras isn't working, and I think it's the computer needs to be rebooted. I think
Sorry.
because the little green light isn't on. It's the silver one on our left.
We will get them our designations for those this evening to see if there's any objections.
And Mr. Anderson, what are we looking at as far as rebuttal?
Well, obviously, we have to see a little bit more about what they're bringing into it, Judge, but right now, I would say we have 6 hours, one day.
Well, you have never put 6 hours of testimony in one day, period, the end.
We're trying to cut it down to make it one day. We understand the court's concern.
I don't think you've got the time to put 6 hours of rebuttal in.
Then we'll cut it down to whatever we need to. Let us think a little bit about it, Judge, because I'd originally thought we had a full day and we could get it done then. But if the court's
You've
confident,
got
we
like
can't.
2 hours.
It may end up being 2 hours. It may just be on, off, on, off, on, off. That was what we were originally planning to do.
Well, look, we have to let this jury deliberate.
So cut it down and get it down to a few hours, 2 hours, 2.5.
One second.
I understand. We'll try to get it down to a half a day or less.
What? No, who are you going to call?
Well, Maya, Jack, Joe Corcoran right now. Who else is in? Yeah, Newberger, if we can get him. There's still a question, and we'll know.
Oh, they're going to call
this
Newberger?
afternoon or tomorrow whether he can testify or not.
Oh.
So he would be in, and he would likely be our longest witness.
Great.
At,
Did
45
Anderson
minutes.
just say he has 6 hours left of testimony when he only has
Move
2
that over
hours?
to the other
Oh, God.
feed, Mike. Oh, there it is.
I'm glad to hear Newberger must be doing better. If he is possibly going to testify, he must
you,
be
sir.
out of the hospital. That's good news. Dr. Newberger is great. Look at Anderson's face. Holy shit.
We understand the court's concern.
He's upset.
You realize I've got a trial period starting the Monday after this case,
Right.
in a totally other case.
So, but yes, we will do what is necessary.
Well,
To get it done.
look, the courthouse is closed on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And what I'm hearing is you're wanting them to start deliberating on Wednesday afternoon or Thursday is what I'm hearing.
Very much, yes. I think. we're gonna do
How is that going to be possible?
Well, unless the defense shortens this case a little bit with some of these depositions.
They are nowhere close to running out of time.
Nope, but you are.
Judge, we will get it down to 2 hours or less. I don't know if we can do it in an hour, maybe. But I hadn't really plotted out all of our questions yet.
The judge isn't going to let you
Assume
do
for the
this.
sake of argument, just assume that the defense rests on Wednesday.
You still have to do
And
closing arguments.
the plaintiffs had 2 hours, 30 minutes for their rebuttal case total. Are you all going to be able to cross-examine whoever they're calling in their rebuttal case?
Well, it would take that would take all of Monday with our cross. So we would be, so the short answer is if they were allowed 2.5 hours of additional time to put on rebuttal, obviously we have no time constraints, but if we focus our cross, then it sounds like then we would be at best closing Tuesday. And we would again note our objection to them getting more time, but I would say this, by my count, plaintiff is probably down to at most an hour and a half left of the 59 hours that they have, probably a little less. The only way we're even going to be able to rest Wednesday is if respectfully the court holds them to this remaining hour and a half for cross, because if we see another lengthy cross like we saw with Miss Bedy, which respectfully we had to have asked and answer questions sustained, we're not going to be resting Wednesday.
I suspect the plaintiffs don't want me to mistry this case because they couldn't finish in time.
Absolutely. And my 2.5 was, I was considering when I say a morning to cross as well. I hope I didn't come off at 2.5 hours of our testimony. That's how long I thought it would take us. A morning. But they had a 2.5.
This morning on Miss Bedy, the defense used 25 minutes and you used an hour. I mean, we weren't exactly crisp today.
No,
it was not.
It wasn't.
I got thrown on an order or two.
We do need to note our objection for the record and the plaintiff being given any more time. They still have an hour and a half remaining. They can conserve cross and they'll have 45 minutes for the rebuttal case of true rebuttal. If that schedule holds, then I can talk to my colleagues. We may be even able to clear off, rest maybe at 1 or 2 o'clock Wednesday if the plaintiffs are going to be held at their shot clock so that they have an hour to put on the rebuttal case, and we can do closings Monday. That's a suggestion I can certainly
But the
talk
judge
about
said he
this.
has another
Or
trial
else
on
Mr.
Monday.
Hunter, that we could, if they're going to be held to that, or if Your Honor would say, I'll give them an additional 30 minutes that we could maybe finish Wednesday. I just have grave concerns. I need to note for the record our objection to them getting more time, but I have grave concerns that
Yeah, we've heard you
they're
8
not being held
times.
to their remaining allotted time in some fashion. I'm gravely concerned that we're going to finish Wednesday, as Your Honor noted. They're 2 to 1 on their cross versus direct, and we do have several witnesses.
Miss Bedy was obviously not my best effort, but then again, the witness was a little difficult to control. Judge, I'm not going to be doing that with any others, obviously.
Mr. Whitney and Miss Lawrence are there to actually.
He's taking the next one.
Oh my God, the judge is telling him to use Whitney. And I really think he should have let Whitney cross Bedy. Whitney is so much
Dr. Levy,
faster.
I know that you're here. I'm going to go ahead and put
At
you
this
in
point,
the waiting room, okay?
they need Whitney. He's so much quicker. I do like Anderson on
Dr.
cross,
Levy, is
but
that
I didn't think his cross today of Bedy was all that great. He did seem thrown off, and he just said
I
that
have
he
to
was
figure
thrown
out
off.
where specifically
I wonder why.
the plaintiffs are. Here's my overarching view. I know that there's been a couple of days where we haven't been as crisp, but I think we're in week 7. That was only on a couple of days. Generally speaking, the plaintiffs have done on their cross-examinations, has done somewhat of a time limit. I know, Ms. Groves,
I'm sorry, Judge.
I know, and
I'm
I
sorry,
know
it's
that.
just because we've been held to this standard.
Oh, here we go.
of
Would you let
time, and
him
we
finish?
structured a whole case with the understanding of the limitations placed upon us. And the plaintiff just keeps asking for forgiveness and getting
Let the
more
judge
time.
finish.
What I was gonna say is, I realize that, your cross examinations, generally speaking, was 1 minute to every 3 minutes of their direct. And it's kind of averaging out the plaintiff's cross examinations about 1 minute for every 2 minutes of the defense. No, I mean, generally speaking, with the exception of this morning, I'm looking at it here, like on the 23rd, plaintiff's an hour and 30 minutes, the defense 2 hours, 55 minutes. On Tuesday, 1 hour, 40 minutes, the defense 3 hours, 45 minutes. Wednesday, hour and 20 to the defense 2 hours and 30 minutes. So I think it's fair to say that the plaintiff's cross was about 1 minute for every 2 minutes. They do have the burden of proof. Here's my understanding of the case law, and maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong. That if a judge gives a time limit, that if the party that ends up out of time and is asking for more times, if they can show that they've used their time appropriately and that there's specific issues they need to still address, I'm almost required to give it to them.
Oh,
That's
boy.
kind of
Oh,
my
here she goes.
understanding of
Oh,
case
here
law.
she goes.
I don't.
If my understanding of case law is
Oh.
incorrect, let me know.
Oh.
My understanding, Judge, and I haven't researched this extensively by any means because we just planned on fitting within the time allotted.
Oh, she's
That
insufferable.
they would have to show what exactly they wanted to do that they couldn't do. It has to, first of all, in this case, it has to be true rebuttal as opposed to just putting on the plaintiffs to again deny whatever we put on. That's not rebuttal. So we would suggest that before the court considering giving them any additional time, and we would again oppose that, that they actually proffer verbally what the quote rebuttal is. So we are not putting this jury off for what's really not rebuttal.
What? Who are you to say what the plaintiff's rebuttal case is?
Well,
They can rebuttal what they want to rebuttal without your
I'll add up the
permission.
time, and if you want to say that or give me a case that would change my view of what my
Oh, boy.
understanding of case
They're
law
not going to
is,
find it. They're not going to find
that's
it.
generally my
And they
understanding.
know it. They know it. Look at their faces. Look at.
Just to briefly.
Oh,
touch-
here
I
goes.
think what the
Here
defense
comes
is
the
really
tantrum.
wrestling with, since we have 20 more hours to go, is we're for the sake of this jury and for the sake of judicial economy, we're looking at witnesses that we would consider potentially important to our case. We're talking about sacrificing in the name of getting this case to the jury on Monday, or to close money so they get out of it on Tuesday. And I think what's causing a lot of consternation on this side is, why are we cutting down what we may consider necessary witnesses if all it's going to do is give more time to the plaintiff to add to what we're hearing is not true rebuttal?
Your
Without
case is
going
done
backwards,
anyway.
Since
It
Your Honor
sucks.
did make what I think is a somewhat, as a fair characterization, without going too backwards on this, they called a lot of witnesses that just really weren't necessary to their case. And
According
their
to
last
you.
witness was, the grandmother of somebody taken through a Polish translator.
No, she was an aunt.
We do think we have a record
No.
that they've been allotted
Oh my
a lot
God.
of time, and it's prejudicial for the
That was Beata's sister, you ass.
defense to be asked to sacrifice our witnesses in our case to leave them rebuttal. I don't know how else to address this. I'm just
He doesn't
trying to
even,
voice
he's
what
not
we
even
would
paying
consider to be
attention.
prejudicial waiving of our right to call additional witnesses to try to get this case to the jury. If all that's going to mean is that the plaintiff gets more and more time to put on
Mary says.
rebuttal, we haven't heard what's
No one
actually
asked
rebuttal
you to have a
behaviors,
crappy
but
defense.
Yep. Didn't we start the defense case on the 16th?
Yes, they did.
I honestly don't know, Judge.
Well, it was day 16.
I think we started with you on the 16th.
It was the Monday. We didn't start immediately because they did have a little bit of presentation with Dr. Richards.
Couldn't have been much because the plaintiffs used 55 minutes on the 16th. But so you started on the 16th, so that means today is your 10th trial day. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, the dick defense is in full swing right now.
And we've had a total of 23 actual days that are witnessed. You're going to say that you're going to have
He called a bunch of
2
stupid
more
witnesses.
days. So that means 13. That means you're going to use the same number of trial days that the plaintiff has used.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is when there were trial days, as Your Honor noted, they consumed 3/4 of the day. We consumed a quarter on our trial days. They're consuming a third, and we're consuming 2/3.
It's too bad they
It
fight
varies
harder
in
than
time.
you.
That's it,
Too
2/3,
bad.
1/3, but I mean,
You can consume
or
whatever
actually
time you
yeah,
want.
right, 25, 75. And
Maybe you should have used your time a little
the reality
wiser.
is, that's my understanding of case law. I think if you want to disabuse me of my view, because it would seem to me that we all would not want to see a mistrial if I don't give them an extra 2.5 hours for rebuttal, which, looking at this, I think if we could do plaintiffs 2.5 hours, and even if you spent 2.5 hours on cross-examination, we can do that in one trial day.
So we would close Tuesday, but I would ask Your Honor
Can I just
this.
ask one clarification?
Yeah,
My
are they-
understanding is they said 2.5 hours, including our cross.
I don't know how they can say that. I don't know how they could know how much time you're going to use in cross, just like you don't know how much time they're going to use in cross.
So with, again, our representations to the court of the witnesses we need, are they being granted more time above the 59 hours for including cross, or is the court going to at least hold them to, if they have an hour and a half less?
I'm giving you a chance to provide me a little bit of case law. And so I'll readdress this later on this afternoon.
Okay, and I would just say that our anticipated ability to rest Wednesday is going to be obliterated if they're allowed to cross-examine our
I
witnesses.
hear what you said.
Okay.
I heard it 4 times ago.
Yeah,
I
quit
understand,
repeating yourself.
but I am also very heavily forecasting to the defense or the plaintiffs that if they are not judicious with their time, either they're not getting more time or they're going to get themselves a nice mistrial because I'm supposed to be someplace else that following week.
Thank you.
Okay, so he's got one more week. He's not talking about next Monday. He's talking about the Monday after.
In conversation with the courtroom deputy, the juror who has the daughter issue on November 8th is one of the 6 jurors that would be deliberating.
I'm sorry, was there a time that she needs to be by judge?
Well, they would probably have to stop deliberating that day around 3:45.
What is this about the jury? They're not all deliberating? Did I miss something? They're only choosing a certain number of
Anything else
jurors
for
to
the time
deliberate?
issue?
What?
Not at this point, Your Honor.
Who knows?
Anything else?
What
from
is this
the
about?
defense?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else we need to address before we bring the jury in
We can always do exhibits.
for witnesses for today?
No.
Then
We do have a concern.
just one.
We have one I want to speak about
Sweet
right now.
baby dumpster Jesus
Dr.
is getting
Levy,
annoyed.
if I'm saying that correctly, we don't show that she has an active Florida license to testify as an expert witness.
Okay, but do they have more than 6 jurors? Are there like 8 jurors?
Who
or
is Dr.
something?
Levy and what is she going to be testifying?
She's an addiction medicine. She provided a very detailed report. She's an addiction medicine behavioral
Oh, here we
physician.
go.
Her testimony is going to be about ketamine. The questions the jury asked about, is ketamine addictive? What are the withdrawal symptoms? Things of that nature. She won't be testifying on standard of care.
When did they
All this was
choose
laid
the
out in a very
6?
detailed report.
Who will
For a
deliberate?
physician to testify as an expert in this state, they must have a Florida license under 766 and 458. And our search indicates she never had one or has one.
It's more about, if you say it's not connected up to anything.
Specific citation for me?
Christina, you're not muted. I see you.
66103, I believe, Your Honor.
Okay, the 6 were designated prior to the trial. So they have 8 or 12. So there's like 6 full jurors who are going
Sure,
to
that's the statute you're talking
deliberate,
about?
and the others are just alternates. Gotcha. And they were chosen before the trial, so the attorneys know who they are, but the jury doesn't know who they are.
And 458.
Oh, look at this. Are they going to get their expert thrown out?
Certificate
458 what?
.3175.
I think they're about to get one of their witnesses tossed out. Well, that'll save some time. That'll save
To
some
provide
time.
expert testimony in this state, a physician must have this certificate. It doesn't limit it to only standard care opinions. Provide testimony broadly.
I didn't catch the 3. Can you give me the other side? 458, 3175.
Yes.
Was there another one after that?
And 766, 103,
Right.
and 102.
What in 458.3175 says if you don't have this certificate, that they can't testify.
Fat Clark Kent is on the move.
Your Honor, it
He thinks he's found
doesn't
something. He's
phrase it
showing
like
it to
that,
Shapiro.
but
He
it
thinks he's
conditions it
found a
on
way around it.
that the certificate will be obtained to provide expert
Fat Clark
testimony
Kent going
in
back
this
to his seat.
state, implicating that you cannot do so if you do not have a certificate.
Do you have a case that says that?
Not offhand, Your Honor.
Uh-oh.
Kind of an issue throughout, hasn't it, though, Judge?
Yeah, there's no
I'm just
case
wondering
law.
why I'm dealing with this the second before the witness comes to testify.
The judge hates everything about this case.
Frankly, we were looking through the
Absolutely
resume
everything about it.
over lunch, just going over things again, and happened to notice something that we frankly did not consider even being an issue for any of their experts. It's not something that you expect to have such a relatively minor thing, like getting the license I'm talking about. Not at this point, but getting the license being a problem.
Well, I'm looking at 458.3175. And if you look at sub 2, it says an expert witness certificate authorizes the physician to whom the certificate is issued to do only the following. A, provide a verified written medical expert opinion as provided in section 766.203, which is the pre-suit. So that doesn't apply. B, provide expert testimony about the prevailing professional standard of care in connection with medical negligence litigation pending in the state against a physician licensed under this chapter or chapters. Well, there's not a physician that's being sued here. And also the defense says that they're not calling this witness for a standard of care. So it would seem B does not apply. C, provide expert testimony in criminal child abuse and neglect cases pursuant to Chapter 827, dependency cases pursuant to Chapter 39, and cases involving sexual battery of a child pursuant to Chapter 794 in the state. Now, I think we made it very clear that this case is not a dependency case under Chapter 39. So I don't see how this statute applies. Just looking at the text of the statute. So unless you've got a case that says it applies in a case such as ours.
Ladies, throw Gimme Umax some love. He's
I'm
not married and has his
I'm
hair.
tending to believe that this is a non-issue at this point. Okay, so I can bring in the jury. Is that correct?
All right, well, that was denied. Plaintiffs tried, but it is denied.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah, Law and Crimes chat is just like, it's depressing as shit. I just can't believe there are that many people out there who don't see through this. Oh, Zoom. Oh, no. Ooh. I already don't like her at all. There's something I don't like. Is it the
Dr.
pink
Levy.
wall?
You're on mute. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Boomer. She boomered the mic. I think it's the pink walls. It looks like she's in a child's bedroom.
Better. Am
And
I
that's
saying that
creepy.
properly, Dr. Levy?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Levy, are you currently outside the state of Florida?
Yes,
What state are you in?
Massachusetts.
Why is
Okay,
she
Dr.
doing this in
Levy,
front of
I'm a
child's
judge in the
bed?
state of Florida, and my ability to administer an oath only extends to the boundaries of the state of Florida. However, if you agree, I am allowed to administer the oath to you. But what that means is you need to consent to personal jurisdiction here in Sarasota.
Taurus, you keep saying this, and you keep saying you wish Nick was covering this trial. Am I disappointing you in some way? You keep saying that. The truth, the fact is he's not covering it, and I'm what you get. I'm sorry.
County, Florida, for any sort of enforcement action, or let's say there's a criminal action for perjury against you. So understanding that you would be submitting to the personal jurisdiction of the state of Florida, do you agree I can administer the oath to you?
Yes, I do.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to bring in the jury.
I just find this room very off-putting. And she's their expert on CSA or CA. It just looks like a room that would occur in. I just don't like it at all. It gives me the creeps. It's just bizarre. Is she a psychologist or psychiatrist?
Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're
she
waiting, you did not
gives me the
discuss this case
creeps.
amongst yourselves. You did not do an investigation. You received no information. Is that correct? Correct. And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? Correct. And you've not seen any media accounts about this case. Is that correct? Correct. And Mr. Shapiro.
Sure, thank you. Dr. Sharon Levy.
Okay. And members of the jury, you see Dr. Levy via Zoom on the screen in front of you. I just want to let you know, outside of your presence,
Wisconsin.
I did administer the oath to her, and so she is testifying under oath.
You don't
Mr.
have to
Shapiro, you may
stay,
inquire.
Sure, thank
Taurus.
you, Your Honor. Good
You
afternoon,
can
Dr.
go
Levy. Will you
somewhere
please introduce
else.
yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Sharon Levy. I am a pediatrician and an addiction medicine specialist, and I practice at Boston Children's Hospital in Massachusetts.
Okay, let me walk you through a little bit about that. What's your current title at Boston Children's?
I am the chief of the Division of Addiction Medicine at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, so let's go backwards a little bit. Where did you get your undergraduate degree?
At the University of Pennsylvania.
And what did you graduate with?
I graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree.
And what did you do for education after your BA from University of Pennsylvania?
I went to medical school at New York University.
Okay. And what year did you graduate from NYU?
1992.
And did you do any internship training after that?
I did. I did an internship, a residency, and a chief residency in pediatrics at Bellevue Hospital, NYU Medical Center.
And what does that mean to be chief resident?
In pediatrics, chief resident is an honorary position. It's a 4th year so it's an extra year of residency training where you become responsible for overseeing your fellow residents, your more junior residents.
Boston Children's Hospital.
Did you do any fellowship training after your
Kidnapped Justina
internship and residency?
Pelletieri, by the way.
I did. At Boston Children's Hospital, I did what was called a pediatric advocacy training fellowship, which really was equivalent to, I think in many ways, what we would call a developmental behavioral pediatric fellowship today.
And do you hold any board certifications?
I do. I am board certified in developmental behavioral pediatrics and also in addiction medicine.
Do you also hold a master's degree?
I have a master's degree in public health from the Harvard School of Public Health.
And what's your
It's driving
current
me
title?
crazy.
Well, let me back up for a minute. When you were doing your training at Boston Children's, is that affiliated with Harvard Medical School?
Yes, that is one of the hospitals affiliated with Harvard Medical School.
What's your current title at Boston Children's?
So I am the chief of the Division of Addiction Medicine at Boston Children's Hospital.
Is that a unique position in terms of its affiliation with the hospital?
It is. So the Division of Addiction Medicine was created in the Department of Pediatrics at Boston Children's Hospital just this past July. Before that, we had been a program within it in a larger division. We are the first Division of Addiction Medicine at a pediatric hospital in the United States.
Have you contributed any publications to the medical literature?
I have.
Okay. Do you have a rough count of how many approximately?
I would say well over 100.
And what does it mean to have peer-reviewed literature?
So peer review literature means that the journal has sent out a manuscript to have it reviewed by people who are experts in the field. Typically, they will give comments and suggestions, and often manuscripts are revised based on having some outside expert look at it prior to publication.
And have you contributed any topics to any textbooks?
I have, I believe, without doing a formal count, I believe I've written more than 20 or 30 textbook chapters, and I also serve as an associate editor of the Principles of Addiction Medicine, which is the core textbook for the field of addiction medicine.
And you mentioned to me about a special recognition from the White House recently. What was that about?
Yes, a number of years ago, I was recognized by the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy for contributions to the field of addiction medicine around developing the field of pediatric addiction medicine.
So in this case, I sent you some medical records and some documents to review. Have you reviewed them in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
And do you have a rough account of how much you've billed or will bill to this point?
So going back to 2019, when I first started looking at this case, the total has been roughly about $10,000 for the past 4 years or so.
So let me ask you about some of your opinions. Are you familiar with the drug ketamine?
I am.
Is ketamine addictive?
Yes, ketamine is a psychoactive drug that is addictive.
Okay. When you say psychoactive drug, what do you mean by that?
So a psychoactive drug, I'm referring to any drug that can cause release of dopamine in the brain's pleasure and reward center. So any drug that can do that will have the potential to be addictive.
When we use the word addiction, can you explain to the jury, what does that mean when you say something's addictive?
Yeah, so actually, a little bit of background here, if I may. The technical diagnoses we use in the field of addiction medicine are actually substance use disorder. So this is a diagnosis that's made by a checklist of 11 items that really speak to trouble controlling use, having use of a substance interfere with day-to-day functioning or interpersonal relationships, or substance use that's dangerous. So there are 11 criteria. We ask patients who come in when we're evaluating them for substance use disorder. We take a history and see if they've met these criteria, and that's how we make a formal diagnosis of a substance use disorder. The term addiction is not precisely defined. Generally speaking, people use it to mean loss of control over substance use. And so I think many people may know of people who have become addicted to nicotine, who will do things to continue to use nicotine even if the nicotine use, for example, isn't pleasurable. So
we can't see the chain going to the radiator.
The issue around addiction is that it can really change someone's behavior.
I'm sorry, but this room is so creepy, you guys. From the second I saw it, I just think this looks like a room you'd be held captive in. Look at the bed. Is that like a yoga mat on top of the bed? That brown thing, like a hospital mat? It's not even real sheets. And look, and then there's like a pad underneath of it that looks like a protection pad, like if you wet the bed. And then there's sheets underneath that, but there's no comforter. There's no blanket. There's just like what the hell is this? It's like a cold mat on top of a sheet. Do you see this? This is a bizarre, creepy room. And yet, it does have the feel of like she's chained to the radiator. We just can't see the chain.
And so I think, and some people might think of, when they hear addiction, some people might think of clinical picture of somebody who's addicted to heroin, who might really do some.
I can't tell.
Who
To me,
in
it
order
looks
to
like
obtain
two
or use
stuffed
heroin
animals
might really
hugging
do
or
some
kissing.
things that are really not typical behavior. For example, they might rob or steal to get money to buy heroin or to get the drug itself. Sometimes it's a much more subtle thing.
This
Again,
whole trial
like
is
someone who's
perfect for
become
Halloween.
addicted to nicotine might, stand out in the middle of a snowstorm to smoke because they're not allowed to smoke indoors, right? So
Why
it's
are we
loss of
talking about
control over
smokers?
behavior.
Oh my
Sometimes
God.
with really
Ketamine is now like
kind of,
nicotine.
fulminant changes in behavior. I would like to say though.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
I also feel
Yeah, so let me
that
ask
she
you
may
about,
buy
in terms of
Balenciaga
ketamine's
products.
addictive properties, can you describe to the jury what those would be? Why would ketamine be addictive?
I agree,
So,
Gimme.
so all substances that can cause release of dopamine in the brain can be addictive. So it turns out that changes in the neurons of the part of the brain that's called the pleasure and reward center can actually result in the clinical picture that we call addiction.
Yeah,
right?
this
So
is what's happening,
in
Brittany.
those cases is that substance use is kind of being,
They're making
for lack of a better word,
muddy.
it's being misfiled by the brain, and it's now being put into
so that they can say that
the
anything
category
is
of
addicting.
life-sustaining behaviors, which would include things like breathing and eating and drinking. When that happens, the subconscious parts of the brain start to protect the behavior. So
Locals.
when you're
Locals is killing
Okay,
me
so
with
let
the
me
names.
ask you about that. When you say the subconscious part of the brain protect behavior, what are you referring to, Doctor?
Yeah, thank you. So, if you try and hold your breath for too long, at some point your reflexes in your brain will take over and you'll start breathing again, right? Because for life-sustaining behaviors, your brain is going to make sure that those behaviors don't get interrupted. The same when you become addicted to a substance, your brain starts protecting that substance use, and it will the more primitive parts of your brain will take over from the higher order parts of your brain that normally control behavior to ensure that you get to substance use if needed.
Is there a particular risk
Wow.
of addiction in the immature brain
Traffic is
versus
loud
the
here,
mature
sorry.
brain?
There is. So the part of the brain called the prefrontal cortexes, that's the part of the brain that houses what we call executive functions. Those are things like impulse control, error monitoring. That part of the brain is developing in adolescence through early adulthood, and that process in most people is thought to conclude somewhere around age 25, so in the mid-20s. While that part of the brain is still maturing, it turns out that part of the brain can protect against some of the changes in the pleasure and reward center that are associated with this loss of control or the clinical picture of addiction. Once those parts of the brain, the prefrontal cortexes, are mature in adults, they provide some protection to the other. Against the changes that we see in addiction. So in younger people, while that part of the brain is still maturing, they are more susceptible to developing addiction. And in fact, for every substance that we look at, we know that the younger you are when you start using a substance, the greater your chance of developing a substance use disorder. That's been shown for alcohol, cannabis, opioids, other substances.
So in terms of the actual physiologic effect, are you able to tell the jury whether ketamine can cause problems such as cell death in the brain?
This is K-Grip.
Yes. So ketamine can cause apoptosis, particularly in younger animals. So apoptosis is programmed cell death, and ketamine accelerates that process.
In terms of both short-term and long-term, let's talk about short-term. Are you able to educate the jury about what the short-term effects are of ketamine use?
So short-term effects typically include psychotic symptoms, things like delusions, hallucinations, or out-of-body experiences. It can also include memory impairment. On a physiologic level, ketamine can increase heart rate and slow respiration.
Why does ketamine cause memory impairment?
So ketamine is a blocker of a receptor in the brain that's called NMDA, and when that receptor is blocked, get all kinds of physiological consequences secondarily, and memory loss is one of them.
Does ketamine cause respiratory depression?
Yes, ketamine slows respiration.
Now let's talk a little bit about longer
That's not what
term,
Dr. Chopra
more
said.
chronic use of ketamine. Can you educate the jury of what some of the risks are of long-term ketamine use?
Yes, so people who use ketamine in the long term can develop problems with cognition, problems with memory, psychotic disorders, and mood disorders.
Clay, are you able to put up Exhibit 1046-004? And Doctor, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but I'll ask you, I provided you with a copy of Dr. Lewis's report. One moment. Did you see, they're pulling it up real quickly here. On the second full paragraph, it says, thus the presence of processing speed deficits are likely occurring as a result of at least two etiologies. Dr. Lewis talks about psychomotor slowing. Is that something that can be a known effect of ketamine?
Objection. One expert commenting on another's. Overruled.
So yes, that can be a consequence of ketamine use, ketamine exposure.
And you talked about mood disorder. What's the link between long-term ketamine use and mood disturbance?
So people who use ketamine chronically are more likely to have mood disorders that can include depression and bipolar disorder.
Clay, you can take that down now if you don't mind. So let me talk to you a little bit about, are you familiar, could you educate the jury as to what withdrawal symptoms of ketamine would look like?
Yes, so there's no real described ketamine withdrawal constellation of symptoms, but what has been described are reactions of anxiety and intense irritability.
In terms of ketamine being a dissociative drug, are there any specific risks of a patient taking a dissociative drug long-term?
Objection. Vague as to long-term.
So let me specify my question to you, Dr. Lee. Have you been provided the records that have generally shown the doses of ketamine that Maya received from 2015 until her hospitalization in All Children's in October of 2016?
Yes, I have.
In your review and your understanding, based on your education, training, and experiences, would you consider those doses of ketamine to be high?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead, you can answer, Doctor.
Yes, I would. The doses that I've seen reported in my opinion, are more similar to the kinds of exposures we see in people with ketamine addiction than we are than the lower doses that you would see when people use ketamine for analgesia or pain control.
Okay. Can somebody develop? Well, I won't say somebody, but is there can a person develop a tolerance to ketamine based on chronic exposure?
Objection Foundation.
Overruled.
You can answer, doctor.
Yes, tolerance is known to be associated with chronic ketamine use.
There's also some reference in the record of Maya receiving what's called a benzodiazepine. Are you familiar with those classes of drugs?
Yes.
And what are benzodiazepines?
Oh, benzodiazepines are sedatives that are used to control anxiety, and they're also anticonvulsants, and they're also used.
Jesse, because she's chained to that radiator.
And I was going to ask you that question.
She's
Is there
not
a risk
allowed
of
out of that
addiction with
room.
long-term use of benzodiazepines?
Yes, there's.
And are you familiar with the withdrawal symptoms of benzodiazepines?
Yes, I am.
And what do those symptoms look like?
In benzodiazepines, we often see people experience anxiety, irritability, and they can have seizures from benzodiazepine withdrawal. Can actually be quite dangerous.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about use of ketamine going forward. The jury has heard a recommendation that Maya receive ketamine again, based on a recommendation from Dr. Kirkpatrick for a certain period of time into the future. Let me ask you this. Based on your training and experience, would you consider it to be dangerous for an adolescent like Maya to be chronically using ketamine in the future?
Yes, I would.
Okay,
I would.
and why?
Well, I think so. Ketamine is an addictive substance. Maya's already had a very extensive exposure.
Why is no
I would
one
be concerned
in
that
agreement about this?
that any chronic problems that she may be experiencing related to ketamine use could get worse. I would
volume went
also be concerned that she could develop or worsen a substance use disorder to ketamine.
And is there a particular concern about starting a significant ketamine dose around her age at age 18 during that adolescent period that would be unique to that period of life?
Yes, there is. Again, the risk of developing a substance use disorder is much higher among adolescents and young adults. I think that there would be real concerns about using a drug like ketamine, certainly in high doses, in somebody in this age range.
Okay. I appreciate your time, doctor. Those are the questions I have at this point. I may have some after plaintiff's counsel ask you questions. Thank you.
Mr. Whitney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If ketamine is so addicting, why are
Good afternoon, Dr.
researchers
Levy.
using it to
Good
help
afternoon.
people with addictions now? Because that's what they're
You've
using
been
ketamine
paid
for now.
$20,000 approximately today. Is that right?
No, it's approximately $10,000 for my work on this case dating back to 2019.
What do you charge per hour?
I have to double check my records, but I believe it's about $450 per hour.
So at that rate, you've spent approximately 20 hours looking at this case over the previous 4 years. Is that right?
That sounds about right.
That's it, right?
Yes.
Certainly you haven't reviewed all of Maya's medical records.
I have.
No,
I've
you
reviewed
haven't. Just say no.
quite
Just
a
say
bit
no.
of her medical records, but
not all.
Probably not every
So no.
page that's ever been written.
Her chart at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for the relevant admission is 3,700 pages. You didn't review that in 20 hours, did you?
No, I didn't review 3,000 pages.
In total, you haven't reviewed even 3,000 pages, have you?
No.
I would
Just
have to
say
go
no.
in and count how many pages. I would say that in medical records, often many of the pages don't take a lot of time to review.
So you did or did not review 3,700 pages from the relevant admission?
I would have to go back and look at my notes to tell you exactly how many pages that I've reviewed.
You might have reviewed 3,700 pages in 20 hours. Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think that it's possible simply because many of the pages in medical records are not dense writing, that are just, they're more charts and things that can be reviewed very quickly.
So just
I like that
taking
she's
that alone,
fighting
that's
this.
200 pages an
funny.
hour. It's pretty good. Dr. Kirkpatrick's
making her
records, how
look stupid.
long are those?
How long are Dr. Kirkpatrick's
I
records?
don't know because I
really
didn't look
don't
at
know
them.
off the top of my head.
Do you know who Dr. Kirkpatrick is?
I do.
Who's Dr. Kirkpatrick?
So he is a pain specialist who was an expert in treating chronic regional pain syndrome, who I believe consulted with Maya at some point, and I believe that he submitted a
He was her treating physician,
on
man.
this case.
At what point did he consult with Maya?
I don't actually.
Oh my God, this is brutal.
Recall the exact dates on.
Oh my God, Whitney.
How about Dr. Cantu? Have you
You're
reviewed his
amazing.
records?
Objection overruled.
Yeah, why are you objecting? Because my witness doesn't know.
I believe that I've seen summaries of his records. I believe Dr. Cantu was a physician in Mexico who put Maya in a medical coma using ketamine, and I believe that I reviewed a summary of those records. I don't believe that I have every single record from that visit.
Do you have that summary of records with you today?
I would have to look through my files to see what I have.
Who provided you a summary of records? Dr. Cantu?
No, Dr. Cantu has not provided me a summary of records.
Defense counsel?
Oh.
Yes, I don't believe they came from Dr. Cantu. I believe that I've read in the medical records about this previous admission.
Yet
When did
another
Dr. Cantu
witness
see Maya?
who got incomplete records from the defense.
If you're asking for the exact date, I believe it was somewhere in 2015. But
How much did they pay her?
I'd have to go back and look.
February of 2015 sound right?
That could be right.
Or it could be December.
Sorry, I don't recall the month or the exact year.
How about Dr. Hanna? Have you reviewed his records?
So again, I have reviewed some of the materials from Dr. Hanna. I think many of those materials may have been summarized in other notes.
$450 an hour.
That I have read.
Other notes from who?
I think that there may have been notes referring to Dr. Hanna and his care in other parts of Maya's medical records.
But his notes specifically, have you reviewed those?
I think that I may have seen summaries of things like the amount of medications.
Summaries from the defense.
But not the detailed notes.
Not the
Who
actual
wrote the
records.
summary?
I believe it was Dr. Hanna.
What?
Dr. Hanna wrote a summary.
I believe so.
Well, we haven't seen that and the jury hasn't seen that. So I'd just like to know if you have a summary from Dr. Hanna.
So I have a summary of the amount of medications that he administered, and
From the defense, most likely.
May have been produced by somebody else who was going through the notes and summarizing it.
Right. My question, doctor, is who authored the summary of Dr. Hanna's treatments?
I'm not sure, sir.
All right. What dosing did Dr. Kirkpatrick provide Maya Kowalski during her infusions?
You're sorry, but you're asking me a lot of details that I would need to go back and look at.
That you should know. You're the expert.
To be fair, ma'am, you're being paid $450 an hour, so I am asking you details, and this is an important case.
Yep.
Can you tell me what dosing
better know
Dr.
the
Kirkpatrick
details.
provided?
I would have to go and look that up.
How about Dr. Cantu? His dosing.
I would have to look.
She doesn't know shit.
You testified to this jury that there were high doses of ketamine, but you can't tell us what the doses were?
That's correct.
Wouldn't you need to know the doses to say whether they're low, high, extreme, negligible. To describe them in any way, you need another dosing, wouldn't you?
That's right. And
Let's, Dr. Hannah, what was Dr. Hannah's
Hold on,
dosing?
Hold on, can you please finish your answer?
Sure, please.
That's right. And I had looked at the doses and found them to be high. I've been looking at materials since 2019. So I can't remember all the details in my head.
You've been spending
Oh my God.
5 hours a year in total since 2019. If we average out your 20
That's not
hours
much
in this
time.
case, right?
5 hours a year.
That's correct.
It's not much.
Well,
That's not much, is it?
You don't really know about
It's
this case at all,
what-
do you?
It's what was needed.
It was what was needed, but you
Are
can't
you
answer a
finished? I don't wanna
damn
interrupt you. Are
question.
you finished with that answer?
Whitney.
Yes.
Okay. What are you being paid to be here today by Zoom?
By Zoom.
$450 an hour.
Wow.
Nothing
Well-
wrong with being paid by the hour, right?
I'm sorry, is that a question?
There's nothing wrong conceptually with being paid by the hour, is there?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let's talk about your testimony specifically as it relates to Maya Kowalski, if there was any. 100 plus publications. None of those deal with ketamine, do they?
So so I often write about substance use and addictions, and often that is
spit it out, ma'am.
not specific to a substance. But if you're asking, do I have any articles that specifically review ketamine, I would say no.
Is she at the right trial?
And your 20 to 30 textbook chapters, none specifically on ketamine, correct?
But that's not correct. Actually, in the main adolescent medicine textbook called the Einstein Textbook of Adolescent Medicine, did co-author the chapter on substances on psychoactive substances, which includes ketamine.
So maybe one textbook chapter that touches on ketamine.
So I would
Rougher than
say
60 grit
one
sandpaper.
textbook chapter that reviews ketamine specifically. It also in the Principles of Addiction Medicine textbook was the associate editor for the section on withdrawal management, which included ketamine.
All right, let's turn to your testimony about some drugs having the potential for addiction. That was your testimony, right?
I don't think I used exactly those words, but that's an okay interpretation of it. Yes.
And so, for example, nicotine, caffeine, those have potential for addiction.
Nicotine, certainly. Caffeine, I think that there's not clarity.
What? Yes, there is.
On that.
Have you ever heard of a withdrawal headache from caffeine, ma'am?
But you need to show with any potentially addictive drug that it actually caused addiction in a person, a patient, a user, however you want to describe them, right?
I'm not clear on the question. Could you please restate it?
It's not enough to just come in here and say to this jury, ketamine can be addictive, right? You need to connect it with what we're talking about here, which is Maya Kowalski, that she was addicted to ketamine.
So, all right. Again, is that what is exactly the question?
Every
for
defense
me?
witness got
Is it-
plus 1,000 evasion.
You've never taken a
potion.
history
Thanks,
of Maya
Chaos.
Kowalski, have you?
I have not.
You've never met Maya Kowalski.
I have not.
You've never interviewed Jack Kowalski about his daughter's treatments.
That's correct. I have not.
You've never spoken with Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Correct.
You've never spoken with Dr. Hannah.
That is correct.
You've never spoken with the primary care physician, Dr. Wassenaar.
That's correct.
You've never spoken with any of the mental health counselors that treated Maya Kowalski over this 2 years that we're talking about in this courtroom.
That's correct.
So it's solely a review of records, but you testified to make a diagnosis of substance abuse disorder or substance-related addictive disorder that you would need to take a history, right?
That's correct.
So you're not here testifying that you have reached a diagnosis of Maya Kowalski, are you?
I am not.
If we turn to, I believe when you said there are 11 criteria that you'd look to, tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe you were referencing the DSM-5.
Correct. There's an updated version, the DSM-5 TR.
And,
Yes.
and the jury's heard about the updated TR version. I have in front of me the DSM-5, not TR. So if you tell me that there's some change in the TR relevant to what I'm about to ask you over the next few minutes, please let me know.
Okay.
For the substance-related addictive disorders in the DSM-5, these encompass 10 separate classes of drugs. Are you aware of that?
Bet they wish they wouldn't have thrown Jesus in the trash because they could use him right
You
now
can
to
admit
recover this
that
witness.
none of those are ketamine, right?
I really think Whitney could be
No.
done now.
I
Just sit
disagree
down,
with that.
Whitney.
All right.
You've
Let's
destroyed
talk about
her.
them. 10
It's
classes
over.
of drugs. Stop me when you hear the one that's ketamine. Alcohol,
Uh-oh, here we go.
caffeine, cannabis, inhalants, opioids, sedatives, hypnotics, and anxiolytics. Tell me if that's ketamine. Stimulants, including cocaine, tobacco.
Oh boy.
Did you happen to hear ketamine?
No, but so it would fit into different classes.
A class that's not there.
Which class?
Well, ketamine is so ketamine is it's classified as a dissociative anesthetic, so it's in the hallucinogen class, and these are addictive. These are considered addictive medications, addictive substances.
But it's not listed on the addictive substances now, is it?
One moment while I find the hallucinogen class, please.
Oh God, Whitney, don't sit down. You've done enough. She's on the ground. Whitney, stop kicking. Stop kicking her. It's over. Sit down.
Hallucinogen. Now, you testified earlier that there was a checklist of 11 items that you use to look for this substance abuse disorder, right?
That's correct. It's a substance use disorder. Yes.
Substance use disorder. But if I look at the
Locals
hallucinogen
is
section,
working overtime.
it turns out
on
you're
memes.
not testifying about the hallucinogen section because there are not 11 under that
Check out the
classification,
newest
are there?
meme on locals.
I believe there are.
Let's talk about some of them.
Oh Lord, you guys are so funny.
Now, underneath hallucinogen-related disorders, you have phencyclidine use disorder, and you have other hallucinogen use disorder, and then you have phencyclidine intoxication and other hallucinogen intoxication. Which of these should we look to for your ketamine testimony here?
Deviate. This is a horror movie.
Ketamine is an analog of
It is for her.
phencyclidine, so I mean, it would be under other.
Other hallucinogen use disorder?
Yes.
All right. Let's look at the criteria. A great deal of time is spent in activities necessary to obtain the hallucinogen. Can you point to any record that you've reviewed that showed Maya Kowalski spent a great deal of time in activities necessary to obtain ketamine?
So, here I would say that I would not make a diagnosis without speaking to patient directly. So I don't really think a record review would be sufficient to make a diagnosis here.
Well, then what are you here for?
All right, ma'am. Have you had a chance to review the dates of the ketamine infusions? Do we have a way to screen share this with her?
Her face is ombre in the shade of Pepto. She really matches. She's blending
Yes.
into the background. Her face is the
I'm going to
exact
show you
same
a
color as the wall.
calendar
It's
of
really
Maya
weird.
Kowalski's ketamine treatments, doctor. First of all, while we're pulling that up, in 2016, when was Maya's
He sounds excited.
use
She
of
should be
ketamine
worried.
most frequent?
She won't know.
Which month?
She
Sir,
doesn't
I
know.
wouldn't be able to tell you months.
Sir, I only spent 5 hours a year on this. I can't
How
be
many
expected to
infusions
give you
did she receive
details.
in 2016?
I would have to go back to records to look at that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Can you see the calendar, ma'am?
Yes.
All right.
Let me give you the
I'll represent
answer.
to you that in red are days where Maya did not receive any ketamine. In green are days that she did receive ketamine.
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overruled.
Let's look at May. See 3 infusions in May?
Yes.
And the last infusion in May was on the 13th, and she didn't receive her next infusion until June 1st. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Would you point me to any medical record spanning May 14th to May 31st where you noted symptoms of withdrawal or ketamine addiction?
She can't. Nick Campbell, thanks for the super
That's not
chat.
something that I'd be able to do. You're asking very detailed
Don't
questions.
stop our lawyer and savior,
uh,
Whitney,
But I think
from his casting out of
the
the
question
heretics.
is whether some of the symptoms that are described in the
We
medical
need him to
records
save us.
could have possibly been attributable to ketamine withdrawal.
And that's what I'm asking you. That's
So you
what I'm
can't
asking
point
in
to any
May,
of
what symptoms
those symptoms,
did you
though.
note in the medical records that you can attribute to ketamine use disorder, or more specifically, other hallucinogen use disorder that you're
3
testifying
days
to
a
here?
month? What kind of addiction is this?
So I would say that there are
A really shitty one.
many times in the medical records where
My question's about May, ma'am.
Well, she can finish her answer, please.
It looks like the infusions are
Answer Mr. Whitney's
decreasing
question, please.
by quite a bit.
there are many places in the medical records where people are describing.
Look at how many days in
what I
May
think
she
you
went
could
without an infusion.
Summarize as irritable.
Look at how many days in
behavior
August.
on Maya's behalf. I can't tell you exactly what happened in May. I don't have her medical records.
So some irritability in the medical records. All right.
Well, actually, it's
Yeah,
not.
this is a
some
good chart.
irritability. I mean, it's actually, extreme irritability as reported in those records.
I like these. I like this chart, Whitney.
Drugs that may actually cause addiction would include, I hope you agree with me, Toradol,
Yes,
oxycodone.
yes,
A lot of people hear about oxy addiction, right? Valium,
yes.
clonidine.
Clonidine is not really thought to be addictive.
All right. So if it turns out that after Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Cantu and Dr. Hanna became involved, they were able to take Maya off of all these other addictive medications, that would be a benefit to the child, would it not?
Oh my God.
I think that
Damn, Whitney.
Weaning a
Damn.
patient off of opioids and benzodiazepines can be a benefit, but not necessarily if it's being replaced by something else that can also be dangerous.
Can I see the attorneys for just a moment, please?
Oh boy. The judge is getting, yeah. Oh damn. These are the drugs that the hospital administered. So now he's asking her about the addictability of the drugs that the hospital put her on. Yeah, and they put her on all kinds of addicting drugs. They put her on benzos and opioids and Haldol, antipsychotics. They put her on all kinds of shit. They put her on neurotoxins. Oh, it is so bizarre that I just can't even. What is the judge pissed about now? He's upset about something. What's going on? What is he looking at? What are we glaring at, Anderson? Watcher says, I'm addicted to Megan. Well, that's the way we like it here. You keep coming back. Make sure you hit that like button. If you're on YouTube, like and share the stream. If you're on Rumble, make sure you hit that thumbs up and join locals. Hit the join button on Rumble. Go to meganfox.locals.com where you can make and share memes like this. This is hilarious. By the way, Your Honor, permission to bring in the duck for this witness. I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it. I think we need that. All right, the bailiff is moving around the courtroom. Something's going on. Something's going on. Something happened outside or something. The bailiff is moving around, which is it's not jury time, so there shouldn't be a reason why. And the court reporter looks alarmed. Something's happening.
3 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves.
Uh-oh.
Do not do any investigation or receive
Jury's
no
being
information.
dismissed. Something's going on. That wasn't an objection. There was no objection. The judge just called the attorneys over to the bench, and then the bailiff started moving around. Anderson started glaring over by the door. Whitney ran out. I don't know where Whitney went. But something's going on. Something is going on. All right, let me go over to, you know what? I'll go over to Recovery Addict. And if he's saying anything on the Zoom, I will repeat it. I can't stream snipe him, but I can at least repeat what he's saying. Hold on.
Presence. I'm unmuting the microphone to Dr. Levy. Dr. Levy, can you
wait.
unmute yourself, please, at this point?
Are they going to proffer
Dr.
her?
Levy, do you have your Outlook open right now?
Oh, no.
I think I do.
Oh, God. Is she reading
First
emails?
off, I need you to close it out. And have you been looking at it during this testimony?
I have not seen
Oh.
it during this testimony.
How does he
Do
know
any
that?
of the lawyers wish to ask any questions on this issue?
How did...
Okay, you can't have anything other than the Zoom open, ma'am. So please,
My apologies.
okay, please close that. Anything else before I bring the jury back in?
Did she send an email while she was testifying? How else would he know that? Outlook is email. Hold on a second. Okay. Recovery Addict is saying that it's possible that somebody saw a notification pop up on her screen, but we didn't see anything. We didn't see anything. My guess would be that she may have a male sound, a ding, a ding. It was a ding, like a notification.
Please be seated. Members of the jury want to
Yeah.
confirm you did not discuss this case amongst
Okay.
yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
All right.
And
the
you did
witness
not see any
had
media in the
Outlook
2 minutes you were
open
gone.
on her computer
And no one approached you in
while
those
she
2
was
minutes.
on Zoom, and somebody heard
Mr. Whitney,
dinging.
you can continue.
Thank you.
Diane, you heard the ding. It was
Dr.
a
Levy,
notification
did it come to your
chime.
attention that the drugs we were just discussing,
Right.
Toradol, oxycodone, Valium, and clonidine, were all prescribed and administered to Maya Kowalski in 2015?
Yes.
God, I'm out of coffee
Simultaneously.
already.
Yes.
At Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
No, yes. I don't remember the details, but it doesn't sound.
I want to ask you about, you mentioned Dr. Lewis's report. What drugs was Maya Kowalski on when she underwent Dr. Lewis's neurological, psychological evaluation?
But she doesn't know.
I don't
She won't
believe
know
that
this.
she was on any medications at that time.
You're not positive of that, are you?
Well, I think that there's a note at the beginning that said that she had what's known as a PRN order that she could ask for. I believe it was an opioid, but she hadn't asked for it that day. So the examiner thought there were no substances in her system.
But you haven't cross-checked that statement against the medication administration records of the hospital and the nurses, have you? Because those show there were drugs given to her that day.
Objection, mischaracterization of the record.
It's in the overall. Yeah. You haven't seen that, have you?
No, I have not.
And one of the markers of a use disorder would be the need. First of all, you would exhaust your supply, would you not? That's what forces you to seek frequent and early refills or prescriptions or obtain them illicitly or whatever you're going to do, right?
That often happens, but exhausting one's supply is not one of the criteria.
You'd expect that if someone had a use disorder as described in the DSM-5, that they would go through their existing supply, would you not?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have you ever reviewed the District 12 medical examiner's inventory of medications found in the Kowalski home in
Objection.
January 2017?
Approach.
Okay. Are they approaching again? All right, I'm fixing the there we go. Defense expert on addiction, Dr. Levy. Is she frozen? No, she's just really good at being still. Only her eyes are moving. I don't know if we can hear what they're saying. Hold on. Hang on a second. I'm trying. I'm trying, Your Honor. No, they turned the microphones off, so even recovery addict can't hear what they're sidebarring about. Or I would tell you. I wish I had the Zoom. That would be great, but I don't know where the Zoom is. I don't know how to get that. I would probably, I could probably ask the court for a media pass for it.
Is overruled.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll try.
You're not aware, doctor, that the Kowalskis received a prescription for oxycodone in November of 2014. 15 tablets were prescribed, and as of January 2017, 13 remained in their home. Are you?
I was not aware.
They used 2 over the course of 2 years.
Mhm.
No further questions at this time.
This is true Wisconsin, which is why I would have to tap in on my phone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Computer would not handle it.
Dr. Levy, Clay, can you put up what's in evidence as 1046-003? And Dr. Levy, I'm showing you Dr. Lewis's report that you were asked about. This is at the very top. It's above, yeah, there you go. Can you blow up that first paragraph? It says the absence of any, can you read that? Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Go ahead and read that paragraph and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay. So was that what you were referring to Mr. Whitney, that when you read Dr. Lewis's report, Maya was not on any analgesic pain medication during that assessment. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so let's go backwards a little bit. You were asked about Dr. Cantu's records and whether you've reviewed them. I'll represent to you, he doesn't have any records. Is that why you didn't review them?
Objection, misstates his lab records and evidence.
Dr.
Overruled.
Cantu does not have his records from the ketamine coma. That's why you haven't seen them, right?
Yes.
So let me ask you about ketamine dosage.
But where are
And
his
by the
records?
way, you were shown this ketamine dosage chart. Anywhere in that chart did it show the ketamine that Maya was drinking at home?
It did not.
Those were just infusions. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you are aware that Beata Kowalski was also having Maya drink ketamine in between. Is that right?
Objection has raised.
Overruled.
Yes, I had read that in the medical records.
Are you generally familiar with the standard dosing of sub-anesthetic ketamine in terms of milligrams per kilograms per hour?
Yes.
Is that between 0.1-0.5 milligrams? Okay. What is your understanding of the standard subacute? Dr. Levy, what is your understanding of the standard sub-anesthetic dose of ketamine measured in milligrams per kilogram per hour?
Less than 0.5 milligrams per kilo per hour.
And you were provided records of the amount that Dr. Hanna was giving, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you see in the records that Dr. Hanna was providing? In the records, can you tell this jury what Dr. Hanna's doses were in terms of milligrams per kilograms per hour?
I cannot recall the exact doses that Dr. Hanna was given, but I remember doing the calculations and seeing there were many multiples above the minimal doses.
If I were to represent to you that Dr. Hanna was infusing up to 23,
Sustained.
in terms of many multiples, what percentage? Are you talking like 10 times, 100 times, or what?
To the best of my
Sustained.
What's your recollection in terms of the multiples of dosage of ketamine compared to what you understand to be the standard dose to be?
Same objection.
Overruled on that one.
So to the best of my recollection, they were more than 100 times of the sub anesthetic doses.
In your career, have you ever seen a child age 9 to 10 be exposed to this much ketamine?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I have not.
One moment. I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Whitney?
Nothing further. This is.
Okay, ma'am, don't go anywhere. I'm going to see if the jury has any questions. And the answer is they do. Ma'am, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute the microphone again. It's probably going to be several minutes. So just hang tight, but understand you're going to be muted.
Okay.
And more coming, is that correct?
Time for jury questions. I'd be surprised if they had too many questions for her. Chaos coordinator says, in this jury we trust. So far, they haven't let us down. Laura M says, doesn't Anderson look like Val Kilmer, like an older Kilmer? A little. That was a pretty good cross by Whitney, I would say. Although I don't think he needed to go as deep as he did, or as long as he did. I think they really need to be careful, and mind their time. And he really, I mean, I just think he wrecked her. Absolutely wrecked her. I am looking at the 12th Judicial Circuit to see how I would request access to the Zoom. Because I'm sure press are given access. I could try. I'm looking it up now. Here we go. Aha. This might be it. Okay, let's see. Expectations. Mm-hmm. I'm reading the directions. All right, I got to find Judge Carroll's courtroom. Where's Judge Carroll? Too many judges. Aha. There he is. Zoom conferencing software. All right, hold on. If my computer goes dead, it's because of Zoom. No. Zoom can't be streamed. No, I can only listen to it. And I can repeat what's being said, but I can't broadcast it. It's not allowed. But I am trying to access it, so hold on a second. We'll see. Let's see if this works. In the meantime, let's see if... Oh, okay. The mic is on, so... Oh, he can't hear. Nope, the mic's not on. Never mind. So we're not getting those questions ahead of time anyway. The mic's not on because he didn't put the witness in a breakout room. Yeah, let's talk about Anderson, by the way. I think that his cross of Bedy was not so good. It was really not so good. And I'm not sure why, but I felt like it was lackluster. Like maybe he didn't get to ask what he wanted to ask. Or he just was, you know what it is, I think.
Levy, if you could unmute your microphone feed. Can you still hear me?
I think it might be because he's so close to this
The
case.
jury has a number of questions. Let me just go through them one at a time. Do you think ketamine can help CRPS patients?
I think that in certain circumstances, ketamine can be helpful to patients with CRPS, particularly adult patients.
How long do the long-term effect of ketamine last that you testified? Parentheses, the effects on cognition, memory, and mood disorder, DO?
So some effects improve if someone stops using ketamine, other effects can be permanent, or at least in the very long term.
How long do the short-term effects of ketamine last that you testified about? Psychotic symptoms and memory impairment.
So the short-term effects, usually last a few hours in healthy volunteers.
Would a child possibly have outburst or be agitated if they were given ketamine, Haldol, Presidex, and a benzo?
I think it's possible that if a child were experiencing withdrawal from those substances, that they might have outbursts.
So I can better understand, you said ketamine addiction is not like heroin addiction, whereas heroin can cause withdrawals of, or in my words, a life of a druggie, thieving, destitution. Ketamine withdrawals or addiction is possibly more akin to my addiction to donuts, and when I don't have sugars, I get grumpy.
Yeah, so there's a lot wrapped up in that question. What I would say is that so addiction can alter somebody's behavior, sometimes dramatically, other times more modestly, and that is, in my opinion, not related to the substance that someone's addicted to. So I think the best example I could give here is somebody's addicted to nicotine and they're in a building where smoking isn't allowed. They might go outside and smoke during a snowstorm, right? That's a modest behavioral adjustment. We've also seen patients who have terrible lung disease from smoking and are oxygen dependent and smoke despite the risks of oxygen being flammable. Both of those are symptoms of loss of control to nicotine. So it's not so much dependent, I would say, on the substance as it is the entire picture.
When you talk about addiction, withdrawal, mental effects, you appear to be talking about humans. Several times today within the same statement that includes ketamine, the phrase, quote, in animals, end quote, is used. Today, humans and animals seem interchangeable, but in your testimony, animals is meant as lab test animals. Is that correct?
Looking at some of this study, there are certain things that we do not know about humans. We certainly don't have a lot of experience giving very high doses of ketamine to human children, but there have been animal studies that have looked at young laboratory animals to see what happens in the brains of these animals.
What % of your testimony revolve around actual human observations and clinical testimony, and how much of your testimony was based on non-human animal studies?
The majority of it is talking about humans. When I was referring to animal studies, I tried to highlight that by indicating these are studies that were done in animals.
Is ketamine clearly listed in any accepted medical publication as addictive?
Yes, I think that the line of questioning was confusing, but the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Psychiatric Disorders has a section on hallucinogen use disorder, and ketamine is clearly in that category.
Is ketamine in any of the listed categories of the DSM-5 or that official medical book?
Yes, so it's an hallucinogen. In fact, it's chemically very similar and physiologically very similar to PCP, which is the example that they give in that book under hallucinogens.
You said that the levels of ketamine were way high than normal. Are you referring to, or you are referring to for normal anesthesia?
Yeah, so for, in my opinion, the doses of ketamine that Maya received.
Objection Foundation. It's directly responsible.
Overruled. You can continue, doctor.
So the amounts of ketamine that Maya was exposed to were more similar to the reported amounts of ketamine from people who've become addicted to ketamine than the typical doses of ketamine you would see in medical treatment.
Are these levels too high for CRPS in the United States of America?
So so in my opinion, the doses were too high.
Are these levels too high in other places in the world?
So in my opinion, as an addiction medicine specialist, these doses were too high, much too high to give to a child.
Mr. Shapiro.
Sure, briefly. Dr. Levy, you were asked about ketamine for CRPS where you work at your institution in Boston. Do they use ketamine for pediatric CRPS?
So the anesthesia program at my hospital relies primarily on occupational therapy, on non-pharmacological treatments for CRPS in children.
In terms of your discussion of laboratory animals, what happened in those studies to the laboratory animals exposed to excessive ketamine doses?
They ended up being stuffed and put on her bed.
Why don't they have human studies of ketamine in the doses that Maya received for you to be able to comment on?
Objection Foundation is sustained.
You talked about the addictive qualities of ketamine. You mentioned that it's similar to PCP. Can you expand on that, please?
Objection relevance.
That objection I'm going to
Foundation.
overruled.
So ketamine is in the same class of drugs as PCP, and it works on the same receptor and has many of the same effects.
Okay. And one of the jurors asked a good question about, is this addictive like, your morning coffee or donuts, or is ketamine, in your opinion, addictive more in the lines of a drug like PCP? What would your answer be to that?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
The word addiction can be very confusing because in popular language, it's often used to mean something that you really like, but not a true addiction. True addiction in the medical sense refers to loss of control over a substance. So we'll often hear, well, I'm really, addicted to sugar or donuts or, that restaurant down the block. But really what people mean is they really enjoy those things, but they haven't necessarily lost control over them. So we make a sharp distinction between substances or behaviors that can directly trigger dopamine release in the brain's pleasure and reward center, which are truly addictive, that can alter behavior in the kinds of ways that we're talking about, versus these other experiences which may be very pleasurable but are not addictive in the true sense.
So is ketamine one of the drugs that can alter the receptors that can lead to true addiction?
Objection Foundation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, it is.
I did figure out how to get into the Zoom, but I do want to.
Are you aware of any
computer.
studies that show
Try
the
on my
doses
phone
of
later.
ketamine that are given to children?
Objection bolstering.
Sustained.
That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Because unfortunately, if I put
Mr.
it on the computer,
Dr. Levy,
I
what is the
can't mute
half-life of
it.
ketamine in humans?
So then I have two going at the same time, which is
It's
really
several hours.
confusing.
I'd have to look it up to give you an exact answer. I'm sorry.
You don't have an exact answer, right?
Correct.
You'd have no basis to disagree with the critical care physician from Johns Hopkins that testified to this jury that Maya could have been weaned off the ketamine and other drugs that Johns Hopkins was administering within half a day, right?
Objection, mischaracterization. And also asking the witness to comment on the testimony.
Overruled, you can answer.
You know, ketamine is actually quite lipophilic, which is it's just a little bit different from its half-life. I would actually have to take a look at that testimony to give you a real opinion on that.
You don't know if you agree or disagree with the Johns Hopkins critical care physician.
I would like to see the exact testimony before giving an exact answer.
Well, you had the opportunity, ma'am, as a retained expert. Did you review the testimony of Dr. Farhan Malik?
I'm sorry, I don't recall if I've seen that testimony or not. Again, my involvement in this case goes back to 2019.
Well, he testified here. Have you reviewed his testimony during trial?
I don't believe I was provided his testimony during trial.
Mrs. Kagriff coming in.
I want to go back to the DSM-5 because you claimed that...
hold on a minute. We got to pause this. Mrs. Kagriff just tweeted me the mugshot of Cathi Bedy when she was... why am I not signed in? Oh my God, I had to clear my cache. How do I sign into this stupid thing? This is why I don't like clearing the cache, because then I have to sign into everything again. Anyway, Mrs. Kagriff sent me Cathi Bedy's mugshot from when she was arrested for child abuse. Now, the charges were later dropped. We don't know why, but she was arrested. And this is really quite something. Hold on, I'm going to show you. No, let's see. She was arrested June 15th of 2007. There she is. We recognize that face, don't we? Let me take down the banner. That is not Dr. Levy. This is Cathi Bedy and her arrest photo for when she was arrested June 15th, 2007 for kneeling on a child. And allegedly the child couldn't breathe, but for whatever reason, those charges were dropped and she has not paid for that crime, probably because the state protects itself.
Ketamine is one of the hallucinogens listed here. So let me just read to you those that are listed here and tell me if you misspoke. Phenylalkylamines. Stop me if you hear the one that ketamine falls into. MDMA or ecstasy. Endoleamines, including psilocybin. Dimethyltryptamine. Ergolines, such as LSD or morning glory seeds. Morning glory seeds. In addition, ethnobotanical compounds. That's not what we're talking about with ketamine, are we?
No, it's a phencyclidine analog.
And gypsum weed. Excluded are cannabis and THC. I don't see it there, ma'am. Is it in the TR version of the DSM-5? Is that what you're saying?
It's an analog of phencyclidine.
So it's not listed here, right?
It is, I believe phencyclidine and analogs are listed there.
And you testified again on redirect here that the amounts that Maya Kowalski was receiving were more similar to the reported amounts of ketamine that are used by people that become addictive. But as we sit here today, you can't testify to her dosing, correct?
Well, I would say that that's not a clear yes or no.
What was the infusion dose given by Dr. Cantu?
Your Honor, can she please finish her answer?
Were you finished with your prior answer?
I would like to say a little more, actually.
You may.
So although I can't tell you what the specific doses on specific days were, I did review the medical records and thought that the doses were extraordinarily high, much higher than the typical dose range given for treatment for analgesic purposes, and more similar to the doses reported by people who've become addicted to ketamine. Now, of course, everything has to be adjusted for body weight in a child.
When you use dosing in medicine, you use a number, right? A certain amount of milligrams.
Correct.
All right. Tell the jury how many milligrams of ketamine Dr. Cantu administered during his infusions in late 2015.
Right. I cannot answer that question. I was talking about the total cumulative dose that Maya received was much higher, and the individual doses were much higher than recommended or typical protocols.
Anything further, Mr. Shapiro?
One moment, Your Honor. Doctor, in terms of the specific doses, would it refresh your recollection to review the report that you prepared? And do you have access to that report?
Yes, thank you. And I do have it on my computer if I may open it.
Your Honor, she's allowed to have access to her report during her testimony. No?
I know, but I have no way of controlling at this point.
May I refresh her with what? Okay. May I approach?
All right, they won't have turned on the microphone at this point either on Zoom because the witness is not the witness is still there. She's just on mute. So we're just having to wait it out on this one. But I do know how to get into the Zoom now, but I just have to figure out the best way to do that because I don't want two audios going in my ears at the same time.
Question, Your Honor. Thank you. And thank you for your time, Dr. Levy.
Members of the jury, anything else? It looks like there's another question coming. Dr. Levy, I'm going to place you back on that mute again.
All right, again, no one will be able to hear on the Zoom because everything will be on mute. Going back to Anderson and his cross of Bedy, to me, it's just like, I think he's too close. And I think that, I think he's just too close to the case. And I think that his emotions may have gotten the better of him and he got flustered. Like he really wanted that cross to be so good, but I still think it was effective. I mean, I don't think the jury believed her at all. She wasn't believable. I don't think we even really needed a cross. I think the jury did fine crossing her themselves. And Bedy was just, she was not good on the stand. I think Whitney would have done a better job. I think that Anderson is just really invested emotionally in this. And I think it might have got the better of him today. Because he did seem flustered, flustered. I don't know why, but he just seemed flustered. So that was a tough day for him. Yeah, I think it was a tough day for him. Right. And then she was also being really belligerent, right? Acting like she didn't understand any of the questions, and then saying, well, you can show me the paper, then seeing it and going, well, then I'd have to look at my notes. I can't tell from this. I need to look at my notes. I mean, she was being very evasive, and I think he got angry, and I think it made him, maybe his anxiety get going, and it just didn't,
And doctor, if you could.
it wasn't his best
Open
cross.
the channel back up, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, doctor, if ketamine is so bad, why don't they take it off the market, or is there a good use for it?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Many medications have the potential for risks and side effects, particularly in high doses. So ketamine is actually an effective anesthetic, right? Means it can be used to put people to sleep prior to a surgery. In lower doses, it can be used as an analgesic, meaning it can treat pain without putting people to sleep. But when it's used, it's like any other substance. When you use it in very high doses, particularly over long periods of time, it has the chances of risks and side effects goes up tremendously. And so that's why there are established dose ranges that doctors are advised to stay between when they're using these medications. But that's true of just about any medication that's out there on the market, that at very high dose ranges, it can have dangerous or even toxic side effects.
Your statement of high ketamine usage revolves around your knowledge as an, quote, addiction doctor, end quote, and not as a specialist, as a doctor or research scientist treating CRPS. Am I correct with this statement?
Yes.
And members of the jury, I can't ask the other question. Mr. Shapiro, anything further? I'm sorry?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thanks, Duncan. Duncan says Anderson has a Columbo sort of style to his
Okay,
cross.
and may this
Whitney
witness be
seems
excused at this
much
time?
more direct.
Yes. Okay, doctor, thank you very much.
Whitney's
I'm gonna
quicker,
go ahead
too.
and turn off your feed with us.
And I think that
Thank you.
I think that the judge really needs to encourage him to let Whitney do more, like he did
Members of
earlier.
the jury, are we going to be able to go for another 45 minutes without a break, or do you need a break? I'm sorry, can we go for another 45 minutes? Your next witness, please.
Ugh, who's the next witness?
The defense calls Thatcher.
Just another person who lies. Ugh. I'm getting exhausted by the defense's witnesses. I mean, just seriously exhausted. But if it's a live witness, then I need to figure out how to tap into the Zoom from my phone so I can monitor. I just can't, or maybe I can learn how to turn it off. I don't know. We'll see. Dun, 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 dun.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Dark purple? More dark purple? Oh my God. Or is that blue? It looks like indigo to me. No, it's blue. It's blue. False alarm. False alarm.
May it please the court. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please state your name?
My name is Kelly Thatcher.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently a pediatric nurse practitioner in the pediatric cardiac intensive care unit at St. Joseph's Children's Hospital in Tampa.
Can you please give the jury the benefit of your educational background from where you went to school through any type of specialty licenses and things of that nature you've obtained through the years?
Absolutely. So I started my nursing career in 2004 after I graduated from Hillsborough Community College in Tampa. I started as an associate nurse. I then got my bachelor's of science in nursing in 2014 from the University of South Florida. And then I continued my education and received my master's of science in nursing from the University of Alabama in Birmingham. I started my career in 2004 at St. Joseph's Children's Hospital. I worked for a year on the medical surgical unit, and then I transferred into the pediatric cardiac intensive care unit, where I spent several years working as a bedside nurse. And then I had an opportunity to become a charge nurse in the pediatric cardiac intensive care unit and the pediatric intensive care unit. So I transferred into that role. I worked at St. Joseph's a total of 9 years. And then I went and opened up a community hospital, Brandon Regional Hospital. I worked there for a year. It was I'm sorry, not the hospital, the pediatric intensive care unit that was in the hospital. And then after about a year, I transferred into the pediatric intensive care unit at Tampa General Hospital. And I worked there for a year. And I transferred then to All Children's Hospital in the pediatric cardiac intensive care unit. And after about a year and a half, I wanted to go in search of leadership opportunities. So I transferred to the pediatric intensive care unit at All Children's Hospital. I have advanced training as a pediatric advanced life support instructor. I am associated by the American Association of Critical Care Nurses as a CCRN, specifically in pediatrics. Additionally, I have advanced training as a nurse that specializes in running advanced therapies such as CRRT, which is a continuous renal replacement therapy, a form of dialysis, and also ECMO, which is the ultimate life support device that we have in healthcare.
Now, I'd like to take you back in time because it sounds like you've worn a lot of hats and a lot of credentials. But
definitely have.
what we're really worried about here is October of 2016. Who were you employed by at that time, and what were you doing at that time?
In October 2016,
Compound question. Overall.
in October 2016, I was employed as a nurse in the pediatric intensive care unit at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
And how much experience in nursing did you have as of October of 2016?
In October 2016, I had about 12 and a half years of bedside experience, mostly in intensive care unit. I think 1 year was outside of a pediatric ICU environment.
And can you approximate how many nursing clinical hours you had up to that point in October of 2016?
Yes, at that point, I had been a bedside nurse for about 25,000 clinical hours. And that would be a gross underestimation because most of my career, I worked 2 jobs. Additionally, I have one other thing I forgot. I worked at a pediatric surgery center in the operating room and in the pediatric anesthesia recovery room as an extra job during my career.
Did there come a point in time that you rendered nursing services to Maya Kowalski back in October of 2016 in the PICU at All Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And am I correct that you had a couple of shifts that spanned October 7 to October 8th and then October 8th through October 9th of 2016?
Yes, that's correct.
And those shifts were in the PICU?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an independent recollection of those shifts in the pediatric intensive care unit as it pertains to Maya Kowalski and her family?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall about those 2 shifts in October of 2016?
I recall that it being a very tense environment. Maya was very belligerent. She had a lot of cussing, swearing language. I remember Mrs. Kowalski being very anxious, asking for a lot of sedation medications. I remember them asking us to increase sedation medications. I know Ms. Kowalski was a nurse, and I remember her asking me to do things outside of the nursing scope and nursing practice. And I also remember that Maya changed personalities a little and her behavior changed when her mom was outside of the room.
What do you mean when you say that Maya Kowalski's behavior was different when mom was not in the room versus when mom was in the room?
When mom was in the room, Maya was yelling. She was cussing at us a lot. She was very agitated and angry. Ms. Kowalski was coaching her to behave that way. She said, Maya, you tell him how angry you are, Maya. And so it was really hard to get the room to get calmed down. And then there was a very brief point, maybe 10 or 15 minutes during my time caring for Maya, that Ms. Kowalski stepped out of the room. And Maya was very pleasant. She was very age appropriate, like you would think a 10-year-old would behave. She was kind. She used kind words. Unfortunately, I don't remember what we spoke about, but I kind of let her lead the conversation because I was really enjoying those moments with her.
Did the interactions you described and the differing behavior you described concern you as a nurse?
Absolutely. It's not typical for a child to change their behavior so dramatically in the presence of their family. So I was definitely concerned that this behavior had changed so drastically when Ms. Kowalski was outside of the room.
Now, to respect the jurors' time here, I'd like to briefly go through some of your charting on the couple of shifts in question,
Okay.
and then we'll get you out of here after we talk about some of your notes, okay?
Okay.
So the first note I'd like to show you is from your October 7, 2016 shift, and that can be found at 1001-2722, and we're looking at the first top third of the page, Clay. That's 2722. And we'll focus here on the very first note. Do you see where it says other family demanding to see position?
Yes, I do.
Can you highlight that entire note there for me, Clay? Why don't you take a minute to read that, Nurse Thatcher, and I've got a few follow-ups.
Okay.
Do you remember the circumstances that led to you putting this note into Maya Kowalski's medical chart?
I don't remember the specific circumstance. Ms. Kowalski was asking us to give a lot of medications the entire time. There were many, many moments in my time with Maya and Ms. Kowalski that they were demanding for more medication. So I don't remember this very specific time, but it was very recurrent request for more medication.
Now, the note that's below that, 8:38, if we could highlight that. This again is another one of your notes from approximately 10 p.m. on October 7, 2016. Why don't you please read that entire note, and I have some follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
I see here that the mother asked you to push some propofol
Yes.
in order to, quote, prime the lines with the med, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What is propofol?
Propofol is a general anesthetic, and sometimes we use it for sedation in the ICU as a continuous infusion, or we'll use it to do a conscious sedation or procedural anesthetic for doing a chest tube or some other invasive procedure in the ICU.
Now, I see here you have some quotes around prime the line with the med, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct? That would have been a direct quote from Mrs. Beata Kowalski?
Yes, I would have.
Please explain to the jury what it means to prime the lines with the med.
Okay, so when you're hanging a medication, we usually have it carried in by a continuous infusion through an IV bag. That tubing is normally normal saline or something of the like, and it's about 20 to 25 mLs of fluid. When we hook another medication in to run as a continuous infusion, it usually takes a couple minutes for that main IV fluid to carry it in to where it actually reaches the patient. It actually gets to the end of the tubing. Mrs. Kowalski, when we were going to hang propofol for her comfort, we were trying to make her comfortable, and she wanted me to push the medication. Propofol is one of the only medications in the state of Florida that nurses cannot push. Ms. Kowalski had told me that she was an IV infusion nurse, so I knew she knew this. So I really thought it was very inappropriate for her to ask me to push propofol. She knew that was out of my scope as a nurse.
And in response to this request, what did you tell Mrs. Kowalski?
I told her that I couldn't do that and that I would just initiate the drip as I would in my normal practice.
Now we're going to move over here to another note. This time we're going to go to October 8 of 2016. Clay, we can find this at 1001-3117, please. We're going to focus this time on the bottom third of the page here. The first note I'd like to have highlighted here is 1742. If you could highlight other all the way to the end of that note where it ends with anxious. And if you could please read that, Nurse Thatcher, I have a couple of follow-ups.
Okay.
Am I correct here? You also had the opportunity to interact with Mr. Jack Kowalski, Maya's father.
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall about his requests about requiring sedation?
I actually don't independently remember much of our interaction, and I would assume that was because it was more appropriate, as most of my patient interactions go with families. But at this point, he did say that Maya was waking up and that he wanted me to give her some medication to put her back to sleep. I did not believe that Maya was in any pain and had any indication for a medication for pain relief, nor I don't know if I thought she looked anxious, but I didn't put that she was anxious in here. And those would really be our big PRN indicators or as needed indicators to have given Maya medication.
And now you use the term PRN, just so the jury's clear, that means as needed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that means it's not scheduled to be given on a regular schedule?
That's correct.
Overruled.
That it is available if we use our nursing judgment and we find that it's something that the patient could benefit. The doctor will write a PRN indicator, which means they will say as needed for agitation or as needed for pain. And sometimes they'll even specify mild pain, moderate pain, or severe pain. So they kind of guide us as nurses to how they want us to administer the medication. And
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to another note from your shift on October 8 of 2016, around midnight, it appears, and that's at T1743. So we could have Clay highlight the entirety of that note, please. I have some follow-up questions. Why don't you please describe for the jury what it is that this note is indicating?
okay, so this note to me, I remember this instance very clearly, actually. Maya was still agitated. She was removing all of her medical equipment that we had to monitor her heart rate, respiratory rate, pulse oximetry, which measures how much oxygen you have in your blood. All of those things were very vital to our care for Maya because the medications that she was receiving could have effects of your heart rate, your blood pressure, your oxygen level, your respiratory rate. So to make sure she was absolutely safe, we had all of these, as we would with any patient receiving a continuous infusion, we had all of these non-invasive monitoring lines in place. She was pulling at them. She was pulling at her lines and her IVs. And I remember trying to direct Maya to say, like, Maya, we need those on. The doctors need them to make sure we're safe. And I mean, without, I'm so sorry that this is going to bring out these words, but she said, I don't give a fuck what the doctor wants.
Did the use of the profanity in this setting surprise you?
Maya was cussing a lot. She was cussing during most of my interactions with her. So this one particular instance doesn't stand out to me as
I
was
don't believe
documenting
these
for,
people.
Profanities. I think I documented this more because
I don't
I
believe
was
any
trying
of
to
this.
go to the state of the mind that she was uncooperative and she wasn't caring what the medical team wanted.
I don't give a
prior
F what the
to
doctor
this
wants. We're expected to
profanity
believe
incident,
that a
what
10-year-old
was the
said
mother
this.
requesting?
And you didn't write it in the chart though.
Is asking for more propofol.
That's the same drug we were talking about in an earlier note.
They're trying to make her out to be like an addict in a movie.
The next series of interactions I'd like to draw your attention to is from October 8, 2016. And we could find this at Joint Exhibit.
It doesn't matter, Mrs. Kegriff, but I don't think she did say it. These people are just defaming a little kid.
And again, we're at the bottom
And
of
it's
the
bullshit.
page now here, Clay, if you could highlight the
No
textual
documents, no
note at
video, no evidence that any
T898
of this
all the
ever
way to the
happened.
end. And this appears to be from about 6 o'clock in the morning on the 8th. Nurse Thatcher, why don't you go ahead and read this note pertaining to Maya Kowalski.
Interestingly,
and I
how
have some follow-up
there's no
questions.
swear words in here.
Read to herself.
Read to herself.
Yeah,
It's
I'd like her to read to
It says the patient was
Thank you for
saying that the hospital is full of liars, which
So
I think
when I see here PT screaming,
Seems
is that a
about right.
reference to Maya Kowalski?
Yeah, PT is short for patient. We use it a lot in medical documentation.
And do you have a recollection of this incident?
Yes, I do remember her calling us liars. This very specific one, again, it happened, it was a very common statement by Maya. But I definitely remember that she was calling us liars.
And did that stand out to you as significant that a 10-year-old would say that to you?
Yes, more so because we don't lie to patients. We are very transparent with patients.
Oh, you lied like crazy.
And sometimes to the point where it hurts to tell patients things that could be, potential in their future that are hard for us to explain as medical providers because we know it's going to be hurtful and hard for them to hear. So we're very transparent and we're very honest.
You're not transparent at all.
And I have never lied to a
Bullshit.
patient. So it did
Oh,
bother
I'm
me
sure
that I
that
was
you-
being
I'm sure you
accused of
have.
lying, and that the hospital was full of liars. And
The hospital is
it
full of
also,
liars.
bothered me that this was very early on in Maya's hospitalization, and to have this kind of state of mind so early in our interactions when there was no indication for her to call us liars. We were very transparent with her and her family.
You
What
told
did you try to
her
explain to Maya
that her
the
mother was in a
hospital
mental
doing
institution.
in this note in terms of trying to care for her?
You
I was
told her her
trying
mother was
to
hurting
explain
her.
to Maya that although we are trying to acknowledge her pain, we desperately were.
You told
we
her all
were
kinds
giving
of
her a lot
terrible lies.
medications, to make her comfortable. But there's a fine line between giving these medications that can decrease your respiratory drive and keeping her breathing on her own. An intubation or putting on a breathing tube so that we could administer more medications. It's a very high risk procedure, and we don't just traditionally do that, especially in an instance where there's no indication. I did not feel like her pain was not.
The longer I
And you're
look
not
at
the
this
type-
jacket,
you're-
it is
a physician would be
indigo.
the person ordering these.
That is not blue. It's indigo. Again, they are wearing dark purple. Now I'm convinced of it. I'm convinced that they are wearing Cathi Bedy's color on purpose. I'm convinced of it. Look at the color. It's not blue. It's indigo. It's dark purple. It is between a blue and a purple. It's dark purple. And I'm sorry, there's too many coincidences. There's just too many of these people. It's not blue. It's not blue. This is the same discussion we had earlier today. It's indigo. It is dark purple. It is a purpley blue. It is the same color that Cathi Bedy was
Types of
wearing.
interventions, is that right?
Absolutely.
And you're following physician orders at this point?
Correct.
Did you have experience with these types of medications and PICU
Blurple.
protocols?
Objection leading.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the note that's directly below that. If Clay could please highlight it so the jury can read it and you can read it to yourself, please. Nurse Thatcher, I have some
I'm
follow-ups
sorry,
for you.
but it's time.
Shame.
Nurse Thatcher.
Shame.
I see here in
Shame.
this note that Maya Kowalski was requesting that Valium be pushed fast.
Shame.
What does that mean
Shame.
to you as a PICU nurse?
We don't push Valium fast. It's a benzodiazepine medication. It can cause respiratory depression. It can cause low blood pressure. It's usually hung over a couple minutes on a pump. And the fact that she knew that we had the ability to push this medication fast, and again, this is very early in her hospitalization, was kind of concerning to me. And the fact that she's asking to push me to push it, she knows there is oftentimes a euphoric sensation that can follow that, and patients will feel this euphoria. And so,
Oh, you mean
patients
like
who
so
have
she would be out of
been-
pain?
A lot of I've had sickle cell
Strange
patients
that
ask me to do
somebody
it
in
before
terrible
'cause they've
pain would
had,
want
you know,
that.
chronic needs in the hospital. But she's very little, and she is new, at least to my healthcare setting. So the fact that she's asking for it to be pushed was concerning.
In response to this request to have the Valium pushed fast, what did you try to advise Maya about?
I made sure Maya knew that it was not in her best interest, that it has side effects, and I couldn't push it fast. And I also explained to her that it doesn't help with pain. She was telling me she was in unbearable pain, and this is a medication for sedation, and sedation and pain are not the same thing. We would often give a different medication that would be for pain, but Valium is absolutely not for pain. It's for agitation and anxiety.
And I also see at the tail end of this note that Maya was screaming that she wants to be sedated. Do you recall anything about the use of that term sedation and why it stood out to you as significant as a PICU nurse?
Yes, I do remember her asking to be sedated. And again, this is a very young child. And the fact that she knew the terms, that's something that's pretty atypical or non-typical for a child of her age. And again, I have over 25,
Well,
at
she
this
was in
point,
a
over
lot of
25,000
hospitals.
clinical hours dealing with pediatric patients who are critically ill. And I can't ever
I still
recall
don't know what they
another
think they're
10-year-old
proving.
asking me to be sedated. It's highly unusual.
Now, over the late evening, night before midnight on October 8, 2016, do you recall transporting Maya Kowalski for a CAT scan?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell the jury what you recall about that incident on the night of October 8, 2016?
So it was a couple hours into my shift, and Maya had been very agitated the entire evening. I come on shift at 7 p.m. She was yelling, crying, moaning, wanting to be sedated, saying she had excruciating pain. And I worked really hard with Maya and Maya's mom to try to get her comfortable. We worked as a team. I really do feel like it was a team approach to use distraction maneuvers, to do anything we can to make Maya comfortable. And at some point late in the evening before midnight, she fell asleep. And I remember thinking, oh, this is so good for her. Maybe she'll wake up, she'll feel better. And I really thought maybe Miss Kowalski could get some sleep. And she was also very agitated most of the evening, Miss Kowalski was. And I thought it would be really great for them both to get some sleep. And maybe they would feel better when they woke up.
So at some point, did you eventually transport Maya Kowalski to the CAT scan?
Yes, right after Maya fell asleep, I left the room. I didn't even make it back to the nursing station. And Miss Kowalski approached me and said, I think right now is a great time to take Maya to CAT scan. And I would guess I was just taken back a little bit. I didn't understand. We just got her to sleep after hours and hours of trying to get her to sleep. She just fell asleep. I hadn't even made it to the nurse's station, and she thought it was appropriate to wake her up. And I told her that. I said, she just fell asleep. I think she should rest. And she goes, no, I think it's a perfect time to get her a CAT scan right now. And so I went up and told the attending to the ICU, I said, Maya just fell asleep. Miss Kowalski wants us to take her to CAT scan. I told her I didn't think it's appropriate and that we should let Maya rest. And he said, well, if she really wants it and she thinks it's a good time, that's okay. I'm happy to send her.
Okay, and did Maya Kowalski tolerate the CAT scan exam without any pain or anxiety?
Very much. Actually, she was very cooperative. She laid there very quietly. She was awake the whole time. She wasn't moaning or complaining of pain during the exam. So I was really pleased. I really thought maybe we had done a good thing, gotten her pain under control. I was really proud that she had done so well for that exam.
And after, or actually during the scan, did Beata Kowalski offer her daughter a reward for good behavior in the CAT scan machine?
She did. It was actually the first time she mentioned it was on our way down to CAT scan. CAT scan's on a different floor, and it takes a while to get there. So it's normal for us to have lots of conversations with patients. Ms. Kowalski had joined us in transporting Maya to the CAT scan. And I had to take another nurse with me because she had a lot of IV tubing, she had a lot of IV pumps, also to push the bed. It usually takes more than one person to transport, and in the ICU, and she was on continuous infusions of medication. We had to take emergency equipment in case there's any life-threatening emergency or she stops breathing, as we all know is a risk of these medications. So the first time we were on our way down to CAT scan, and Miss Kowalski said to Maya, she's like, if you're really good, I have a treat for you. And I didn't think anything of it. We use treats all the time and rewards all the time. And we use treasure box, we use stickers, we use all kinds of rewards in pediatrics. It's very common for us to give rewards.
Okay, so talk to me about what happened after Maya Kowalski tolerated the CAT scan and we were moving back towards her room on the PICU.
So it actually was even in the CT scan. After the scan, while the scan is only a couple seconds long, and we were on the other side of the wall, the other nurse and myself and Miss Kowalski, and Maya was starting to come out of the scanner. It's like this little table that scoots out, and we walked around, and I just got there, and it's kind of a cumbersome thing to get from an ICU patient from the CT scan back over to their bed for transport. There's a lot of lines and tubes and devices that you have to make sure don't get pulled out or dislodged. And the other nurse and myself were moving her over, and Miss Kowalski said, Maya, you did so great. Now you get Valium.
Is that something that stood out to you as significant? And if so, why?
I was moving kind of quickly, as we always like to do in the ICU. When we have a patient that's off the unit, we want to try to do the exam and get them back to the unit as quick as possible. And I stopped in my tracks and I thought, did she just say that? Like, Maya has laid here perfectly. She hasn't moaned. She hasn't whimpered. She was perfect. She's not agitated. She's not pulling at anything. We never offer controlled substances to our patients for rewards. That's something we would never do in any hospital ICU setting. We would give a number of rewards, but never benzodiazepine or opiate or anything of those lines.
And did you enter a entry in Maya Kowalski's medical chart about this Valium as a reward incident?
Yes, I did. I was very, very upset that we would ever offer a controlled substance to a child. And I think it needed to be documented in the medical chart.
So Clay, so the jury can see it, can you please put up Joint Exhibit 1001, 2719, and we're looking at the middle of the page here. It'll be the textual note 851. You already have it highlighted. Bravo. Take a moment to read it. Does this note here that the jury's reading right now, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the recollection you just described?
I remember it as clear as day. It's exactly what happened.
Now, also on this shift on October 8, 2016, and we're on the same page here, 2719, Clay, we're going to go down to the bottom of the page to text
My
note
screen is
892.
frozen again, you
Do you ever
guys.
recall a situation where Mrs. Kowalski expressed a desire for her daughter to consult hospice services?
Yes, I do.
Tell
Let's hope it comes
her daughter
back.
to consult hospice services.
I think it's
Yes, I
coming
do.
back.
Tell the jury what you recall about that.
All right,
please.
we're back.
We were in a family meeting, and I use that term loosely. It doesn't have to be a huge team of doctors. It just has to mean that we have gone outside of the bed space where the patient is with an attending physician and other ancillary staff, whoever is needed at the time, so we can discuss a plan of care about a patient that's not in front of the child or the patient. And we had stepped aside, and I don't recall who was with me, but Mrs. Kowalski was very upset at the in her opinion, lack of medication that was being administered. And she did state out that we may as well consult hospice, and that way she can have enough medication and let her die because she doesn't deserve to live this way.
Was that a concerning statement to you as a PICU nurse?
Oh, very concerning because we deal with death and dying all the time in the pediatric intensive care unit, and I take it very serious. And these children who unfortunately pass away in our care, we have gone through everything for these children, and they have fought a hard battle.
Oh yeah,
Pediatric
you're just a
hospice is
saint.
An incredible service.
Yeah, you've
and
gone
they
through.
take care
I don't know what happened to the volume.
of children in their last moments of life.
Yeah, you're just a
and
saint, lady.
Maya was not a terminal patient, and hospice is for terminally ill patients. So I was very chilled when she said this because there was nothing in Maya's care that made me think she was at risk of dying.
In the 25,000 hours of clinical hours you had up to that point in time, have you ever experienced an interaction between a patient and her mother such that you did on October 7 and October 8 of 2016?
No, sir. And I have also, in my additional 15,000 clinical hours since taking care of Maya, have never had another interaction with a family and a child.
Were you concerned for Maya's health and well-being on the days that you observed her?
Very much so.
And why is that?
Because I didn't feel like Ms. Kowalski had a limit or a ceiling to what she was willing to do to get Maya the medication she felt were needed. I felt like Maya's pain was semi-controlled, but once she said maybe we should get hospice or consult hospice, I just knew that there was not going to be a limit to what she was willing to do.
No questions at this time. Thank you for coming in today.
All right. I can't wait for Cross.
Still, by the 8th, you believed.
Anderson, let Whitney do this cross.
Pain had gone down.
We don't have time for you.
I believe there were moments when her
We
pain
love
was
you.
controlled. I don't think
We
it
don't
was
have time
controlled
for you.
completely, but she definitely had highs and lows.
But overall, you felt that she was.
I felt there were moments when she had pain control. Again, it wasn't all the time, but she definitely
Can
was.
we bring up
there was some valleys.
1001-2326? Now, I'll direct you to the middle of the page and ask you whether you put down on that day that Maya's pain was at 10.
Can you show me where there's? Sure, absolutely.
Top right across under your name.
Absolutely. She did say her pain was a 10, and that's what I documented.
Well, this isn't just limited to what the patient tells you. This is your overall impression of what pain she's in, correct?
Not when I ask her 0 to 10. That would be something that Maya would state.
But nonetheless, when you had to get on the actual scale, as opposed to your narrative, you rated it a 10.
What do you mean when I got on the actual scale? I'm not sure I understand.
Well, which story should the jury believe? That it was a 10 or that it really wasn't bothering her much?
At this moment,
Now, you talked about Beata saying we should just take her to hospice. She said that because she shouldn't be in this pain, correct?
that's not what she said. She said to get her enough medications to let her die.
And she was very upset at the time, right?
She was upset. So as
And-
we all were trying to care for Maya and we're all concerned.
So you didn't really take it seriously that Beata was suggesting to take her daughter to hospice.
Sir, if a mother states that she wants to take her non-terminal patient or child to hospice, I take that very serious.
Well, you knew nothing about Beata Kowalski, did you?
You know
I
nothing.
did not know
You knew
Beata.
nothing about Maya, did
I
you?
did know stuff about Maya. I cared for her.
Before the 7th and 8th of October, you didn't know anything about that.
I knew that Maya wasn't terminal.
Well,
How in 2
that's
days?
why I said.
Oh my
She
God.
kept asking for meds. The whole problem here was the Kowalskis came in asking for meds and you all disagreed.
I think we were giving her medication. She was on a continuous infusion of ketamine and propofol. She was getting lots of PRN medications for agitation and pain. We did believe she was in pain and we treated her for pain.
Well, at this point, you had not had a pain specialist come and see her, right?
Oh, I'm not sure. I worked the night shift, so I'm not really sure when they came in
Just
during the
as
day.
now. All right. And so now, would you agree with me that you should not be the one determining ultimately what the regimen should be for pain?
I wasn't
True.
the one. Absolutely not. It was the physicians and the pain team.
And again, was there a possible alternative reason for all this stuff going into the narrative?
I don't understand the question, sir.
Did Maya agree with everything? And it was Dr. Malik and Tepa Sanchez that were there?
I don't recall who the attendings were.
You remember all this clearly? You don't remember the doctors?
No, the doctors are in and out. They have 28 patients. No, my interaction for 12 hours was with Maya. I maybe spent 10, 15 minutes of my shift with the physicians.
But you remember very clearly everything that Beata said, right?
I do. It
Right.
was definitely things that would stick in my memory as
And-
unusual.
And how long did you prep for this testimony before coming in here with the defense lawyers?
Less than 30 minutes last night. And then prior to my deposition, we met, and that's the only time I've ever met with
And
them.
didn't you get a summary from them of the
I-
questions you were going to be asked?
I absolutely did not receive anything like that.
And so you didn't review even the medical records?
I had my nursing notes, and that's what I have.
And who sent you the nursing notes?
Mr. Hughes.
He didn't
Office,
send you
somebody in his office.
All of them.
He sent the
you
ones with my name
certain
on
ones
them.
of them, did he not?
He sent the ones with my name because that's the only thing I can testify to.
The reason here now, would it be true in interactions that Beata disagreed with you all on a number of different things?
Oh, she definitely disagreed with us.
And she has a Eastern European accent, does she not?
She has an accent, but I couldn't tell you where it's from.
All right. Well, have you dealt with many people from Eastern Europe?
I've dealt with people all over the world.
And you've seen children before who are acting out, have you not?
Absolutely, of course.
And you've seen upset parents before.
Oh, I'd say there's a fair amount of our parents that are upset their children are in intensive care.
And
Being
with-
upset is
with
normal.
25,000 hours of, I thought you did.
Are you finished with your answer?
I'm finished now. Thank you.
And with 25,000 hours of experience, you must have certainly heard it all.
I heard a lot. I definitely don't think I heard it all, but I've heard a lot.
Well, you heard parents exclaiming that their children were in pain and needed more pain meds, did you not?
Of course, absolutely.
And you had heard parents curse before.
Of course, absolutely.
The Kowalskis, mom and dad, were not cursing, were they?
I don't recall. I remember Mrs. Kowalski being very agitated, but I don't remember her specifically cursing. It also probably wouldn't stick out on my memory because she's an adult. Maya's not an adult. That's why it sticks in my memory.
Sorry, is that something that you just forgot to put down in your records that day?
What? What's that?
That whether or not the parents were cursing?
No.
You did
I
put
would
down
never put
about-
in a nursing note that a parent was cussing.
You did put it down though for Maya, did you
I
not?
put it in the context that she doesn't give a
It's really
FUCK
yes or
what
no
the
answer
physician wants.
question. As long, Judge, may the witness be instructed to answer yes or no, and then they can elaborate if it calls for an yes or no
Then
question.
they.
This is what we're gonna do. Because remember, we have a court reporter here and she is gonna be really unhappy with me. Because we're all
Careful with the
talking
court
over each other.
reporter.
So what we're gonna do, Mr. Anderson's gonna ask his complete question.
We are not
You can try to
sped
answer
up, I
that
don't think, at this
question
point.
head
Let me
on,
see.
And if you have to explain it.
No, we're on
consent.
normal speed.
And then
We are
Mr.
live.
Anderson's gonna listen to your complete answer.
Okay.
So you must have heard it all, right?
I've heard a lot.
And everything that you put down here, you had heard at different times before in your career, true?
No, not true.
I see. You'd never heard a mother exaggerate.
Of course I have.
You had never heard a mother exaggerate about her child's pain.
Yes, of course I have.
How many CRPS patients were you treating at this time?
Never.
None.
Maya was the first
Never.
CRPS patient. I've ever
Oh
cared for,
my
but lots of
God.
pain patients.
So this was your first CRPS patient,
And the only one I've ever cared for. It's not something you normally see in the intensive care unit.
and no experts in CRPS, well, were at the hospital, were they?
I'm unsure of that. I don't know
Well, did you ask?
about an expert. We had an anesthesia pain team. I was told that they're on the case, so I would have never
Okay,
asked
so
beyond
that's
that.
Hearsay.
That there's a pain team at the hospital. I don't think that's hearsay. That is true.
It's what you
And
heard as opposed to what you saw.
no, we have a pain team on staff at the All Children's Hospital.
But this pain team wasn't there during the period of time you're talking about, the 7th and 8th, correct?
Overruled, she can answer.
They were in-house. I believe there's someone always in-house, but I didn't reach out to them. I went straight to the ICU provider, which
So-
would be my normal practice.
So this was all up to you, correct?
No, sir.
Up to nurses?
No, sir.
then up to Doctors Malik and Tapa Sanchez.
No, this is a multidisciplinary team that was trying to care for Maya.
Well, who was the boss down there?
Oh, the ICU attending ultimately has the highest say over what happens to a patient, but they definitely consult people who are experts in different areas to get the most well-rounded care. As that's what I would want as if it were me in the hospital.
I could have sworn I just asked you who the boss was there.
Yes.
Who was the boss of the team?
I just told you it was the ICU physician who has the final say in what happens to a patient admitted under their care.
And who was that ICU physician?
We had a number of them. I can't recall who was that evening.
Not a single one?
Not a single one. What?
Well, if you reviewed the notes, then you would have seen that Dr. Tepa Sanchez and Dr. Malik were mentioned, correct?
Yes, I would believe so. I saw their names and I saw Dr. Laura Vos, but
All right.
they were
And
part of our team.
Dr. Malik and Beata disagreed on a couple of different things, did they not?
I have no idea.
Well, they disagreed on putting a cannula down her nose, did they not?
Cannula doesn't go down your nose.
Well,
so-
whatever it is.
Like a breathing
it's
tube?
CO2.
Oh, CO,
CTO.
an entitled CO2 device.
Right.
Yeah.
That goes down.
I don't have
Uh,
any idea what they discussed about an entitled device.
Well, isn't it true that there were at least 4 different times that Beata Kowalski asked for something or suggested something, and this was rejected?
I have no idea.
Overruled.
I don't. I don't even understand the question, to be totally honest. 4 times that they disagreed on something. Who? Dr. Malik and Beata? I don't understand the question.
Let me just put it then in terms of what we do know. We know that you said that you wanted to see, the doctor wanted a CT scan, right?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And you waited all day for Maya to finally fall asleep, correct?
Incorrect. We wanted to do the scan, and it was actually Miss Kowalski who was refusing the scan. And once Maya fell asleep, within minutes, then she thought it was appropriate to go to the CT scan. That was not us refusing.
Well, ma'am, is it just possible that Beata, knowing her daughter and knowing CRPS, actually wanted to wait until she was asleep to bring her in, so that she would be unconscious or barely conscious so she wouldn't feel any pain?
There-
Overruled.
I would have no idea. She didn't tell me why she thought it was a good time for the scan. I did tell her I thought it was not at a good time since Maya had just fallen asleep after hours and hours of trying to get her comfortable.
But yet you had just insisted on a CT.
I didn't
You just
insist on a
told the jury
CT.
No, didn't you just tell the jury you thought it was time for the CT
No, sir.
earlier that day?
No, sir, I did not. I actually told Miss Kowalski I didn't think it was a good time. It had been at least a day of that scan being ordered, and that Miss Kowalski was refusing to take Maya during that time. And it was the minute she fell asleep, I was 10 steps outside the door, and that's when Mrs. Kowalski thought it was appropriate. I did never say that was appropriate. Actually, I went to the attending and I told him I didn't think it was a good time.
Unresponsive.
Overruled.
Narrative answer.
Overruled.
Again, I
I
thought,
think she just finished her answer on that.
and also insofar as the Valium, Maya had been on Valium before, correct?
Yes, she had doses of Valium before.
What made you think that Beata was saying she was giving the Valium as opposed to her getting some Valium for Maya?
I don't ever remember talking to Miss Kowalski about her giving Valium. The
I thought-
Valium was about her asking me or for her telling Maya that she was going to reward her with Valium for sitting through the CAT scan.
Well, true or false, you had been there when Valium was discussed for Maya.
True.
All right. And obviously you can't read minds,
Correct.
and you're not a psychologist, I don't
That
think.
is absolutely
Or a
correct.
pain specialist.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
All right. So you don't know when Beata said, now you can have some Valium, she was talking about a request to you, that she would request something to you for her daughter, as opposed to, what did you think? Pull a pill out of her pocket and throw it at her or something?
She specifically told Maya if she laid still for the scan, she would get a reward. So when she was done, she said, now you get Valium. I don't know how else to interpret that.
Well, you did interpret it, did you not?
I did. Well, I did it at face value of what she said. I took it verbatim.
From get Valium, you discerned that Beata was doing what? What had you discovered by her using that phrase?
To get Valium. She told Maya that if she was still for the scan, she would get Valium. That's what she told her daughter.
And wasn't that to encourage her daughter?
We do.
All right. Insofar as knowledge of or asking for a specific medication, do you know anything about the pain levels of CRPS patients?
No, I just understand basic pain principles and how to treat pain on pediatric patients in general.
Do you know anything about allodynia?
No, sir. I'm not an expert in CRPS.
So you don't know how often Maya had been exposed to conversations with doctor after doctor after doctor where different medications to try to help her were discussed.
Objection, argumentative, also foundation calls for speculation.
And sustained.
Did you know whether, or let's put it this way. Did you ever sit down and actually talk to Beata?
No, I did not. Mrs. Kowalski was not interested in having any conversations with me. I would try to talk to her. She wasn't really listening. I couldn't really touch similar grounds with Mrs. Kowalski. And I always try to bring my parents in conversation, but she was not engaged at all in discussing anything with me.
Well, who would want to talk to you?
I'm done.
Who is Debbie Hansen?
Debbie Hansen.
She doesn't seem very pleasant to
She was
me.
a social worker on duty that evening, was she not?
Maybe so.
Do you have any idea why she would testify that when she asked Ms. Kowalski to sit down, Beata was more than willing during this?
Why is the judge calling them over? This is, I don't like her at all. I don't like her demeanor. I just don't like it. I don't like the way this family was treated in this hospital. If every single person who the defense has called that works in this hospital seems like a cold-hearted snake to me. And I don't think that's just because I like the Kowalskis. I think they have a very cold energy and they just do not care. Somebody, let me go over I had a super chat, or let me see. What did I miss? Bad Weather Biker, thanks for the super chat, says, I heard her outlook, the last witness, ding, every time she had a hard question. I think the defense was coaching her via email. Bad Weather Biker, I don't think so. If they got caught doing that, it would be over for them. It would be a mistrial. They can't do that.
By the way, when Maya came in, did you give her any type of test to see what kind of meds she was on?
No.
I want to get through this real quick. Duncan in Idaho, thanks for the super chat, says, please correct me if I'm totally off, and I will recalibrate the sexism part of my brain. But it seems like a main theme here is a certain kind of woman who is offended at Beata's directness and it affects their decisions. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yes, a certain kind of woman. And that woman is the kind of woman who likes to be right, who likes to be in charge, and is an alpha bitch. And we have seen a lot of those in this trial.
Well, did you ask Beata what she had been given over the past 48 hours?
I wasn't the intake nurse. I was the night shift nurse. That would have been discussed on intake during the day shift.
So if there was some contraindication, all you would see would be the results of it, right?
Contraindication to what?
When Maya came in,
yes,
there was a veritable cocktail
correct.
of pain medicines and benzodiazepines given to her, correct?
Correct.
You did not know what she had already been given at the time she came in. No?
She can answer that.
No, I wasn't. I didn't know what she received prior to coming in. Again, I wasn't the intake nurse, so it wouldn't be my standard practice to ask that.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
No questions from mine.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
The locals chat is busy making, while we wait for the jury to give their questions,
We have the locals chat making memes, which is funny. Thank you very much, locals chat. Appreciate that.
Any more coming, or is this it? That's it. Let's see if we can do this up here.
All right, I'm gonna pop over to Recovery Addict, see if we can hear. Oh, is he still streaming or no? Yeah. Hang on. Let's see if you can hear. It doesn't sound like he can hear them. Nope. All right, he cannot hear. They turn the white noise on, so no. I don't know why they're doing that on the Zoom. There's no witness in there right now, so there should be, he should have had the mic turned on, but I guess not. I guess the judge just decided not to. All right, let me just see if I can catch up on some of your comments. What do you guys think about this nurse? Let's see. Yeah, Late for Something says, we are witnessing exactly what Maya had to deal with firsthand. None of these people have a warm vibe at all. The only witness who I thought had a warm vibe was Bonnie Rice. I thought Bonnie came across as being somebody who would be pleasant to work with. You know, I think she tried her hardest to be pleasant. I think she was more interested in covering for her JHACH friends. But I think she had like a warm nurse-like, probably has a good bedside manner. But the rest of these nurses, the ones at JHACH, God, what's wrong with these people? Something's wrong with them. Do you feel it? Because I do. I feel like these women are, ugh. The men who have testified in this trial have all been much warmer than the women. Even Dr. Elliott, you know, Dollar Store Pee Wee Herman was a little less, he was a little warmer. These women, though, are just like, yikes. Oh, the pink lady was she was just a paid expert. The jury's going to throw out her testimony. Look at how badly my camera is stopping. I really hate this. I'm going to try and close out some windows, see if I can make it work better. I don't know. It's not working good though. Well, yeah, Bonnie Rice did seem like a hospital gossip, Nick. That's true. But she seemed like she could be nice to you to your face. All these other nurses and doctors we've heard from, all the women, seem super cold to me. Just really cold. Oh, hey, Chandler. What's going on? I see you're in the chat. I sent you a link if you want to pop in. Although I'm not going to be here for much longer. What time is it? 4 o'clock. Okay. I need to be out of here by 5. You know what? While we're waiting for this, we haven't done squats all day. We've been sitting here for almost 6.5 hours. That is unacceptable. 1 minute and 22 seconds, guys. Let's do squats. The show is not over. Do not leave. There are 461 of you here. And when I come back, if 20 of you have gone, I'm going to continue to fat shame you for being too fat and lazy to just get up and do a few squats for 1 minute and 22 seconds. Go,
You
go,
impose
go.
fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter. Can you just get up, walk 1 mile? Do squat! Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair. Get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
All right. Oh my God, we lost like 20. Oh, my camera fell over. I was doing such good squats, my camera fell over. Hold on. Woo! We lost like 30 people. You people, and whoever said I turn it off because I don't like profanity screamed into my ear, you're on the wrong fucking channel. Do you not understand? You're going to hear profanity here. It is what it is. And I have exclusive knowledge from 2 YouTube friars in the Catholic Church that we are allowed to swear. I just watched it yesterday. Drinking and swearing is perfectly okay in my faith. And I have permission from 2 monks about that. So you all need to just calm down. Flux says she can quote it verbatim now. Me too.
Okay, Ms.
I can say it
Thatcher,
along with
jury
them.
has
It's
some
fun.
questions, and we're going to be able to ask a good number of them. In the interest of ruling out all chance, when Maya said, quote, "I want to be sedated," she was not singing, correct? Or referencing a song?
Sedated.
No, she was yelling. She was yelling to us that she wanted to be sedated, and she was saying, "Sedate me! I want to be sedated." I mean, no, I don't believe so.
What is a FLACC pain score on your form?
That's a great question, actually. So a FLAC score is something that we use for nonverbal cues. In my practice, I'm mostly in my last few years as a registered nurse at the bedside, I was working night shift. And the last thing I ever want to do after getting a patient comfortable into sleep is to wake them up to ask them their pain scale. So often when they fall asleep, I would use this nonverbal cue form to kind of score them. And it was based on like, how are they grimacing? How are they holding their body? So it would be my way of letting her, if she had finally fallen asleep, I would never wake her up and ask her about her pain. I would use her nonverbal pain cues.
The balance of this question is on your form. The score of 10 entered lists pain score, where the others list FLAC pain score.
So the 10, I believe I'd have to look back, but the 10 was a verbal pain score. So that would be me asking Maya, how is your pain on 0 to 10? If 10 is the worst pain you have and 0 is no pain at all. And she would tell me a 10. And then again, I would transition over to the FLAC score when she was asleep because I wouldn't want to disturb her.
The Waka Flocka pain score.
Did Beata cause you to, quote, put up a wall, end quote, because you felt threatened?
Oh, absolutely not. I didn't feel threatened by her behavior. I was more concerned by her behavior for Maya's safety.
The jury knows what's up.
In the intensive care unit, we deal with parents all the time on the worst day of their lives.
These
their
bitches
children
were
are being
threatened
admitted to the ICU. We
by
have a lot of
Beata's
very difficult
knowledge.
patients and families, but I was in no way threatened. I was just more concerned for Maya.
Yeah, sure. Sure
Does,
you weren't.
quote, pushing, end quote, mean forcing the propofol from the bag through the IV tube and into the body, or just forcing the medication, quote, further down the line, end quote, and stopping before entering the body?
So pushing means giving some force to it. So in nursing, and she had told me she was an IV infusion nurse, so I took her to mean the same thing that I would mean if I said push something. And that would mean either run it at a fast rate over the pump or push it by hand. But a push is a very quickly administered IV medication.
Was the propofol an injection into the line, and again, is pushing, forcing flow into the body, or just down the line closer to enter the body sooner?
Isn't that like
I
the same
assumed
question?
she wanted, so the meds all run together. I don't really want to speculate on what she wanted. I can just tell you it's not a safe practice. And she was a registered nurse. She was an infusion nurse, and she would have known that that was a potential to bolus Maya with medication, which is absolutely against our Florida nursing practice. And it's outside of our scope of practice as a nurse.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, anything further?
From even your records, it shows that within 48 hours, Maya was just fine in terms of behavior. True?
No, I don't think Maya was
What was that?
fine in terms of behavior.
Well, there was no more cussing and there was no more yelling. There was no more of that, correct? No more.
I never
extreme
followed up.
behavior?
I never followed up with Maya when she left my care. So I'm not sure how her behavior was, but during my shifts with her, the 2 shifts, she was cussing.
Do you have any explanation for this jury for why the entire rest of her time, she never acted like that?
I can speculate on why I think that is, but that would call for me to speculate.
Isn't it true that Iata was being really, really pushy?
She was being pushy, yes.
Isn't it more likely you all took a dislike for her doing that on your turf?
And you just wanted to get rid of her?
Teach her a lesson?
Absolutely
Yep.
not.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, you absolutely
Members of the jury,
did.
anything else?
You absolutely did.
May this witness be excused from all subpoenas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, that's going to be the conclusion of today's for you. Let me go over a couple of things before you pack up. Let's talk about timing for a moment. I think I told you tomorrow we will end around 4 o'clock. So for those that are having to do chaperone duties with trick or treating, we'll be able to accomplish that. I did get a note about November 8th, which is a day that I anticipate the jury will be deliberating. And my understanding is the juror would have to leave approximately 3:45-ish to get there. So we can do that. Now, let me tell you, we are on time, maybe just like a half day behind. I still envision that the jury will be able to begin deliberating on Tuesday the 7th or Wednesday the 8th. We've got the 8th and then the 9th, which is Thursday, because Friday is the celebration of Veterans Day. The courthouse is closed. So the jury's going to get to deliberate for as long as the jury wants and needs to deliberate. And I have no way of knowing that. There was a week or two a question from the jury about if we're going to go into that following week. And I don't know the answer to that. I will say if you start deliberating on the 8th, and if you have to stop deliberating about 3:45 on that day, we're really only looking at about 2 days of deliberations, which the jury might find to be appropriate, or it might find it not to be appropriate. That's my long-winded way of saying that for those that have jobs, perhaps it's better at this point to advise your work that you will be deliberating starting next week. And depending on the length of those deliberations, if you do not conclude on Thursday, that we would probably have to bring you back the following week. Now, I know that is beyond the time that I promised you at the beginning. My hope is that since we're just deliberating and we're at the end, if we shift a day or two into that following week, that's not going to impact anybody adversely. But I need to know if that is, and like I said, the jury will be deliberating this sometime starting next week, and it will be up to the jury to determine how long. I just don't want you to feel rushed in your deliberations. So that's
They're
my
already
explanation
ready.
as to where
Unleash
we are
the jury.
and what I think
Let them go.
is appropriate at this time. Okay. So with that being said, Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information, and have a wonderful afternoon.
All rise.
See you tomorrow, normal time,
Cheryl.
9 o'clock.
Cheryl, that question you have. So why did he go through giving the jury instructions last week if they won't deliberate for another week? Well, that was only one jury instruction. It was just the one for the court orders because the jury had been asking for that guidance on the court orders so they could understand the timeline. So he agreed to let them have the one instruction, and they had been waiting for the defense and the plaintiff to
Okay, the
agree on
jury's
how
out of
they
our
would do
presence.
that.
Just give me a second. I'll tell you where we are in time.
The only Latina thanks to the super chat says she was so threatened by Beata's knowledge. This nurse came on so strong. She was determined to put shit in juries' heads. Well, they all got together and decided what they were going to say about Maya. They were the prevailing narrative is that she was the kid from The Exorcist, and that's what they're all sticking with. Kelly R, thanks for the super chat, says the masks come off every time. If your kid is behaving, we treat you nice. Yeah. Yeah, and if you're a tough parent, if you're a parent who knows things and we don't think you should know those things, yeah, we're going to kick you out of our hospital and take your kid. No? Teach you a lesson is right.
Plaintiffs today used an hour and 15 minutes for a cumulative total of 58 hours, 25 minutes.
Ooh.
Defense used an hour and 30
Are they
minutes.
are they down to
for a
less than
cumulative total of
less than an hour now? The plaintiff?
38 hours, 40 minutes. Now, there
Mm-mm-mm.
was a request and a motion to add 5 hours. And I know we talked about it earlier. Was there any case law that any side wanted me to look at? Yes, sir.
Case, I'm
Just
the deputy.
citation.
Yes, it's Sullivan versus Sullivan, 736 South 2nd, 103, a decision of the 4th District Court of Appeals from 1979. I've got a copy for plaintiff's counsel if they wish. There's a couple other cases here, Judge, but they basically say the same thing. And the bottom line is that the enforcement of a fair time limit does not deny due process or implicate due process in and of itself. And that if there is a need for additional time in a situation where a time limit has been set, it should require a specific showing of what needs to be proven, what the movant party needs to bring forward in order to demonstrate the need for additional time. So it basically requires a showing of specific need and a proffer of specific need in order to show prejudice. In this case, the Sullivan case, the direct issue as decided by the 4th District was whether or not plaintiff had preserved the issue for appeal where no such finding or proffer was made. To the same effect are 2 other cases, Chillingworth v. State, 846 Southern 2nd, 674, another 4th District case from 2003, and Ketterson versus Estate of Bruns, which is 711 South 2nd, 613, another decision of the 4th District in 1998. So I guess the 4th District's big on this. That's all we were able to find, Judge, in the statutory, the evidence code authorities, you probably well know, is 90.612(1)B, and it's just a general provision that doesn't give the court much guidance beyond you can regulate to avoid needless waste of time. That's what we've got. There's a federal case or two that apparently essentially stands for the same proposition.
I think all of these cases are consistent with what I said earlier.
Oh boy.
The only quibble I would have with you on that, Judge, is that, I think it does require some specific showing of a specific need.
I didn't
as
do
opposed
that.
to
Oh,
just
that was law and crime, not me.
I need more time, Judge. I'm not sure that's what Your Honor was saying. I'm just making that observation.
We're finding out right now, Amazing
Here's where I
Discourse, if
am
we're going into overtime or
on
not.
The time issue. I certainly set a limit of 55 hours. Then, I adjusted that for 4 hours, given the volume of
He knows he
questions
lost.
that the jury
He's
was
already
asking.
sighing.
And then, of course, that, generates additional time in front of the jury.
He just dropped
I,
something.
of course, was charging the jury's times basically
That was funny.
50-50 to the various parties for that, for those questions. So I feel like I've adjusted time accordingly. The question in my mind is over a 7 to 9 week trial. Has the plaintiffs been
Dilatory.
Yeah, I think dilatory is probably a good word in their presentation. I have criticized on a couple of occasions, but when we're looking at a length of trial, I don't think as a pattern we've got a problem. I do think that the plaintiff has shown a need. Now, I don't think they've shown much of a need. And I don't see how there's any prejudice by what I'm about ready to rule. So this is what I'm going to do. It looks like the plaintiffs have 35 minutes left of the 59 hours. I am going to grant the plaintiffs an additional 2.5 hours to finish out the defense case in chief. And then you will get 2.5 hours for a rebuttal case. Now, Mr. Anderson.
That's it.
That's it. I feel like that's as far as I'm willing to go. I think you are going to be able to finish with effective and targeted cross-examination. You will be able to address the witnesses that the defense have. And I will also say this, let's say for the sake of argument, you have an additional 30 hours of that additional 2.5 hours. That does not get added on to the 2.5 hours for rebuttal. So you're only going to have 2.5 hours for rebuttal. And if you run out of the additional 2.5 hours during the defense case in chief, that's it. And you're just going to have to sit and let them ask their questions, and you won't get any questions. So, Mr. Spear, I'll let you say whatever you want to say in just a moment. But Mr. Anderson, do you understand the severe limitation
Greg.
on time you've got?
Yes, I understand.
Speed it up.
Mr. And this is not we're going back to the well again.
I'm not going to. I'm just trying to figure out, Your Honor.
And of course, the defense will get an equal amount of additional time, but I know you're not in
They're not going
danger
to
of
need it.
running out.
We're just trying to figure out what happens because there's a real risk with them having basically another full trial day that we may not be resting until Wednesday or Thursday with this.
So
what happens if
they're going to drag it out.
Are we all coming back the next week to put
That's
on
what
the
he's saying. We're going to drag
Well,
it out
if
now
you
because you
don't
did
rest until, let's say, the end of day on Wednesday of this week, then the rebuttal case would be on Monday. If you don't finish until, let's say, lunchtime on Monday, then their rebuttal case will be Monday afternoon and into a little bit on Tuesday. And we'll, assuming that we are in the position to announce jury instructions and or start closing arguments, we'll do that. It just, we probably won't have as much time as I was anticipating giving you all. And
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking because I think a lot of us the following week have pre-planned family vacations. I have one. I can't. I'm just trying to figure out what conceptually happens.
Well, then quit dragging it
Jury were
out.
to come back with the finding or needed the lawyers here past.
Quit calling your stupid witnesses that don't
there's
help you. Pink Lady
5
today
lawyers
hurt you.
seated at your table right this second. My hope is the jury will have concluded their deliberations. obviously causing difficulties for not only my schedule, but a lot of other people's schedules that are going
Yeah,
to be
too bad.
implicated in my next trial period.
The game's in
And
overtime.
everything that we're trying to
Deal
do
with it.
to get coverage and to deal with it. In
Deal
my
with
family
it.
life too.
I get it, Your Honor.
I don't want to do that, but look, I feel like I need to at this point in time
The judge says deal with it, Shapiro.
grant that additional time with the caveats I've given. So in my
So quit your bitching.
substantial help, and I'll just say, I feel like as much as you're complaining about the plaintiffs, I'm hearing a lot of cumulative stuff from the defense too. So
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to let each side try
All
the
kinds of
case
shit
that
you're
they
you're
feel like they
pulling up
need
that
to
doesn't
try.
is not relevant.
So let's just leave it at that.
I won't say any more other than for the appellate record, we do note our belief that it's prejudicial.
Yeah. And here's what Judge Carroll
I
has
understand.
decided.
You're moving for a mistrial when you got additional time and you can call the same witnesses to address whatever issues. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor, because we
Can
don't. Okay.
we go to exhibits, please?
He's done.
About that, just to make sure I've noted that for the record, Your Honor.
Anything else before we start? I mean, we're going to take a break before we do jury instructions. But is there anything else?
I do need to just clarify
no.
this. At the
Here
end
we
of a
go.
week ago Friday, there were the two questions this court asked about, what's the hospital's position on CRPS and what's the plaintiff's position on Munchausen. Mr. Hunter and I are presenting Dr. Alexander tomorrow, who is the counter to Dr. Newberger. And we just want to triple check because it's our last chance to get a child abuse pediatrician on the stand. We understand the plaintiff is not arguing that all children's hospital caused any element of damage in this case, any element of damage, or that the plaintiff is seeking damage from the diagnosis or suspicion of Munchausen. That's true, correct? So I would be able to say in closing argument to the jury, the plaintiff in this case is not seeking damage from All Children's Hospital and are not alleging that All Children's Hospital's suspicion or diagnosis of Munchausen in this record is a cause of damage. Is that true?
That's an accurate representation of our position. The closing argument there is phrased to even argue that it wades into Chapter 39. The instruction does the work. There was a reason suspicion. The court has ruled on that. We don't need to discuss it.
Because they said an opening argument, we will prove that there are false allegations of Munchausen, robbed Mrs. Kowalski of her maternal instinct and caused her to commit suicide. We are running out of witnesses that could rebut that and that could be able to say to this jury that diagnosis or that suspicion was reasonable based on the evidence. We know where the court is on this. We believe we need to rebut this, but we understand that the court's ruling is they don't
But we
want
can't
to
rebut
talk
it.
about Munchausen. I just don't want to be in a situation where in
We can't
closing
rebut it because
argument,
it's true.
they're saying that this diagnosis stopped the transfer, caused her to be distraught,
I
and that
think
we
it
can
did.
tell this jury they are
I think
not
that's all
seeking
true.
damages or alleging that the diagnosis of Munchausen caused or contributed damages. If that's true, then we can limit Dr. Alexander to some limited topics. We just need to make sure they're not alleging that that's an issue for this court because they put a ton of evidence in front of this jury on the Munchausen issue leading up to Your Honor's ruling.
Who put a ton of evidence on Munchausen?
I
You
think
did.
Both sides have refined their positions since opening statements.
And so you are affirming again what Mr. Shapiro just said.
Yes, Your Honor. And to respond to that, however, if they stand up in closing argument and make another big deal about the effort to discharge to the Moors and transfer to the Moors, then we need to be free to stand up in rebuttal and remind them that they weren't willing to do that because it was a psychiatric diagnosis. That's it.
Well,
Oh, they're huffing and
to
puffing
me,
over on the defense side.
what Mrs. Kowalski believed has nothing to do with us proving or not proving whether she had Munchausen in this case, which is the subject of the dependency action. I don't see how those two are the same thing. Does that change your position?
No,
Mr.
I mean,
Shapiro?
it's just the fear from the defense. Again, they said 5 times in opening argument, they were seeking damages from us for the negligent diagnosis of Munchausen's, the accusations of Munchausen's, that this would be our last expert that could come in and say that that suspicion was reasonable. We're being foreclosed from this because the plaintiff, from what I can understand through Mr. Whitney, to his credit, has made clear they are
Jury
not
isn't
going
going
to
to care about
argue that
any of
diagnosis
this.
was incorrect. They're not going to seek damages for it. They're not going to tell this jury that because of that diagnosis or suspicion that either caused or contributed any damages sought by the Kowalski. But by the Kowalskis, certainly we'll have our ears open for that in closing, because if they do, we would consider that prejudicial and grounds for mistrial. But I think I've heard their
And
position.
grounds for a mistrial.
Anything else before we take our break? Because when I get back, I want to go into jury instructions.
Not on that issue, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else? Let's take 5 minutes and only 5 minutes.
All rise. Close and recess.
All right. I am not going to be covering jury instructions with you today because I have been here all day and it's time for me to go and do mom things. I need to make some snacks. I need to get dinner ready. So you guys can watch the jury instructions on your own, and we'll talk about if I learn anything interesting in them. I'll be back here tomorrow. I will be covering this mostly live tomorrow. I'll probably be coming on about the same time that I did this morning. So what was I here by, like 9:30, something like that. And then make sure you get over to meganfox.locals.com. If you are not following me there, you need to be, because that's where all the notifications will be, so that you can know when I'm streaming and when I'm going live. That's the best place. YouTube does not, even if you subscribe and you hit the bell, doesn't always give you the notifications because YouTube is asshole. Don't forget that. And anyway, today was fun. Today was really fun. And I think that we learned a lot. And I think that I've heard nothing still. I've heard nothing from the defense that makes me change my mind. It makes me think that, oh yeah, they were totally justified in visiting further abuse on a girl who was suffering with something that they couldn't identify. And I think there was no excuse for anything that Johns Hopkins did or that their staff did. And I guess we'll see what happens. Tomorrow, more stuff from more witnesses from the defense. I can't wait. Can't wait for more of the Dick defense. But follow me over on Locals, and I'll see you guys again. Have a great rest of your evening. Good night, everybody.
I was lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. And my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna
Johnny's problem is he should have come storming in there with a string of garlic and some holy water.
And a cross, a crucifix.
May the power of Christ compel you.
No, I don't. He realized his house was infested with succubuses. Of what it, yes.
Succuloters.
When you arrived in the afternoon. I don't remember saying it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my God.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know why you wanted to drown her.
Laces. And that is
Witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Miss Vaz.